accomplished still. Drops of water turn a mill. Singly none, singly none. Step by step, the longest march can be won, can be won. Many stones can form an arch. Singly none, singly none. And by union, what we will can be accomplished still. Drops of water turn a mill. Singly, singly, step by step, the longest march can be won, can be won. Many stones can turn an arch. Singly none, singly none. And by union, what we will can be accomplished still. Drops of water turn a mill. Singly none, singly none.
The great shofar is sounded. Blessings of peace with justice. I am Chazan Shulamit Wise Fairman with Rabbi David J. Cooper from Kehillah Synagogue in the East Bay, representing Jewish community standing in solidarity with the Standing Rock Sioux. And the Ohlone community of the East Bay. We hear the sound of the great shofar so that the kol yishama daka. We hear the still small voice within that reminds us, my, 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 my. Water is our source, our substance, and our sustenance. Let us immerse ourselves in the great unity of all being, so that together we can be strong and courageous of heart. Kaveh, kaveh, kaveh el Hashem, kaveh, kaveh, kaveh el Hashem, kaveh el Hashem, chazak v'yametz libecha, v'kaveh el Hashem.
Hello, family. My name is Fresh. I come from New York, an orphan, and when I was asked today to bring something from my tradition, I have to admit that I've taken a little of everything from everyone as my tradition who has welcomed me on their path or at their altars. So this prayer comes from a little bit of everything. Hopefully you hear some of yourself in it. I also want to just acknowledge the miracle of all of us being here. Every single one of us has ancestors who have borne way more than we will be bearing today and forward, with much less agency, power, and tools. We've got this. We will protect the water, and we will protect our people. So today, I am calling on all of our ancestors and spirits, all known and unknown, all energies. And I start by grounding us in Om. Can we Om 3 times and bring ourselves present? Om.
All right, guys, we're going to keep the protest in the background. I want to go ahead and show you guys the GOP leaders holding a news conference in the corner.
Plan that actually works and get America back on the right track.
We got these hats at conference today, and it's not just a great slogan, but inside the tag you see Made in the USA. There are going to be a lot more things made in the USA when this new administration comes in. You know, we've been talking to President-elect Trump, to Vice President-elect Pence, and what an exciting opportunity that the American people have given us to work and go do the things that are necessary to get our country back on track. Our members are excited about this opportunity, and we're going to continue working in the weeks ahead to lay out and plan that first 100 days and then the months after that are going to be so critical to moving this country forward again, rebuilding the middle class that spoke out so loudly, and finally getting our economy and our country back on track. So it's an exciting time. We know there's a lot of work ahead, but that's why we ran for Congress, is to have a moment like this where we can go big and go bold and pass the conservative solutions that are going to get our country back on track.
This opportunity that the people have entrusted with us to advocate and to lead on their behalf is truly humbling. But it isn't a time for victory laps or to pat ourselves on the back. It's a time to turn this victory into real progress for the American people. It's the time to think big, to reimagine this government, and to return the people's voice to the center of it. Because there's too many people all across this country that feel like they're doing all the right things. They're working hard. They're paying the bills. They're trying to pay their mortgage every month, and they're still falling behind. Obamacare is making health care too expensive. The VA isn't listening. Government is regulating jobs out of their lives. Our unified Republican government will take these frustrations we're hearing and work together with President-elect Trump to change the status quo. We've got bold, specific agenda items that will make a difference in people's lives, and it will address some of the biggest challenges of our time. Now, I believe each plank in the Better Way agenda is very important. But this election reminded me that at the end of the day, Article 1 of our Constitution is what protects the people's voice in our government, and it's our role, it's our mission to restore that voice.
The American people have sent Republicans back to Washington with a mandate for change. We have a government united together with the purpose of bringing common sense principles back to our nation's capital. Since the beginning of this year, we've traveled across the country, getting your feedback on our Better Way agenda. This set of legislative priorities is tailored to the problems facing our country that focus on empowering hardworking Americans to achieve success. Foremost among our priorities will be bringing balance back to our broken tax code by building a simpler, fairer, flatter code, building a code that advantages all Americans, not just the well-connected, a code that drives investment and job creation right here in America, a code that gets America growing through good old-fashioned private sector investment. It's clear that Kansans and the American people are ready for a change. With their voice as our guide, we are ready to work as a unified government to help build an opportunity economy for all Americans.
Questions?
You urge people to judge the president-elect by the decisions he's already made. What about the Bannon decision? What does this say about the Trump administration, and how do you respond to the serious concerns and fears about bringing Steve Bannon into the White House?
Look, I would just simply say that the president is going to be judged on his results. This is a person who helped him win an incredible victory, an incredible campaign. The president's going to be judged on the results of this administration. That's why we're very eager to get up and running, to help him with his transition, to get up and running, and then to make progress on the mandate that has just been given to us by the American people. So we're confident about moving forward. We're confident about the transition, and we're very, very excited about getting to work for the American people.
When will you move on a fiscal 17 budget resolution, and how could that affect the appropriations process in the White House?
Those are decisions that are being made with the transition team. None of those decisions have been made yet. We are now sitting down with the Trump administration in waiting, along with our colleagues, to come up with our game plan for lame duck, and also to come up with our game plan for 2017. It's very exciting. We've got a lot of work to do, and we're having constant conversations about how to do that, but we haven't made any of those specific decisions yet. Manu.
Mr. Speaker, the president-elect has signaled that he was going to use his adult children as his advisors in his administration. Do you have any concerns about them potentially getting security clearances, number one? And two, should Trump take any steps to ensure there are no conflicts of interest between them running businesses and
I'll let the transition team comment about those things. We're focused on doing our job right here in Congress. I would say, look at this. Donald Trump is a multi-billionaire, successful businessman who has been so successful because he's surrounded himself with good people.
All right, guys, we're going to take you to the steps of the Capitol. Congress doing a group photo. Member-elect class photo. Let's go there live now.
Can you all move, please? Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Here they come.
Yeah, here they come.
Hey.
Jeff, do you want me to set up the ladder now?
This would be perfect time.
Want to get off the phone. All right.
I know. I've heard it before. I think one of the girls.
Hey, it's very confusing. All right. Well, if you look up there, let me fall down the empty. All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Yes, sir. Good. Thank you.
Get out. Get out.
Hello, intake?
Get out. You know how long I've been here?
Yeah, this is Rodney.
Yeah, I'm gonna move. 1 second.
Just off the maybe.
So I don't get crushed.
Picture back.
He said 6 feet, Arnie. Great to see you again, Chip. Glad to have you.
Hey, Ben, Rick Morris. Hey, this freshman Republican thing is starting, so I just want to make sure you guys are seeing it and rolling on it. Thank you.
If it's anything to do with what he showed me earlier.
Whoa!
Clearly they do. You know what my boss thinks?
Whoa! Oh man, you guys, I cannot.
Chip. Yeah, Chip's throwing shade all over everybody. Too many photos. Too many photos. This is good.
All right, it's happening, Tim. I'm going downstairs. All right, all right. Wait, bye.
Oh, they're doing 2 teams. They always do that, Chip. Chip's first day. Hey, isn't that the former lieutenant governor from Maryland? Brown. So he's a congressman now.
He has recycled.
He's recycled. All right. This is good.
La Delaware.
Ash has names already by the list. All right. You camping out tonight? Camping out tonight? Oh, you're putting it out. Putting out, huh? For you. Oliver. It's Oliver. Yeah.
In the front row, guy, I think the fourth guy over is sort of taller than everybody else in that row. Want me to shoot him to the end? Maybe.
Hey, Ben, Rick Morris. Hey, the live you
Hey, Fred, put your camera up. Put your camera up. There you go. Look right above that lens. The media is going to take your photo.
On the very end there, can you just tuck over a little bit? Beautiful. Everyone here for me, good smiles. Everyone here. Everyone here for a couple more. Good, good. Hold on. Right here. Smiles here. Great. Good, super. Awesome. Everyone's doing great. Everyone's doing good. Couple more, real quick. Sun is awesome. Try out quick. Two more for me right here.
Fred, what do you need?
The guy in the turquoise, the gentleman in the turquoise. Yes, ma'am. Can you just shuffle that way just a little? Yes. Yes. The one. You. I'm losing you. There we go. Everybody here. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Good. Thank you all very much. Welcome to Congress.
Greg.
Okay. All right.
And you just watched as the 115th Congress member-elect class photo was taken on the House East Front Capitol steps in Washington, D.C. Everyone posing for that group photo in Washington, D.C. And earlier today, Sheriff Paul Babiou was on the morning show to talk about immigration and the border battle. Pinal County Sheriff Paul Babiou on the morning show. In case you missed it, I'm going to play it for you here in just a minute. Stay tuned.
That's a
Who
bonus.
doesn't like his movies?
Right. Thank you, Ron. In the border battle, President-elect Donald Trump telling us more about his immigration plans. Did you see that 60 Minutes interview or pieces of it over the weekend? Trump said that he would be open to a fence instead of a wall along some parts of the border. And he wants to deport 2 to 3 million undocumented immigrants with criminal records.
Yes. So what would it take to put his plans in place, and what will need to be done? You know, boots on the ground. How do you make this happen?
Right. So joining us this morning, Pinal County Sheriff Paul Babiou, and you have dealt hands-on with illegal immigration for years and years. You're saying down in the Yuma Border Patrol sector and now in Pinal County. So when Donald Trump says, thank you for being here, first of all.
Absolutely.
When Donald Trump says we want to deport 2 to 3 million illegal immigrants who have committed crimes, how physically is that going to be done in your view?
Well, it's going to happen. We have, everybody's talking about a deportation force. We have federal law enforcement. We have our heroes in the Border Patrol and ICE. What's different about this is, and it's music to my ears, is finally we have a president who's going to enforce the law. These are current existing laws, and it brings us back to Senate Bill 1070, where there used to be a partnership with local, county, state law enforcement that we had with ICE, 287G. This is where we had full authority for immigration. And once we were trained, we worked in partnership with our brothers and sisters in ICE to complement them doing their job.
So give me a for instance, if you could, Sheriff. So let's say that somebody commits a robbery, you arrest them, you find out they're an illegal immigrant. What happens then?
Well, not only they have to face their crime here in the United States, and then we put a hold on them. This is the whole battle of all these sanctuary cities, 275 plus cities that don't put a hold on them, and they just release them after they get out of jail.
Back into...
That's unlawful. And now we have a federal government that says, wait a minute. You will turn them over, local county jurisdictions, once they're finished with serving their sentence.
So they
them.
serve the 2 years or whatever, and then they're out.
But what President-elect Trump is talking about is all these illegals. Remember, just a year ago, every sheriff in Arizona came together. This isn't a Democrat-Republican issue. They've released, under Obama, the mass prison break that has happened, tens of thousands of criminal, convicted illegals. These are the same ones that have killed people like Grant Ronenbach, Brandon Mendoza, all of these individuals who just don't have one crime. They're not here just being illegal and they're working here or want a better life. These are the ones who've committed, on average, 3 to 5 additional crimes. And surprise, surprise, somebody who's been arrested, convicted of a crime, that's not the first time that they've done it.
So the change would be,
to catch them.
As soon as they serve their time, they would be put on a plane or a bus and sent out of the country. That's the difference.
That's for future criminals. What we're talking about is criminals that, under Obama, they've just released into our communities.
So go find them?
Yes.
Who goes to find them? You?
All law enforcement. We're the guardians, the protectors of our community. We know our communities the best. We're identifying those. They released a criminal from Russia into my county who murdered somebody here in Arizona, kidnapped somebody, murdered somebody brutally. They released them. This is how insane this country has been.
But do you have the manpower to go out and arrest, say what? Say there's 10,000.
Well, when we run into them right now, they're here with de facto amnesty because Obama has released them into our community saying, oh, God, they won't accept them back in their countries. President Trump is saying not only he's going to apprehend them, they are going back to their countries because what we hold over them through the Department of State is now all these foreign leaders say they're from Mexico or Central America or Russia or Sudan or Iraq, all these countries that it's not just Mexico. Right. You will take your criminals back. They're not our citizens, or we're going to hold all your visas for all your diplomats. Guess what happens? They're all going to accept them.
Okay. Before, I know we have to wrap, but really quick, let's talk about the wall or the fence.
Yes.
Do you think it'll happen?
I was a combat engineer. It was my branch qualification in the Army. I actually helped build 15, 16 years ago out in California, south of San Diego, north of Tijuana. A wall or a fence works. We have a president who's made this as a key promise of his campaign. 700 miles, not 2,000 miles of a Great Wall of Mexico, but you put this wall and or fence in areas where there's high traffic areas, where there's built up urban centers south or north of the border to stop any immediate interdiction, any immediate incursion into the United States.
San Diego has one now, the San Ysidro report. I mean, it's very effective.
Absolutely.
How do you go about, especially with recently yesterday, the Tohono O'odham tribe saying they wouldn't allow it on their land? Do you work with them? Do you get back to?
This is where I'd keep the focus back. If we back up, everybody's talking, including the president, about a wall. This is a new day. And what I mean by that is we have a president who's going to back us in law enforcement, back our heroes in the Border Patrol. There's now the enforcement of the law. Far more important than a wall, any barrier, any technology we'd use would be the actual consequence, enforcement of the law. My deputies have arrested for years. I've come on your show and with Rick when he was here, talking about illegals who we've chased, who've been smuggling drugs, who've been deported 12 times, 16 times, 21 times. And the reason why they keep coming back is there's no consequence. Why on earth wouldn't they come back? So now we have a president that says, if you've broken the law once, guess what? You're going to prison. You're not just being brought back over the border and say, hey, try again tomorrow. That's what we've been living under President Obama. That's done. That's over. So this is a great day for America, and I'm excited for the future because now law and order is restored, American families, our safety, our country's national security is prioritized. I love it.
Sheriff Babiou, thank you so much for coming to see us this morning.
Great to see you.
And good luck with all these programs going forward.
Thank you.
And earlier today, Obama held a press conference with the Prime Minister of Greece, in case you missed it.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω θερμά τον Αμερικανό Πρόεδρο Μπάρακ Ομπάμα και για την επίσκεψή του στην Ελλάδα και για το γεγονός ότι επέλεξε την Αθήνα, τον τόπο που γέννησε τη δημοκρατία, για το τελευταίο ταξίδι, έναν από τους τελευταίους σταθμούς πριν κλείσει την 8χρονη θητεία του ως πρόεδρος των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών. Μια θητεία κατά τη διάρκεια της οποίας άλλαξε η εικόνα των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Ακόμα και στη δική μας χώρα, όπου στο πλαίσιο του ψυχρού πολέμου, οι ελληνοαμερικανικές σχέσεις συσσόρευσαν ένα βαρύ ιστορικό φορτίο. Θεωρώ ότι ήταν ιστορική για τις σχέσεις των δύο χωρών η στιγμή που ο πρόεδρος Κλίντον κατά την προηγούμενη επίσκεψη Αμερικανού Προέδρου στην Ελλάδα το 1999 αναγνώρισε τα λάθη των ΗΠΑ σε σχέση με τη δικτατορία στην Ελλάδα. Γιατί ο ελληνικός λαός δεν κουβαλά μόνο την αρχαία παράδοση της δημοκρατίας. Έχει χύσει αίμα, έχει δώσει αγώνες που φτάνουν ως τις μέρες μας για να υπερασπιστεί τις αξίες της δημοκρατίας και της ελευθερίας που είναι οι κοινές μας αξίες. Σήμερα λοιπόν η Ελλάδα υποδέχεται έναν Αμερικανό πρόεδρο που καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια της θητείας του υπερασπίστηκε με σθένος τις αξίες αυτές, που αγωνίστηκε για τα δικαιώματα όλων των πολιτών ανεξάρτητα από το χρώμα, τη θρησκεία ή το σεξουαλικό προσανατολισμό, που εργάστηκε για την αντιμετώπιση των κλιματικών αλλαγών, που ενέταξε εκατομμύρια Αμερικανούς στο σύστημα ιατροφαρμακευτικής περίθαλψης, που συνέβαλε με όλες του τις δυνάμεις και όλη την επιρροή για μια ανθρωπιστική λύση στην μεγάλη προσφυγική κρίση, τη μεγαλύτερη από το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο και μετά. Και επιτρέψτε μου να σημειώσω, γιατί το ζήτημα αυτό είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντικό για την Ελλάδα, έναν πρόεδρο που απέναντι στην οικονομική κρίση του 2008 οδήγησε την αμερικανική οικονομία σε έναν εντελώς διαφορετικό δρόμο από αυτόν που η Ευρώπη επέλεξε. 8 χρόνια μετά, τα αποτελέσματα είναι περισσότερο από ορατά.
The result is more than visible. Quantitative easing, commitment to employment, which was the choice of the United States, have led to impressive growth rates and decline in unemployment. While on the other side, the insistence of European leaders to austerity policies keeps the European economy is trapped in stagnation, and it therefore brings about huge political and social problems. And it is in this respect that I had the opportunity to discuss with President Obama the huge challenges that our country, but also the whole of Europe, is dealing with. These are challenges that need to be dealt with collectively, decisively, and effectively. Otherwise, we will be led to backwards from a political and a social point of view. We have all therefore agreed that for modern societies to have help and hope and aspirations is the only reply against the increasing trend in skepticism and inward looking, which is a threat to modern democracies. The international community, when trying to avoid historic mistakes of the past, saw this issue clearly when, in 1953, and with the assistance and support of the United States of America, they settled the German debt and they linked it to a growth clause. Today, the strong Germany, which is the powerhouse or financial powerhouse of Europe, should think in the same manner. Greece and the Greek people have recently had to deal with the harshest consequences of the global and European economic crisis. As an economy and as a society, we have had to experience a program of disastrous austerity, which made the problems more acute instead of resolving them. Within a few years, we have lost 25% of our GDP, while in 2004, unemployment went up to 27%. Today, and despite what we have suffered, we are still standing. We were able, through great sacrifices, to avoid the threats and the threatened disaster, and we are step by step restoring our economy. Today, for the first time in years, we are back to growth. Slowly but surely, we are decreasing unemployment, and we are restoring confidence to the future of the Greek economy. About 18 months ago, although we were a young government, we were asked to take very difficult decisions, and with this opportunity I want to recognize publicly the role and the contribution of President Obama during those difficult moments, to recognize his moral and political support he gave to my government in the effort to find a political solution. Difficult decisions were made not only in order to keep our country in the Eurozone, but also in order to maintain the cohesion of the European Union. And I believe that our decisions were right, as shown by history. We have made difficult reforms in the social security, in taxation, in public administration, but we have always taken measures to fight corruption, to attract investment, to create a better context for investment in Greece. We will continue to decisively promote reforms that will promote growth, and at the same time we will continue to negotiate hard in order to avoid any reforms that would undermine growth. But what is more important to all of us is that society should understand, should feel the results of all that, and to make the burden to the weak.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because we're getting a live feed in from the Dakota pipeline protest that's about to start in a few minutes in Arizona. Go to the Phoenix protest in a few minutes, but I want to take you to the march that's underway in San Francisco right now.
I started flagpole, the U.S. flagpole to the right of City Hall. That's where you south, the south side of City Hall. That's where the elders and people with mobility and then March 2 has headed out, and March 1 can head out now. Water is life. Water is life. We return. Water is life. We return. Water is life.
We have to go. I can't imagine. She's gone. Okay. All time.
In the upper corner of your screen is the Phoenix demonstration, and the large portion of your screen is the San Francisco demonstration.
This is good. I like this.
Hey Dino, you got me okay? I just put on my IFB. Hey, just so you know, they broke off in 3 different directions.
All right, guys, we're going to take you in full to the Phoenix event, the Phoenix Dakota pipeline protest. We'll take you back to the San Francisco one in a little bit.
There's also a gentleman organizer.
All right. Yeah, I want to get you some sound right now. Stand by for some sound. Can I ask you a couple questions about what you're out there doing?
April, I just wondered.
Stand right here. Right there, Steve. Got a pocket?
I got a pocket. No, I don't have a pocket.
Okay.
I have a hand.
All right.
Will that work?
Well, I want to kind of get your sign in the shot. We'll put that there, and you don't have no pocket.
Oh, here I have a purse.
Yeah, just
Would that work?
Yeah.
Here. Okay, we can.
All right, guys, we're going to put this in the corner while we continue to watch those protests in San Francisco as well. Again, we have San Francisco and Phoenix Dakota pipeline protests.
Okay, my name is Allie Raven, like the bird.
And spell your first name.
A-L-L-I-E.
Talk about what you guys are doing out here today.
Okay. What we're doing out here is basically standing up for the people of Standing Rock who have found that they have really no legal recourse, it seems, to what's happening with their tribal lands being being endangered by the Dakota Access Pipeline, and a lot of the people who have been camping at the Cannonball area in North Dakota are also being endangered by some brutal tactics that are seemingly okay, and it isn't okay.
Yeah. This is happening all over the country in different cities, right?
It is. This particular event is happening throughout the country, and I think even internationally. And there have been a number of people who and indigenous communities from throughout the nation and internationally who have gone to Standing Rock. And so since it's kind of a long distance for us, this is a good way to show solidarity with the people of Standing Rock and saying no to the Dakota Access Pipeline.
Well said. Anything else that I didn't ask you?
Well, I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I care about what happens to this planet. And I believe that it's great. We all need to have jobs. We all need to have commerce. But we can't ignore the dangers and the real coming peril of climate change in all of its implications. And so just ignoring it isn't the answer. We have to act. And we have to say no to this kind of stuff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get the microphone from you.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, you don't want to walk around with that.
Again, in the upper right-hand corner of your screen is the Phoenix protest, and the large portion of your screen is the San Francisco protest. Again, today is a day of action for people protesting the Dakota pipeline. We're going to take the San Francisco protest in full for a couple of minutes now.
Okay. My name is Penny Opal Plant. I'm from Richmond, California. I'm with Idle No More SFA, Movement Rights, and I'm a signer of the Indigenous Women of the Americas Defending Mother Earth Treaty.
What are you doing? What are you guys locking hands? What's your goal here?
I'm sitting here with the letter to the Army Corps of Engineers that many organizations and individuals have signed, because we cannot live without water. We cannot drink oil. We need to keep it in the ground. Our climate is already changing. We need to do everything that we can to ensure the future of the coming generations. We have enjoyed what we have enjoyed in our lifetimes. And if we don't all take a stand right now, our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will not be able to have fresh water, clean air, and soil to grow healthy foods. This is our responsibility today, and I am happy to be here to do it. I have a grandson.
Do you think all of this is going to make the Army Corps of Engineers change?
There are hundreds of demonstrations happening all over the country today. Yesterday, the Army Corps of Engineers once again said platitudes. Nothing definitive. And Obama is the same thing. Nothing definitive. There is no binding language in anything that they have said. They are not protecting the water. They are not protecting the water protectors and land defenders that are there. And they are on the wrong side of history.
Are you concerned there's more of a sense of urgency now?
Absolutely. Of course. They're such a short distance away from Lake Oahe. Like, what is wrong with them? That water goes to millions and millions of people in agriculture. What is wrong with the system that allows the poisoning of the water? We are crazy. We have lost our minds, our human family. We have to stand up now. Those of us who understand what's at stake, we do not have one moment to waste. We should all be...
All right, guys, let's go back to that event in Phoenix. The protest in Phoenix.
I'm just working as an officer.
So is this your first time So what is different about this event?
I'm not exactly
forward.
Good with this thing, or what's up? The manager. Oh boy. Hey, how we doing with the news now?
Everybody, we're going to have a prayer to lead this moment. If everybody can respectfully show. Come over here. Come over here. We're going to have a prayer to open the event, please.
50%.
That we should be investing in a renewable future. I believe that fossil fuel dependency is going to lead to more and more climate change, and the Dakota Access Pipeline is a further investment in the fossil fuel business. And in addition to that, I believe that we should be supporting the people of Standing Rock, not trampling their way of life. And finally, if this pipeline should burst, it's going to cause irreversible damage for millions of people along the Missouri River.
How much do you think a demonstration like this helps? I mean, do you think they're listening upstairs? Do you think they're doing anything different?
What this demonstration is today is part of an international action in support of Standing Rock. So there's thousands of people here, and there's thousands of people in hundreds of cities around the world who are doing similar demonstrations. So this is just a representation of millions of people who say that we believe in a renewable energy future.
Thank you very much. live look at the Dakota pipeline protest in Phoenix. There are events happening nationwide. Today is the No Dabble Day of Action. Events taking place across the country to protest the Dakota pipeline. Let's go back now to those pictures out of San Francisco. We'll keep the Phoenix pictures in the corner of Just a quick update from the Associated Press. We received a news alert in the last few minutes. The Dakota Access Pipeline developer has asked federal court to declare it has the legal right to build under the Missouri River. This is the latest information we have on the oil pipeline protests. The Army Corps of Engineers' decision to further delay construction of the Dakota Access oil pipeline so that it can continue studying the issue and gather more input from the American Indian tribe that opposes it is purely political, according to the company behind the project. The Corps said Monday that it wants to further discuss the pipeline with the Standing Rock Sioux before it decides whether to allow it to cross under a Missouri River reservoir in North Dakota. The $3.8 billion project would cross 4 state lines and would skirt the tribe's reservation. The Standing Rock Sioux tribe says it would endanger its drinking water and cultural sites. The Army Corps of Engineers in July granted Dallas-based Energy Transfer Partners the permits needed for the project, but it said in September that further analysis was warranted given the tribe's concerns. Its announcement yesterday came amid speculation that federal officials were on the brink of approving the crossing. Again, yesterday they announced the decision to further delay construction of the pipeline so it can continue the study of the issue and gather more input from the Native American tribe. The project is mostly complete aside from that specific stretch, and the ETP last week began preparing equipment to bore under the river.
Oh, let me take a picture too.
IUKRD 71. Also black gray. Even way back to Black Jacket, that back in the 60s, there was a lot of revolution, social programs, and other programs. We're all spiritual. It's the one we fast for 4 days and 4 nights to pray before we go into Sundance, and then we go into Sundance and we do the same thing. We fast and pray for 4 days and we dance. The time the sun goes down, we eat, and we suffer ourselves. We hear something. We're the ones who hear something to the tree. Make our commitment. It's hard to do, but like I said, it's the spirit that's the Creator that helps us.
Okay, see if you like them.
How often do you do that? Every year.
Every year? At the same time of year?
I've been doing it for
okay, good.
18, 17 years, 18 years.
And you do it here in Arizona too?
Yeah, all over, usually up in the mountains. We have our service. We pierce our shoulders and our chests. Here we go. Hang it up on it. Hang it on the tree. Make our prayers. You see people with those
Feel free to send me an email. Thank you for sharing your story. I know, right? Thank you for sharing your story. Would you like to meet the bishop?
I love your mom's. This is my everyday shoe because I got
Again, these are protests out of Phoenix. We also are getting a live feed in of protests in San Francisco. As soon as we get a clear look out of San Francisco, we'll take you there to those protests as well. Again, protests taking place across the country. Breaking news yesterday, the Dakota pipeline project would be delayed. The Army Corps of Engineers shelves construction of the Dakota pipeline until they can get more information from the Sioux Native American tribe.
I am afraid that it's going to come to violence, but it's going to put a investor in it. And if somebody gets shot up there, that was her concern. She is afraid somebody's going to get shot. If somebody gets shot up there, then I said I So, and that's what my husband said. He said, there's media blackout, people are getting hurt, and all this, and you're saying you want to go up there. He said, usually I don't interfere when you say you want to go, because I know if I don't let you, you're going to be in your own, you're not available to me anyway, and so I don't say anything. He said, but I know you're going to come back. He said, since I don't know you're coming back. And my answer to that was, yes, he's sure a white guy, and maybe if I was showing, maybe the media will listen to you, or they will black out. It's the truth. But even then, they get their feeds from, from other people that are out there. They don't really have anybody out there. I mean, no news.
That's weird. Say the crowd's probably dropped to about 75. Yeah, that's just north of the hospital. On the west side of the hill. 10 o'clock. Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Anybody can dance anyway.
All right, it looks like we have a relatively clear feedback of that San Francisco protest. So what we're going to do is put the San Francisco protest in the large portion of your screen and the Phoenix protest in the corner of your screen.
Hey, George. Well, there's so many people, the live view's taking a shit. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back over to the... Oh, okay, they hooked me to Wi-Fi. I got to run, George. All right, fine.
Okay, so I'll still go. Okay.
I won't move. I'll stay here and zoom in.
So you can't turn around and show anything? Oh, okay.
I'll just move really slowly.
Okay. Okay, he's going to stand in one place, but turn around so we can at least show you the scene out here.
As you can see, it looks like a reporter in San Francisco is about to do a live hit. Our feed is a little spotty, so let's take you in full back to the Phoenix protest. If we get a better view of the San Francisco protest, we'll take you back there again.
Unless somebody writes a new one for 70 plus women.
Nice job. What channel are you with?
Okay.
That's what channel 12 you want. I could
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Good. Did you get the name of that guy? His name is Simon.
It's really a frank example of the age of a terrible depiction.
So it's going to go in Long Island initially. Oh, it's in Arizona. Nice. So where do you go?
How do I get she's a New York playwright. No, I know who she is, but how do I get home? I don't know. But I mean,
10 years ago, with the Honey
they're not going to, like, the script for this series already out. There are still a few different monologues, though. Anybody, any for older women? I mean, just
you could do any of them. No, but I specifically. I'll look through it. Let me look through it and see what I think would be good for you. About older women. Yeah. That's my advocacy. Yeah. And understandably. Richard Davis. I love it. Yeah, that's it.
Battery dies? Okay, well I might move because I've been at this spot for a minute. Should I do that or not?
Like there's a vehicle, guys.
Doesn't bring no shade?
Oh, next time we'll bring the shade.
All right, guys. Looks like our cameraman in Phoenix is moving shots. I want to take you to the protest in San Francisco in the meantime.
But the other side of the street's a better vantage point. Here, let's try the other. Okay, Kevin, can you see us? How's our signal? How's our signal? You let us know when it starts getting bad. All right. Okay. Because then this way, at least we can show Market Street closed off.
We're all going to live together. We're all going to die together here.
Okay, you see us okay?
I'm done doing it.
Okay, okay, okay. So we can at least see this. We can show where it's closed off over there. So here.
Hey, good morning,
Okay.
And let's go back now to that Phoenix protest again. We have Dakota pipeline protests in Phoenix and in San Francisco.
Everybody, we're going to have another prayer from the Navajo Nation. If you want to join us, please come over here. Yeah, guys. Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
Yes.
I think, yeah. Do you mind just okay. Okay, great. Just pulling down. Oh, sorry. No, not at all. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did. I know. I was like, is this okay?
Are you guys coming out here to do a story? Okay.
They have video back, right?
Yeah, I'm streaming live right now.
So they got video. You found it?
I did.
My package.
Yeah, you got enough for a package.
Sound?
Yep. Yo. Hey, Mel. Yes. Yes. Did a soundbite with her. She's standing right here. She's actually getting ready to do a prayer.
I know. I didn't bring a sign.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Okay. Right. Sorry. How are you? I was not expecting to see you.
For what? For you? For her? Yeah, I got a great cord. Just give me 2 minutes.
Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed of a gathering of people protesting the Dakota pipeline. Now, we learned yesterday that the Army Corps of Engineers was going to delay the construction of the Dakota pipeline until they gather more information and speak with the Native American tribe there. You can see people at this Phoenix event holding signs like "Stand Together" and "People Over Pipes." Again, this protest taking place right here in Phoenix. Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed of the gathering here in Phoenix. This is the day of action against the Dakota Access Pipeline. The official press release says the group is joining our friends at the Indigenous Environmental Network, Honor the Earth 350, and dozens of other indigenous rights, progressive, and environmental groups for a massive #NoDAPL Day of Action. Thousands of people will join protests across the country to demand that the Army Corps of Engineers stop the Dakota Access Pipeline. This protest taking place here in Phoenix, just north of downtown on Central Avenue. You can see the group gathered. Hopefully we'll be speaking with the organizer of this protest in just a little bit. Stand by.
Actually finally
It's very
it's dirty. It's so dirty.
It is.
And all the communities that all the farmers.
I see that they're all the way down to
the police. Yeah, she got a high spot up there.
Protest. They're the citizens of Bismarck responsive to that.
She found the shade too. They both found the shade. She got it and the guy standing right here in the street, right in the pole.
Run them down.
That's a veteran move.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's been alive, but it's reigniting it. What people have been suppressing.
Again, we are just minutes away from this group holding a prayer at this protest. We'll also be chatting with the organizer of this protest in just a few minutes.
Forgot what spot you're in, or what? Forgot what spot you're in?
No. I'm setting something up. I'm trying to get the best lights. Yeah, this is good right here. You got that thing? Hey, April. It's Rick with Fox 10 News. You see me over here? All right. Oh, you can hang up. And you can, again, with your purse or whatever, however you want to do it. And that's got a clip, just put that on your right there.
Okay.
Hey, that number's not working. How about if I can give you her number and you guys can give her a phone?
Again, we are waiting to speak with the organizer.
That IFB number you gave me is not working. Okay. Yep. Your number again.
801 554 3793.
Five.
554 3793.
93.
Mm-hmm.
All right, again, viewers, you're looking at a live view of this Dakota pipeline protest taking place in Phoenix. There are protests taking place nationwide, and it looks like we are now connected with the organizer of this protest. If you can go ahead and introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about how this came to be, that would be great.
Don't worry about it. Keep it moving.
Okay. Hi. My name is April Hall, and I'm sorry, I didn't get all your question there. What was that?
This is a nationwide protest. How did you get involved?
Well, social media. I was following the no deathful demonstrations and protests in North Dakota very closely, and when I heard about the call for action on November 15th, I clicked on a link to see if I can find one near me, and I didn't see one that had been started yet, and I just couldn't wait for it to start. I just had to join in.
Have you been following the Dakota pipeline issue for quite a while? Tell me about your own journey for this cause.
Let's see. I've been following it for at least since August, I think, because that's when I just first heard about it, and I came onto the story when I heard about the attack dogs biting people in North Dakota, and I've been closely monitoring it ever since. But I heard about what was going on over there, and at first I was like in just disbelief that this could be happening, and so that's why I started following the story and see for myself.
Were you surprised or happily surprised with the news yesterday that the Army Corps of Engineers was delaying the construction?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. I was happy, but I'm still. It's a step in the right direction, but it's still not all the way. I wasn't surprised because I had heard that they had called for the Dakota Access Pipeline to stop construction, and have been, trying at least to work with the indigenous peoples, but. Yeah, so I guess I'm happy, but it's still a long way from what I feel needs to be done.
What do you think needs to be done?
I think it needs to be stopped. I think that the people have spoken quite clearly on their opinion on this pipeline. I personally feel that we do have the ability to go off of fossil fuels if we really invest in the technology and the industry. And I think it's shameful that we are not looking into it and supporting this industry that is just so disrespectful to nations and communities worldwide.
Do you feel that the people of Arizona should be paying attention, especially considering we have such a large Native American population here in this state?
I think that the whole world needs to be paying attention, not just Arizona, and not just because we have indigenous peoples here. I mean, this is an issue that affects everyone. So
for viewers at home that want to get involved, what's your suggestion to them?
Well, there's lots of resources online where they could go and donate money to the different water protectors in North Dakota. There's one site that was provided to me by our allies, my indigenous people allies, was I believe it was sacredstonecamp.org. They had they even had a link on that website to like different supplies that you could buy and send to the people if you don't feel comfortable with giving money. And also just read up, follow the story, and when you hear about what's going on, and if you don't disagree with it, if you don't agree with it, like speak up and get involved and let your administrators and the people who run this country know how you feel about it.
Are you concerned that our president-elect is supportive of the Dakota pipeline?
I do have some concerns that he is supportive of it, but I cannot, I don't know if he is or not. It's too early to say.
All right, well, thank you for spending time with us and answering your questions, and good luck with the Day of Action today.
All right, thank you.
Again, guys, you're looking at live images of the protest, the Day of Action taking place in Phoenix. There are live events happening throughout the country. We brought you live images of the gathering in San Francisco earlier this morning. We have an event happening live here in Arizona. You can see that on your screen. I'm going to go ahead and show you some of the video from San Francisco earlier today. We'll go ahead and show you San Francisco in a few minutes. In the meantime, we'll continue to bring you these live images coming out of San Francisco.
Here, let me get your thing. together.
They've got video, they've got sound, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Let's just tell them to support it.
And we met a couple.
Y'all good? Okay, let me know. She told me to call her too.
Thank you very much. I have had white hair since I was 17.
You guys.
I was a good customer for a long time. Then I decided I've got
I think Brian may have got some. I got one earlier, but it was going on.
Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed of a Dakota pipeline protest taking place here in Phoenix, Arizona. These events are taking place nationwide today. This is the No Dapple Day of Action. November 15th, organizers across the country plan to stand in solidarity with those protesters fighting the Dakota Access Pipeline building. Again, the Dakota Access Pipeline construction is delayed pending discussions with the tribes. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers delaying the construction of this controversial pipeline. The news announced yesterday. They're going to have further discussion and analysis with the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, which has vehemently opposed the project. Now, as you may or may not know, protests have simmered for months, spawning bitter clashes over the 1,172-mile oil pipeline currently under construction that would span 4 states from North Dakota to Illinois. The pipeline's developer sought permission from the Army Corps to tunnel under the Missouri River in North Dakota in order to complete the project. The project would go through North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, and Illinois. It would connect oil-rich areas in that region where the crude oil could then be transported to refineries on the Gulf Coast or to the East Coast. Now, the problem lies in the fact that the Standing Rock Sioux tribe relies on the lake and the river for its drinking water. They have objected to the project due to environmental concerns. The tribe contends that digging the pipeline under the river would affect the tribe's drinking water supply and put communities living downstream at risk for contamination by crude oil leaks and spill.
Can I mic you up for a second? Can I mic you up for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
Don't go
what
too
I
far.
do wrong?
This is streaming live.
Okay.
So just do your thing.
Okay. Water is life! How far? Sir, can I go down over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. So, we can sing a song. The first song I want to sing goes, hey, 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 ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. So I'm going to tell them, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. So I don't know if you can hear down here, but the first song we're going to sing, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Okay, so we can start singing that now. Did you hear that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thanks. Ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go. Woo! What was the other one? Can't drink oil, keep it in the soil. Do you guys know any more?
I can't. Kill the black snake.
Yeah?
Kill the black snake.
It seems a little
violent.
Graphic.
Yeah. It's a metaphor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Oh, sorry. Stuck on my marker. There you go.
What's your perspective as a reporter?
On what?
What's going on right now?
With the pipeline?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm just now, I don't know much about it. So I don't have a position. Because I'm I'm a photographer. And I'm just having to I've been asked.
BAPL has to go. Hey, hey.
So I can see there are a lot of people.
BAPL has to go. Hey, hey. BAPL has to go. Hey, hey. BAPL has to go.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of the Dakota pipeline protest because we have massive demonstrations in Greece against President Obama's visit. A huge crowd has gathered to protest President Obama's visit to Greece in Athens. Joining me now is Ron Hoon. Ron, we are watching live images coming in from Greece. This protest. I didn't expect to see such a large gathering there in Athens to protest President Obama's visit, but
yeah,
lots of people there.
I know, the poor guy's leaving office in a few weeks. Let him be.
Let him just enjoy Athens.
Come on. Give the guy a little time and space. But you know the thing about it, Samia, because you and I talked about this many months ago, when day after day, night after night, we saw the protest in Athens, particularly those huge crowds that gathered in front of the Greek parliament when they were considering all their austerity measures. This has been a traumatic time, probably more for Greece than almost any other nation in Europe.
Right. Greece has been truly affected
Yeah.
in recent years. Their economy has crippled in recent years, and people there aren't happy.
Well, when you have the government over time having kind of nationalized so many job positions, and what was one of the one that, it seems that I heard that in some cases barbers are either government employees or subject to constant government oversight and that kind of thing. And so when the government has to scale back, which is what they're having to do now because they've been living beyond their means and borrowing, it affects just way too many people. You know, there's talk already in Washington this morning that they might do a hiring freeze on all federal government jobs as a way to start to just, in a slight measure, reduce the deficit here in this country.
Interesting.
But the percentage of federal government jobs in our economy is, if I was going to guess, would be 7%,
Wow.
5%, and in Greece, it's actually closer to half. So when they go through austerity measures, pretty much the whole country feels it. So yeah, they're
half
ready
as in 50%.
Yeah, pretty close
When
to
you
it.
said half, I thought you meant half of the 7%
Oh, no,
here.
no,
I was
no,
like,
no, no.
3.5%.
Yeah,
okay.
no, close to
But when you're
50%.
saying that half the people there in Greece.
Not quite, but close to it.
That's
like
still a sizable amount.
35, 40-ish%.
Right.
So then everybody feels it. And so they, I think, are in the mood to protest any foreign leader. Probably you would see bigger protest for Angela Merkel of Germany.
So how does President Obama affect them directly?
Well, he's seen as, one of the evil power bases, that is impacting. And Obama has actually been very forthright in talking about how these long-term measures that are in effect, that have gone into effect in Europe, are necessary to actually save the European Union. And the problem is, if you get any more countries that pay into the system rather than take out of the system, like Great Britain said, see you later. What if Germany were to say, see you later? There'd be almost nobody left to pay the bills. So the power broker side of this whole equation, and, we don't really kick in like these countries in Europe do. But Obama has been a champion of basically what's happening over there, so they don't like it.
Right.
And if you're directly impacted, you lost your job or your pay got cut by 30%, you're probably angry enough to go out and protest. So there you go.
Interesting.
That's my 2 cents worth.
Good to know. I know they're currently having a state dinner in Greece. Should we listen in and see what they're saying?
Ooh, yeah, because, man, were they, what's the word I'm looking for? There was a lot of talking in that news conference earlier today. I wonder who's saying what at this.
Let's listen. It looks like they cut to it already.
Perfect.
Kalispera, Mr. President, gentlemen, Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is a great honor to be in Greece, and on behalf of myself and my delegation, on behalf of the American people, thank you for the warmth that you've shown us on this visit.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, κύριε Πρωθυπουργέ, διακεκριμένοι προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, όπως προανέφερα, είναι μια μεγάλη τιμή να βρίσκομαι στην Ελλάδα. Εκ μέρους μου και της αντιπροσωπείας μου, εκ μέρους του αμερικανικού λαού, σας ευχαριστώ για τη ζεστασιά που μας δείξατε σε αυτή την επίσκεψη.
Of course, your hospitality comes as no surprise. As Pericles said in his famous oration many centuries ago, in nobility of spirit, we differ from most others in the way we conduct ourselves towards other people. We make friendships not by receiving kindness from others, but by conferring it on others. And we certainly have felt the kindness of the Greek people conferred on us today.
Φυσικά, η φιλοξενία σας δεν αποτελεί καμία έκπληξη. Όπως είπε ο Περικλής στον περίφημο λόγο του πριν από πολλούς αιώνες, και προς την ευγένεια ακόμη των αισθημάτων μας απέναντι των άλλων, βρισκόμεθα σε αντίθεση με πολλούς. Και σήμερα έχουμε σίγουρα αισθανθεί την ευεργεσία του ελληνικού λαού που μας δόθηκε.
I'll have more to say in my speech tomorrow about the ties of history and heritage that bind our peoples together. Of course, that does include our love of the Olympics. Greeks rightly take pride as the founder of the Games, and in Leonidas of Rhodes, who for 2,000 years held the record for winning 12 individual gold medals, the most of any athlete. And we Americans take pride in Michael Phelps, who set the new record this summer.
Θα έχω πολλά περισσότερα να πω στην ομιλία μου αύριο για τους δεσμούς της ιστορίας και της κληρονομιάς που συνδέουν τους λαούς μας, συμπεριλαμβανομένης της αγάπης μας για τους Ολυμπιακούς Αγώνες. Οι Έλληνες είναι δικαίως υπερήφανοι σαν ιδρυτές των αγώνων, καθώς και για τον Λεωνίδα τον Ρόδιο, που για 2.000 χρόνια κράτησε το ρεκόρ με 12 ατομικά Ολυμπιακά μετάλλια, τα περισσότερα από κάθε αθλητή. Και εμείς οι Αμερικανοί Είμαστε υπερήφανοι για τον Μάικλ Φέλπς που πέτυχε ένα καινούριο ρεκόρ αυτό το καλοκαίρι.
Besides that friendly competition, we are deeply grateful for our alliance with the Greek people. I think that we have inspired each other to reach for independence, stood in solidarity during war and peace, in good times and in bad, including these very difficult years for the Greek people. And tonight I want you to know that as you work to move your country forward, you will always have the support and friendship of the United States.
Παρά λοιπόν τον αθλητικό ανταγωνισμό, σαν Αμερικανοί είμαστε βαθιά ευγνώμονες για τη συμμαχία μας με τον ελληνικό λαό. Έχουμε εμπνεύσει ο ένας τον άλλον στους αγώνες μας για την ανεξαρτησία. Έχουμε σταθεί με αλληλεγγύη σε καιρός πολέμου και ειρήνης, σε εποχές καλές και κακές, συμπεριλαμβανομένων των τελευταίων ετών που ξέρω ότι ήταν εξαιρετικά δύσκολα για τον ελληνικό λαό. Απόψε θέλω να ξέρετε ότι καθώς εργάζεστε για να πάει η χώρα μπροστά, θα έχετε πάντα την υποστήριξη και τη φιλία των ΗΠΑ.
I want to close with a moment from our shared history. In 1821, as Greece began its fight for independence, a Greek patriot wrote a letter to the American government appealing for assistance. Although a broad sea separates us, he wrote, your virtues, Americans, are close to ours. And he added, we consider you as friends, co-patriots, and brothers.
Θα κλείσω με μία στιγμή της κοινής μας ιστορίας. Το 1821, όταν η Ελλάδα ξεκίνησε τον αγώνα για την ανεξαρτησία της, ένας Έλληνος πατριώτης έγραψε μία επιστολή στην Αμερικανική κυβέρνηση, κάνοντας έκκληση για βοήθεια. Έγραψε λοιπόν, αν και μας χωρίζει μια πλατιά θάλασσα, οι αιρετές των Αμερικανών είναι ίδιες με τις δικές σας. Και πρόσθεσε, σας θεωρούμε φίλους, συμπατριώτες και αδελφούς.
So in appreciation for our friendship and your hospitality, if I might propose a toast.
Έτσι λοιπόν, σε εκτίμηση της φιλίας και της συνεργασίας μας, θα ήθελα να γύρω μια πρόποση.
To the virtues and values that unite us across a broad sea, may Greeks and Americans always be there for each other, as friends, as co-patriots, and brothers and sisters. Στην υγεία σας. Cheers.
Στις αρετές και στις αξίες που μας ενώνουν από τις δύο άκρες μιας πλατιάς θάλασσας, ήθε οι Έλληνες και οι Αμερικανοί να είναι πάντα εκεί ο ένας για τον άλλον, σαν φίλοι, σαν συμπατριώτες, σαν αδελφοί και αδελφές. Στην υγεία σας.
All right, everyone. Looks like they have cut out of that state dinner in Athens. I'll give you the heads up that Mike Page will be joining you in just a minute. In the meantime, I want to give you guys a live look at downtown Phoenix and a view of our current weather update. Again, Mike Page will be joining you in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. More news now ahead.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace. I'll be with you guys, well, for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Here's what we have for you this afternoon here. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Greece protest of President Barack Obama, who is there right now. And then we're going to talk about how Barack Obama, you know, he said he is still fired up for Democrats, even though they lost big time during this election, including the biggest one, Hillary Clinton. So we'll have a little bit more on those comments coming up here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And we're hearing reports that Ben Carson will not be part of the Donald Trump cabinet. A little bit more news for that coming up here. And then, wow, we also had viral video last week of that mom who just so happened to be hiking at the same time as Hillary Clinton and got that picture. Well, now it's coming out more and more that it just seems a little too fake. And now there are more information coming out that now this mom is saying that she is receiving death threats, but a little controversy with that as well. You're not going to want to miss that story here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And then also, the families of some of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims appeared today after they appealed a Superior Court judge's ruling dismissing their lawsuit against the manufacturer of the gun used in the shooting. We'll hear from the attorneys and some of that parents there in just a little bit. And then we're going to have a live stream here, a live event for you. Michelle Obama is going to be doing the 2016 National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Award to the White House. That's going to be a live event as well. And then we're also hearing some more protesters in D.C. right now. If we get that live video for you, we will take that for you as well. But let's go to our first story here in the Mike Pace 2-hour window here for you. This is what I got ready for you guys. Take a look. This was just about 20 minutes ago in Greece, as they are taking to the streets protesting Barack Obama, President Barack Obama there. AP wrote that it was minor clashes broke out in Athens. Well, that doesn't look that minor, as left-wing demonstrators protesting a visit by President Barack Obama tried to break a police area and were repelled with tear gas. No injuries or arrests reported. About 3,000 left-wing group supporters and students marched through the city center in a demonstration originally planned to reach the U.S. Embassy in another part of town. A second planned Athens protest by Communist Party supporters was due to start later tonight. All demonstrations have been banned in a large swath of central Athens during Obama's 2-day visit. Riot police blocked the marchers from the part of the city where Obama will be, parking buses across the roads and manning areas. Greek authorities have deployed more than 5,000 police officers for Obama's visit. The riot squad is on high alert for violence, and an armed anarchist group has called for attacks and clashes to disrupt the visit. There is a strong anti-American tradition among Greek left-wingers who still resent U.S. support for Greece's 1967 to 74 military dictatorship. Obama's visit comes just 2 days before the country's main annual anti-American demonstration, which commemorate the bloody suppression by military authorities back in 1973 of a pro-democracy student uprising. The last visit to Greece by a U.S. president was by Bill Clinton back in 1999. It was marred by extensive street fighting between anarchists and riot police. All right, guys, now switching gears, what I'm going to do is just switch on over. We do got that live feed available in D.C. happening right now. More protesters hitting the streets there for anti-Trump messages. Let's take you there live for just a little bit here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And new details out today about these Donald Trump protests. A Craigslist ad reads, "Stop Trump," up to $1,500 a week, hiring immediately. Call today, start tomorrow, $15 to $18 hourly rate plus bonus plus overtime, up to 77 hours per week. They were placed by a Planned Parenthood affiliate in major cities like Boston, Denver, Columbus, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh right before the election to defeat the candidacy of Donald Trump. However, most of them are still active on Craigslist, fueling questions about whether the group is now among those feeding the post-election anti-Trump protests across the country here. Welcome to everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. Seems like that video just froze up on us just a little bit. If we do get that back, of course, we will bring that to you. But this is the latest details coming out about these Donald Trump protesters. A lot of people have been saying that these are professional protesters hitting the streets, and it seems now that some of the groups behind it could be Planned Parenthood. Many of the ads have Planned Parenthood Action, a PAC emblazoned across the top, and on all of them listing phone numbers belonging to the community outreach group, a for-profit organization formed by Planned Parenthood as a vendor for large-scale advocacy. Protesting is among the tasks listed on its website. MoveOn.org and others have already been linked to the demonstrations. Protesters have been out on the streets since Wednesday and have been mostly peaceful. However, in some instances, they have been, as we've been seeing, taking to the streets illegally, taking to highways, shutting the highways down illegally, and we've been seeing some mob-like activity where there's violence that has been coming of this. But a Craigslist ad reads, "Stop Trump, up to $1,500 a week, hiring immediately. Call today, start tomorrow. $15, $18 hourly rate plus bonus plus overtime, up to 77 hours per week." So that has been the issue. A lot of people have been saying that these are professional agitators, professional people out there because they're getting paid by these groups here. So it's going to be seen as more and more of these groups are being exposed. We're going to see what's going to be coming up in the next few days here. But yeah, even Donald Trump was saying on Sunday that most likely the majority of these protesters are professional. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We appreciate you guys always being part of the stream here. I'm going to load up another video here for you. All right, folks, and we are back out live in Washington, D.C. with this video of protesters hitting the streets.
You guys free to talk to me for a second? Yeah?
Oh, you'll be free, Dana. I want me and you. Wait, what? No, that's not fair.
You guys slow down a little bit.
Gotta go.
What are you guys thinking about this rally today? How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling proud.
Are you from Wilson, both of you?
No, we're from Wilson.
Yeah. And how did you guys hear about this? Is this a social media campaign?
No, somebody told me, I said, you know what, I want to protest because I'm Muslim and I want to represent my people to show that Trump does not like them.
And I'm Hispanic and I wanted to come out here for a school.
You have to represent Hispanic, Muslim, anyone who's not white, I guess.
Thank you. Can I talk to you guys?
Yes, you can.
Tell me about I'll get you guys hold on just a second. I want to get you, okay? Don't go too far. What do you guys think about the rally so far?
I think it's going really good. Like, we're making progress, and I'm just really proud of all the kids of the public schools for doing this for our rights.
Is this something you talked about at home or with your teachers, or how did you come to this decision?
Yeah, we talked about this at home with our teachers and all the students. We went on social media and we got everybody together, and yeah.
Thank you. Hey, fellas, you want to come here?
Yeah.
So what school are you guys from?
Aliceville Middle School.
Aliceville, okay.
Yeah.
And was this planned on social media? Did your parents say you should do this? Or?
Actually, this was this was made by the students, and I heard about this on social media, and I didn't believe that anyone would actually do it. I thought they were just talking a lot about what they were going to do, and when I saw people actually, they wanted this, they were trying to get out, and peacefully protest, I thought it was very important. And I came out with them, and I'm glad that we're here.
Yeah. Did you guys skip school today? Did you leave early, or was school on?
We left early, and it was actually excused, which I thought that was amazing, that the teachers understand that this is a important thing that we should be doing, a peaceful protest, something that all students should have a chance to do.
You hope the country comes together?
Absolutely.
Soon? Even though we have a new president, are you hoping that these protests bring some peace?
Well, that's what we're trying to do. That's what this is for.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Nice job.
MoveOn.org and others already have been linked to the demonstrations. Protesters have been out on the streets since Wednesday of last week and have been mostly peaceful. However, in some instances, like in the city of Portland, police used flash bombs last week to quell an angry mob that lit fires and smashed cars and store windows with bats. One protester was shot by a civilian. Planned Parenthood and community outreach group have not returned phone calls seeking comment to Fox News. Planned Parenthood, which received $553 million in tax dollars last year, has pledged to spend $30 million to defeat Trump, according to Rolling Stone. The money allegedly came from its super PAC, which jointly worked on the ground war, the magazine said. Former U.S. Senator Scott Brown of Massachusetts told FoxNews.com that he wasn't surprised to hear a possible protest connection to the nonprofit Women's Health Organization. He said, "I wouldn't be shocked that this group is going the extra mile to undermine the legitimate transfer of power," he said. "It comes into question whether they are using taxpayer money appropriately or even legally. This goes above and beyond their duty and ability to provide services for women." Other liberal groups have also apparently used the online classified ad site as a means to fuel protests. MoveOn.org identified themselves in a New York ad offering $18 an hour and specifying, "We only want protesters under the age of 30. We prefer minorities." One job popped up over the weekend with an ad on both Craigslist and Reddit offering to pay $35 to protest at Trump's Los Angeles golf course for 10 hours. Protesters were urged to dress to impress and bring signs. Okay, it looks like this shot, it will be ending here. We're going to take you now back out to Greece here to show you some of that protest happening there for President Obama, that he is in town for 2 days right now. Show you some of those protests again happening now. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. 3,000 anarchists on the streets. Left-wing groups, supporters, and students marched through the city center in a demonstration originally planned to reach the U.S. Embassy in another part of town. Let's take a look at these live protesters here. You can see with the riot police in their gears.
Ποιος? Ρε γαμημένα αέρα, μη φυσάς προς τα εδώ. Αυτό, ναι. Ωραία. Λοιπόν. Κώστα, Κώστα με ακούτε? Το μάστερ με ακούει? Το μάστερ με ακούει? Κώστα με ακούς Κώστα?
This is the second planned Athens protest by the Communist Party supporters that was due a little bit ago. All demonstrations have been banned in a large swath of central Athens during Obama's two-day visit. Riot police blocked the marchers from the part of the city where Obama is right now, parking buses across the roads and manning street areas right now. Greek authorities have deployed more than 5,000 police for Obama's visit.
Οκ. Χριστό, στην είσοδο της πολυκατοικίας, όχι εδώ μπορεί... Ή, πρόσεξε, δεν μπορεί να είσαι εδώ.
Θα πάμε εκεί.
Ή εκεί ή στην είσοδο της πολυκατοικίας.
Εκεί που ήμασταν, γιατί έρχεται το δακρυγόνο.
Εντάξει, οκ.
Εντάξει.
Πήγαινε. Άκου τώρα, εγώ φορέσα τη μάσκα στα αρχίδια μου, δεν με νοιάζει τώρα πια.
Άρα.
Κάνε την εικόνα σου από που νομίζεις καλύτερα εσύ.
All right, folks, looks like we are losing that stream. Now let's head back out to D.C. to give you another look of those student protesters out in D.C. protesting Donald Trump, president-elect. Take a look.
This is the backside, where you can get a better shot. But I mean, yeah.
Watch your step. There's some like
Yeah.
Ronnie, can I carry this at least
Up
for you?
this hill. Oh, I'm good.
All right, not much going on here, as you can see. We did get our shot back from Greece. Let's show you that now, live.
Ξέρεις τι έγινε, ήρθαν στο νέο για να δεις ότι πως γίνεται, δεν θα ξεμείνει, πώς το μπορεί να γίνει.
Όχι, δεν λέει. Πάω απέναντι. αγόρι.
Okay. Okay. Άρα όση ώρα δεν ήμασταν συνδεδεμένοι, γινόταν ένα πραγματικά ping-pong και δεν ξέρω αν με ακούτε πολύ καλά, γιατί διαφορετικά, αν δεν φορούσαμε μάσκα αντιασφυξιογόνα, δεν θα μπορούσαμε πραγματικά να δουλέψουμε. Σας λέω λοιπόν ότι γινόταν ένα ping-pong. Από τη μία δεκάδες μολότοφ, ενώ οι αστυνομικοί απαντούσαν με χειροβομβίδες κρότου λάμψης και χημικά. Είναι αρκετά τα άτομα τα οποία έχουν μαζευτεί μπροστά στην πόρτα του Πολυτεχνείου στην οδό Στουρνάρη. Και από τις δύο μεριές. Βλέπετε αυτή τη στιγμή έφυγε μία μολότοφ προς τους αστυνομικούς, ενώ κάθε φορά που οι νεαροί εκτοξεύουν μία βόμβα μολότοφ και πετυχαίνει έστω και λίγο έναν αστυνομικό, πραγματικά το θεωρούν ως μια πολύ μεγάλη επιτυχία. Έχουν εκτοξευτεί περισσότερους από 150 μολότοφ μέσα σε διάστημα μισής ώρας. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές. Ο καπνός ο οποίος βλέπετε αυτή τη στιγμή δεν είναι από κάποια φωτιά, αλλά είναι από τα χημικά τα οποία εκτοξεύουν οι αστυνομικοί. Προς το παρόν δεν έχουν κάνει κάποια έφοδο ώστε να πιάσουν τους νεαρούς, οι οποίοι έχουν στήσει και οδοφράγματα επί της οδού Τζόρτζ. Ίδιο είναι το σκηνικό σε όλα τα στενά, στις Τουρνάρες και στη Σολομού, όπου υπάρχουν αρκετά μαζεμένα άτομα, καθώς επίσης και στην πλατεία Εξαρχείων. Πρέπει να πω ότι υπήρχαν κάποιες πληροφορίες από το μεσημέρι από αξιωματικούς κρατικής ασφάλειας που έλεγαν ότι.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We were just watching some live images there from Athens, Greece, as more and more protesters there are hitting the streets, and some anarchists as well. We'll continue to monitor that and dip in throughout this stream here. I'll be with you guys for the next 90 minutes here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do have some other news to get to today, including, well, do you remember this picture? This picture went viral last week as it was described as a mom that was just hiking with her little baby there and just ran in to Hillary Clinton. Well, now there are reports that this mom is now receiving death threats. But is the story real? We're going to get into it here. The Westchester County mom who grabbed a bittersweet picture of herself with Hillary Clinton a day after the election said she's now been getting death threats because of this viral picture. The woman was out hiking in Chappaqua on Wednesday when she ran into the former Secretary of State and Bill Clinton walking their dog on the same trail, leading to the popular post-election image snapped by the woman. She was reached by some media outlets and asked if she had received any threats via phone, mail, or email, and the woman said yes, but then refused to elaborate. She said, "I don't want to discuss this anymore. The story needs to go away. It got a lot of positive feedback from a lot of people, but I don't want this to add to any blowback. I don't want it to fuel the fire." The woman declined to say if she reported any threats to the cops. A spokeswoman for the Newcastle Police, which covers the area, said yesterday that there was no record of a report from this woman. So, is she making it up about the threats? Are there some threats and she just didn't report them? That's up to you to decide. A lot of people were also saying, well, did this just so happen to be, or was this a planned photo op? Let me know in the comment section on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We'll get some other stories for you. Coming up next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to be hearing about some Sandy Hook parents in the news today. Now, folks, we are now back out live to Washington, D.C. for some Donald Trump protests. You guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Students from D.C.'s Wilson High School and other schools are holding a walkout demonstration to protest the election of Donald Trump. The students left class and marched downtown to the Trump International Hotel to protest and then headed toward the U.S. Capitol and the Supreme Court.
Keep it. I'm Matt. How are you? You want to come in here and say something? You were talking to me before. You said something. What is your name?
Oh, my name is Maya Parker.
Maya Parker. And you said something interesting to me earlier. You said you're not old enough to vote.
Oh, we're not old enough to vote, but the people decided our future for us. So now we out here to show them that we care about policies, democracy, and everything else. Yeah.
And you said that the one thing that when you're old enough, that's something you're definitely going to do is vote, right?
Yes, citywide elections, council elections, mid-year elections, presidential elections, we will be out there. You see this turnout? Young people care about politics. Yes.
Ladies, you've been talking. Are there schools represented from all over the DC area?
Yes, Wilson High School, Cesar Chavez, Dunbar Senior High School. Yes.
How did y'all hear about it? Was it a social media?
Yeah. Everybody in school, the teachers are talking about it. Everybody's talking about it because it really matters.
Now I heard this is an excused absence. Is that true? Did they tell you that?
It's excused. No, it's not excused. Actually, in my school, we taking risks. Like honestly, something might get expelled. We get back barley, suspended, detention. There's a lot that's about to go on.
Did you talk to your mom about this and your dad?
Yeah, and I told her those who are willing to stand for nothing will fall for anything. So I got to take the consequences. We'll take it.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll see you along the march. Have a nice day. taking independence of government. You want to cut through it? I mean, since you're
To Hillary Clinton.
you're on it, so.
Right now! Right
We'll get some other stories.
Taking to the streets in mass numbers. Just so you know. Turn.
Y'all should turn around.
Do you believe that, like, for instance, these young people have a flag up there disrespect? There's not a million
Do you see the crowd back there?
for that flag.
You know, I see the fish.
And I believe in everybody's right.
I don't know if y'all in it, so let me come down. Okay. You will appreciate these pictures.
Our president-elect has been so offensive to almost all of these students.
Okay.
Is y'all looking at Jorge Ramos? Is y'all? Come on! Someone called him!
Everybody must fight.
It is wrong, guys.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream and everybody watching on Fox 10 Facebook Live. We do appreciate you guys watching as more students are hitting the streets in Washington, D.C. to protest President-elect Donald Trump. We have some new information about these protesters across the country. And could it be that Planned Parenthood affiliates have been fueling some of these anti-Trump protests across the country? A Craigslist ad read, "Stop Trump, up to $1,500 a week, hiring immediately, call today, start tomorrow, $15 to $18 hourly rate plus bonus plus overtime, up to 77 hours per week." They were placed by a Planned Parenthood affiliate in major cities like Boston, Denver, Columbus, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh right before the election to defeat the candidacy of Donald Trump. However, most of them are still active on Craigslist, fueling questions about whether the group is now among those feeding the post-election anti-Trump protests across the country. Many of the ads have Planned Parenthood Action, a PAC, emblazoned across the top, and all of them list phone numbers belonging to the Community Outreach Group, a for-profit organization formed by Planned Parenthood as a vendor of large-scale advocacy. Protesting is among the tasks listed on its website. MoveOn.org and others already have been linked to the demonstrations. Protesters have been out on the streets since Wednesday of last week and have been mostly peaceful. However, in some instances, like in the city of Portland, police used flash bombs last week to quell an angry mob that lit fires and smashed cars and store windows with bats. One protester was even shot by a civilian. Planned Parenthood and Community Outreach Group have not returned phone calls seeking comment. Planned Parenthood, which received $553 million in tax dollars last year, had pledged to spend about $30 million to defeat Trump, according to Rolling Stone. The money allegedly came from its super PAC, which jointly worked on the ground war, the magazine said. Former U.S. Senator Scott Brown of Massachusetts told FoxNews.com that he wasn't surprised to hear a possible protest connection to the nonprofit Women's Health Organization. He said, "I wouldn't be shocked that this group is going the extra mile to undermine the legitimate transfer of power," he said. "It comes into question whether they are using taxpayer money appropriately or even legally. This goes above and beyond their duty and ability to provide services for women."
Keep walking. And so tell me, what school are you guys from?
We're from E.L. Haynes.
E.L. Haynes, and that is a middle school charter school, correct?
It's actually an elementary, middle, and high school.
Okay, all right. And tell me why you wanted to be a part of this today.
I really wanted to be a part of it because I disagree with a lot of things that Donald Trump has said about women. I really am strongly, I really don't like sexist people, and I feel as though Donald Trump is very sexist. It makes me upset, and for him to say some of the things that he has said, it's like I'm appalled by a lot of things that he has said.
And I've noticed that there's been a lot of calls for this to be peaceful. Even some kids were cussing, and other students said, "Hey, don't do that. That's not what this is about." Do you agree this is a peaceful protest to send a message?
Yeah, I think it's really peaceful, but I also believe that we're still children, so we're going to act out sometimes. And I also believe that, once you get a little bit of freedom and you're outside of the school building, you want to act the way you want to act, so that's why they're doing it.
You're the spokesperson, right?
Yeah.
Your friend's not talking. How are you feeling? I'm gonna let you do a little talking.
Yeah, I disagree with it a lot. I don't think that he should send people back or even say racist comments out of his mouth. I just don't like he doesn't know how to word things, and if he would probably use a different word choice, it probably would be accepted, but he just says it bluntly, and it's just here it is, there it is, I'm done.
What would make you guys feel better? He's going to be the president for the next 4 years. What would you like to hear him say that would make you feel better?
Make America great again, really, seriously, not the way that he's trying to make it. I don't,
and what would that be? What would that be?
He says that he was trying to lower taxes and all that. It's just a lot, because now I'm in an AP government class, and we learn a lot of different things, and my teacher has taught us a lot of things, and I just don't, it's a lot of stuff I just really don't agree with. And I don't know how we can change it, but from this protest right here is a start.
We're exercising our rights because we can't vote. We can't vote, so we're exercising our rights.
How many years do you all have to vote? Are you 15 or you 16?
16,
Okay, a couple more years. Next presidential election, you're in it, right?
Yep, 2020.
Okay. Ladies, thank you. Oh, let's...
Folks, you are continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is 12 o'clock here in Arizona, 2 o'clock out on the East Coast. We are monitoring this feed from our affiliate in Fox 5 DC. Students protesting from DC's Wilson High School and other schools are holding a walkout demonstration to protest the election of Donald Trump. MoveOn.org identified themselves in a New York ad offering $18 an hour and specifying we only want protesters under the age of 30 and we prefer minorities. One job popped up over the weekend with an ad on both Craigslist and Reddit offering to pay $35 to protest at Trump's Los Angeles golf course for 10 hours. Protesters were urged to dress to impress and bring signs. On Friday night, a Los Angeles protest swelled to about 11,000 people and encompassed numerous blocks in Hollywood, shutting down the main thoroughfare of Wilshire Boulevard. An ad had been posted a day before encouraging people to block traffic, with some going as far as standing on freeways. Protests have continued every day since. Ultimately, Los Angeles police have arrested 187 adults and 8 minors. Another group, Washington Community Action Network, posted a Seattle ad 5 days ago on Craigslist offering $15 an hour. Participants at a recent protest told Fox News that they were recruited by the ad. So what we are seeing here, that the majority of protesters could be paid and sponsored for.
Before smashing the windows, and thousands of high school students and teachers walked out.
All right, folks, we are also getting these aerials from High Point High School in Maryland. Students from High Point High School in Prince George's County, Maryland, have walked out and are blocking Powder Mill Road here. So now they are taking to the roadways here, unfortunately, illegally blocking now.
Did you hear about this through a social media campaign?
Yeah, I did. There was a Facebook group started at my school, and we saw that DC Public Schools actually started it, and my county, Montgomery County Public Schools, also wanted to join in, so that's how we got into it.
Did you guys leave school early as well?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. What kind of message do you hope to send?
Well, I hope to send that. I hope to send the message that we don't stand for what Donald Trump stands for. We stand for equality and peace within all people, and we believe that everyone is created equal, which clearly Donald Trump doesn't believe.
Do you also believe it's time for the country to come together as well?
Yes.
The president seemed to say that yesterday, that Donald Trump's going to be our president for the next 4 years. Do you believe it's important to find a way to peacefully protest, but yet also support the new president?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the most important things, is to show the Trump supporters as well as the anti-Trump supporters that there is common ground no matter what. No matter what the situation is, there were a lot of people that didn't like Barack Obama, but the nation did come together to survive one of the toughest economic recessions that we've had. I don't think that there is anything that our country can't do if we unite together.
Tell me what's been going on in school. How have students been talking? Are there people on both sides of this issue at your school as well?
Yes, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of debates going on. People definitely are disagreeing a lot, but there is a common message that we do need to unite as a nation, and regardless of what people believe, we do need to unite and keep our voices heard since we don't have the ability to vote.
How are those who don't agree with your point of view being treated?
Well, actually, they're being treated very well. I was a little bit worried about that, too, because of the radicalism of a lot of what's been going out of this campaign. But they have been treated with respect. There hasn't been any issues or any fights that I've heard of, at least. And from what it seems like, people really are getting along, and it is a respectful disagreement.
Great. All right, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. You heading over to the hotel?
Yeah, I
Looks
am.
like everybody is heading this way, so let's go this way.
Yeah.
Guys, did you want to say anything? No, you're all right? Okay, sounds good. So whoever's watching, if you're watching this.
So, folks, the students are now going to be walking to Donald Trump's hotel in D.C. We're going to get you some live images of that in just a little bit. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We appreciate everybody also watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news for you anywhere across the country.
East side of the Capitol, you can see the Supreme Court. That's where everybody gathered for a little bit. And then they walked over to the Library of Congress, and they're kind of doing a loop here. So we're heading parallel to Constitution and Independence Avenues, and heading, what I'm told, back to Trump Hotel. Just so, I don't know if you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Matt Ackland, Fox 5, but on Twitter I've been reporting that one DC police officer told me that they were prepared for a couple of hundred people, and he estimates, and this is his estimate, that about 3,000 to 4,000 demonstrators showed up to take part in this. But he did compliment them all, saying this has been a peaceful protest, no issues at all. And so far, so good. And we're heading back to the Trump Hotel. I'm not sure if they're going to do another rally or not. Where are you guys from? Duke Ellington. All right. Isn't your school under construction right now, or under construction?
We're going to move back into the building in August.
But they've been telling you that, right? Hasn't it been postponed several times, or it's going to be nice when it's done, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have like a whole outside theater on the roof. There's a lot to be done.
Okay. Hey, what do you guys think of this so far?
I think it's
good that a whole bunch of students from UCPS were able to come together and actually do something to support him.
Yes, and then stand up for what they believe and just stick to what
My favorite thing is when you're up right above the metro and you see all the students coming up and it's
Exactly. And, I love the fact that they all stand for united as one, or undivided as fall. And I think that's just so great to see everyone across from DC just kind of.
I've noticed this. It's been so peaceful too. Even some people have been saying to their friends, "Hey, don't use any profanity."
People would be like, Donald Trump, and they'd be like, no, this is it's not a time when all the UCPS students are coming to knock down the White House. No. It's a time when we're all coming together and we're showing
we wanted to make sure
we don't agree with decisions that are going on.
Exactly. We wanted to make sure that it was strictly peaceful, no violence, anything.
Begin with a Fox News alert. Violent riots erupting.
Do all come together and support the new president? Not at all. Even though President Obama said yesterday we need to support him in his efforts.
President Obama. It's just maybe there will be a time where we'll be able to, but if right now he's talking about getting rid of abortion, which is something that is there are some people who are not ready to have kids. There are some rape instances where you don't want to have a child that was or incest that was inserted into. That's not okay. If he's saying that, if he's taking those rights away, he's saying that he wants to bring back to like be forced to be straight, and you're taking away people's individuality and taking away what makes them who they are. That's not okay.
No, he said, well, he didn't say about, what'd you say? He said,
Oh, he was talking about like refunding the camps that like
And election start conversion therapy for LGBT members.
And his
do you,
But I think that
and also was trying to pass a bill in Indiana about having to bury the fetus of a miscarriage or an abortion, regardless of if it was.
what would you like to hear President Trump say that would make you feel more at ease? Did you watch his interview on 60 Minutes the other night?
Say anything. I would like to actually see what he is doing, because everyone can say stuff. Like I can say, "Oh, I'm gonna be president tomorrow."
And you're willing to give him that chance, right?
It depends on how soon it's gonna come, because if he just keeps saying all this stuff, like it's hard to trust a person that's already said all this stuff, that's already gone against so many things that people believe in. And he's lied numerous times. He's been childish during the debates. He's like cut over Hillary. Hillary's cut over him. Neither of them are being like smart in their decisions, and it's hard to just lose all trust in that.
And I think that what Obama was saying is that we as a people need to come together and help each other, because that's the only way we're going to get through this. Because if we just are divided, like it's the whole united we sit and divided we fall thing, because if we're divided, it's only going to get worse from here. So if we come together as a people, just like we're doing today, then I think that it will get easier to handle Trump as president.
Okay. Well, it was my pleasure meeting you, okay? Take care.
Do you love Trump?
Hi, Sharon. You guys in the march today? Hi, what's your name? Hi, Micaiah. Oh, thank you very much. That's nice of you. I appreciate it. Well, we'll see you guys. You heading back to the hotel? Okay. All right. Nice to meet you.
Is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody. We are now taking you to live breaking news here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is Oklahoma City Airport. Possible reports of a shooting at this airport, at the Will Rogers Airport in Oklahoma City. We're getting some to get as much details as we can for you. This is a very fluid situation, as you can imagine. Thank you for watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
I got you at side there, 5. I couldn't remember, man, if that upper levels of arrivals or departures, man. No.
All right, folks. Authorities responding to reports of a shooting at the Will Rogers World Airport. Initial reports indicate a shooting was reported about 12:50 their local time. It's unclear if anyone was injured. At this time, this is a very fluid situation. You're continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream.
What in the world is...
And as you can see here, they do have a good portion of this area of the airport taped off here. We have a lot of emergency response vehicles as well as police. Thank you for everyone joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody that is just joining us now on Facebook Live,
I'm glad
Fox
I know
10
that girl
Phoenix.
is the air traffic controller right now. See, it was one of those new guys. We probably never would have got in between here, between these runways.
Let me give you some information on this airport. It's called the Will Rogers World Airport. It's a passenger airport in Oklahoma City, about 6 miles southwest of downtown. The airport is named for comedian and legendary cowboy Will Rogers, an Oklahoma native who died in an airplane crash in Alaska in 1935. Will Rogers World Airport is the busiest passenger airport in the state of Oklahoma. Back in 2014, the airport handled nearly 4 million passengers, an increase of nearly 5% from 2013. Southwest Airlines carries the most passengers at Will Rogers World Airport with a market share of 33%. And we are seeing, getting these images and getting these reports here of a shooting at the airport. We don't have too much more information to tell you, but we are seeing from the chopper here as police and rescue crews are on the scene.
Is that bus part of it that's down there next to that fire truck, Ben? Okay.
We are hearing media reports that the shooting occurred outside near a parking garage. At this time, police are only saying that a male is down outside near a gated area. Police have not said if that person is a victim or the alleged shooter at this time. So that is what some media reports, local media reports there in Oklahoma are saying. We encourage you to keep watching the Fox 10 News Now stream and Facebook Live for continuous breaking news coverage. And if you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. As I was telling you earlier, we do cover breaking news from all over the country, and this is just another example of what we do here at Fox 10 News Now. see from this shot, though, that the emergency personnel and police are definitely at the scene. We have yellow police tape up, and there are media reports saying that possibly this was near a parking garage structure of some sort. We're looking at more of the rescuers there, being told that it was near a parking structure and that one man was down, but we don't know if that was a victim or a suspect at this time here. We'll continue to monitor those local media reports to try to give you guys the very latest info, but as you can imagine, when a situation like this, it's always a very fluid situation. So we'll do our best to break down those reports that are coming down and pass them along to you.
Yeah, roger that.
You guys are continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoX10Phoenix.com. There are reports of a shooting at this airport, the Will Rogers World Airport, but most of the locals just call it simply Will Rogers
3 cars roll up
Airport.
With that cop car up here on the ramp.
This is the busiest passenger airport in the state of Oklahoma. In 2014, the airport handled nearly 4 million passengers, an increase of nearly 5%. And we are seeing from media reports that possibly there was a person down near a parking structure. As you can see, they have definitely
Well, there's 3 of them rolled up there, man.
Closed off some of the major ramps
jumped out of the truck and left his door open
to the airport or the parking structures here. But we see a lot of police personnel near this structure here. We're going to continue to follow more updates here for you. And this just being tweeted by the Oklahoma City Police Department. They just tweeted, "We have confirmed 1 victim shot at the Will Rogers Airport. Please avoid going to the airport at this time. We will keep you posted." So that has just been confirmed. The Oklahoma City Police Department putting out that tweet saying that they have confirmed 1 victim has been shot at the Will Rogers Airport. We don't know if this could still be possibly maybe an active situation. We just don't know those details, so we encourage you to keep watching on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Okay, let those other 2 cars come through. Yeah, I never seen them arrive on the scene that fast, though, man. Just like jump out. Hopefully this wasn't some sort of police officer somebody that got shot.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, or maybe you're watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we appreciate you being part of this breaking news coverage here. We are taking live aerials right now at the Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma City. It's the largest airport in the state of Oklahoma. Police say one victim has been shot. We don't have the confirmation of where this occurred just yet, but the Oklahoma City Police Department did tweet out saying, please avoid going to the airport at this time. We will keep you posted. The incident happened at about 12:45 their local time when officers were called to reports of shots fired at the Will Rogers World Airport. It's believed, now this is coming from some media reports there, it's believed to have happened just outside the southwest terminal at the airport. Witnesses reported that at least one person appeared to be down outside the terminal, but it's unclear if the injured person is a victim or a suspect. There was also no word on the person's condition, but paramedics, as we have been seeing, are at the scene. We continue to monitor this story here for you. Get you guys any additional details as they become available to us.
He's down. He's got a generator problem. Yeah, I'm thinking this is some sort of police officer or somebody that's. Yep.
Continuing to follow this here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Oklahoma City Police Department did confirm that one person has been shot outside the airport. Local media reports saying that the shooting may have happened right outside a terminal near a southwest terminal. We'll try to get you guys some more details as they become available, but we always appreciate you guys watching on the Fox 10 News Now stream or Facebook Live when we do launch there for all breaking news events. If you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering breaking news anywhere across the country. It's been a very, very busy day here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We've been covering riots and protests in Greece for President Obama that is going to be there for 2 days, and we're also covering student protests from all over the country, including Washington, D.C., where we were just at before that breaking news alert came through here on the stream. So we are seeing now from this chopper view more police personnel. They have taped off a large section of this area near the terminal, near the parking structure, also shutting down the ramps leading to those areas. We're going to get you guys the very latest info when that does become available. Appreciate you guys all watching here live right now as we continue to break down this breaking news event coming from Oklahoma City, where we are being told that one person has been shot. There you go. You just saw probably a good amount of blood right there near that scene where those paramedics were. So traffic obviously has been stopped in the area because of this, and the police are advising people to not come to the airport at this time at the Will Rogers World Airport. You can see a zoomed out shot there of that airport and the parking structures there. So it happened right around that area. And continuing to watch here live with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is the Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma City. So glad that you could be with us. Wish we met on all better circumstances here, but if you're maybe joining us maybe for the first time, this is Fox 10 News Now. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering breaking news from all over the country. So thanks for joining us here, and hopefully we'll get some more details in the next couple of minutes so I can pass that along to you. And in the meantime, we'll continue to watch these live aerials right outside the Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma City, the largest airport in Oklahoma.
Or if that person was a prominent person or
We also see a police helicopter circling the airport right here. I know if there's maybe any other victims throughout the airport. We just don't know those details right now. Waiting to get some more confirmation from the Oklahoma City Police Department. Stay with us here, folks. And right now, at least one flight has already been diverted away from this airport after the on-property shooting. And right now, from local media reports, police officials confirmed that they are investigating the shooting at a Will Rogers World Airport. Officials said a man was lying in front of a ticket counter Tuesday, saying he was shot. Airport officials said a person was injured and that officers are searching for a shooter. The investigation is affecting flights. We'll work to get you guys some more details here, but it looks like maybe at this point that they don't have a suspect yet, which could really make things very scary for that airport and for travelers that are coming and going from this airport. Continuing to follow here live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, continuing to look at breaking news in Oklahoma City. For those of you that are just happening to join us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, for the last about 12 minutes here, we've been following a breaking news situation at the Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma City. Police have confirmed that one victim has been shot near this parking structure of the airport. We're waiting to get some more details for you, but police at this point haven't said whether that person is a victim or a suspect, or if they even have anyone in custody. All right, folks, now we have a ground shot near this area at the Will Rogers Airport. According to some local media reports, one person was transported from the scene in emergency condition to OU Medical Center. Police have not said if that person is a victim or the alleged shooter. An airport spokesman said via Twitter that all inbound air traffic has been stopped due to the shooting, and police are asking travelers to not come to the airport. So obviously, folks, this is a major inconvenience for travelers, as all inbound traffic to Oklahoma City's Will Rogers Airport has been stopped. We're continuing to follow this major breaking news story out of Oklahoma City at the Will Rogers World Airport, where police have said that one victim has been shot. We don't have too many more details on this situation. Some people on Twitter are reaching out to their respective airlines saying they can't get to the airport and they have a 2 o'clock flight. Will it be delayed? That is what some people are reaching out on Twitter to their respective airlines that they will be using today or hoping to use, and they can't even get into the airport area because it has all been blocked off at this time. And folks, this is now another report from the Oklahoma City Police Department. They just tweeted this as well. They said, "We have closed Will Rogers Airport at this time. If you are inside of the airport, shelter in place until advised otherwise." So that tweet right there would suggest that maybe they don't have a suspect right now, because they are saying if you are inside of the airport, shelter in place until advised otherwise. So that's a scary tweet right there being put out, but they had to put out that message there. We're hoping to get some more information here for you guys, but still, this could be a very fluid and active scene. You guys are continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream during breaking news. If you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be connected to us when we are covering breaking news from anywhere across the country. We've got you covered. So police did shut down the airport right now, so people cannot leave or they cannot come in at this moment. Many people now reaching out on Twitter using OKC shooting, asking their airlines, will these flights be delayed or what's going to happen with our flights because we just can't get in right now. And here is some more aerial views here of that investigation happening right now. We continue at this stream this out live for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of FoxTenPhoenix.com. Is a victim or the alleged shooter. Oklahoma City Police Department has shut down the Will Rogers World Airport. Police says one victim has been shot. We don't know if there's still a suspect on the loose, but their latest tweet
news coverage, and if you haven't
may
already
have
done
suggested
so,
that could be
hit that like button, hit that
the situation,
button.
as
I
they
was
said,
telling
if you
earlier,
are
we
inside
do
of the
cover
airport,
breaking news from all over the country.
shelter
and
in
this is
place
just
until
another
advised
example
otherwise. So
of
maybe
what we
they're
do here
still
at
combing
Fox 10
through and
News
looking
Now.
maybe if there was another suspect involved or something. Hopefully we'll get some more information in just a little bit. But all arrivals and departures have been suspended until further notice. That just being put out by the Will Rogers Airport
From this shot, though,
on
that
Twitter
the
at fly_OKC.
Emergency personnel and police are definitely at the scene. We have yellow police tape up, and there are media reports saying that possibly this was near a parking garage structure of some sort. We're looking at more of the rescuers there, being told that it was near a parking structure and that one man was down, but we don't know if that was a victim or a suspect at this time here. We'll continue to monitor those local media reports to try to give you guys the very latest info, but as you can imagine, when a situation like this, it's always a very fluid situation. So we'll do our best to break down those reports that are coming down and pass them along to you.
And for everybody that is maybe just joining us here on the stream and wondering, okay, what's going on? This looks like a very serious situation. It is. This is coming at you from live Oklahoma City, the Will Rogers Airport. There has been a shooting at this airport. Police have locked down the airport. There are no arrivals, no departures happening at this moment at the airport. There has been one person that has been shot, and that is all we know right now. The latest information from the police department tweeted out that if you are inside of the airport, shelter in place until advised otherwise. We're going to take you to some more aerials here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is a more clear shot here for you, but you can see a lot of police personnel at this airport here. So we're continuing to look, and if you look all the well, they're zooming out now, but they're concentrating really right on that one structure right there. But they'll have to zoom in and show you, because there was probably about 8 officers just really centered at this one area near this concrete slab. But you can see a lot of people use this airport. Obviously, it's the biggest airport in Oklahoma, so travel is going to be messed up today for people in that area. And then, folks, from local media reports, Oklahoma City police are investigating at least one person shot near the gate. No one is allowed in or out. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, as we're continuing to follow live breaking news right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Once again, folks, you are watching live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We have updated some of our latest facts here. If you're just joining us, you could see from the graphic there what we have confirmed right now and what has yet to be confirmed, but we are continuing to monitor this for you. We appreciate everybody watching on Facebook Live as well as fox10phoenix.com.
We do not have any information to put out as far as a suspect vehicle or a suspect itself, but gunshots were heard. Once again, we have one victim confirmed. We have not found the second victim, but we're really asking for everybody to stay away from the airport area. All the streets are blocked off. If you have a flight today, we just ask you to contact your airline and try to reschedule because at this point it's still ongoing and we just don't know how long it's going to take.
Is that victim deceased?
I don't know. I don't have that information. I just know we have one person that had been shot. I don't know whether they're deceased or whether they made it, and we're looking for a second victim. And really, we have a lot of personnel out here, including OHP, helping us to clear the area. We've also asked obviously any aircraft to stay away from the area for the time. The information is still ongoing at this point in time, and it's still really unraveling here. Basically, about 35 minutes ago, we got reports of shots fired in the parking lot area of Will Rogers World Airport. At this point in time, we've located one victim, and we're looking for a second reported victim. We do not have any information to put out as far as a suspect vehicle or a suspect itself, but gunshots were heard. Once again, we have one victim confirmed. We have not found the second victim, but we're really asking for everybody to stay away from the airport area. All the streets are blocked off. If you have a flight today, we just ask you to contact your airline and try to reschedule because at this point it's still ongoing and we just don't know how long it's going to take.
Is that victim deceased?
I don't know. I don't have that information. I just know we have one person that had been shot. I don't know whether they're deceased or whether they made it, and we're looking for a second victim. And really, we have a lot of personnel out here, including OHP, helping.
All right, so folks, that was the latest update. Police said they are looking for a second victim right now at this airport, the Will Rogers World Airport. Still a very active situation. Police have shut down the airport right now. There are no incoming or outgoing flights as no one is allowed in or out of the airport right now. Police have asked travelers inside to shelter in place. You're continuing to watch Fox 10 News Now during live breaking news coverage.
Again, guys, you're looking at live images coming in from Oklahoma. Again, guys, this shooting taking place in Oklahoma City at the airport there. In case you missed it, I'm going to go ahead and replay this press conference for you now.
The information is still ongoing at this point in time, and it's still really unraveling. Basically, about 35 minutes ago, we got reports of shots fired in the parking lot area of Will Rogers World Airport. At this point in time, we've located one victim, and we're looking for a second reported victim. We do not have any information to put out as far as a suspect vehicle or a suspect itself, but gunshots were heard. Once again, we have one victim confirmed. We have not found the second victim, but we're really asking for everybody to stay away from the airport area. All the streets are blocked off. If you have a flight today, we just ask that you contact your airline and try to reschedule, because at this point it's still ongoing, and we just don't know how long it's going to take.
Is that victim deceased?
I don't know. I don't have that information. I just know we have one person that had been shot. I don't know whether they're deceased or whether they made it, and we're looking for a second victim. And really, we have a lot of personnel out here, including OHP, helping us to clear the area. We've also asked obviously any aircraft to stay away from the area for the time being.
Where exactly did it happen?
I don't know exactly. I know
That brief clip posted on the Oklahoma City Police Department Facebook page. This is what we know so far. The latest information coming out of Oklahoma is that the police captain, Paco Balderrama, is saying that police are searching for a possible second victim after a shooting at Oklahoma City's main airport. Balderrama says police have confirmed one victim in the Tuesday afternoon shooting at the airport. He says police received reports of a possible second victim, but authorities have not yet found that person. He says he does not know the condition of the confirmed victim. The police captain says that all streets are blocked off and people should avoid the airport. As of right now, flights in and out of the airport are not moving. All arrivals and departures suspended until further notice as the Oklahoma City Police Department continues to investigate. OKC police have tweeted this out to the public. We've closed the airport at this time. If you're inside the airport, shelter in place until advised otherwise. You guys are looking at live images coming in of a police unit traveling around the airport area. Again, the airport is in lockdown. No arrivals or departures taking place right now. It is unclear. Oh, looks like we have some live activity on this rooftop of the garage. Again, this is live happening now. Viewer discretion is advised. You can see many armed personnel on the roof of this garage building. It's possible they're approaching a suspect. Mike Paish, you've been covering the situation all afternoon. Thoughts?
Well, it's a very interesting situation here. Looks to be a very fluid situation where anything can happen. So we're hoping that nothing unfortunate happens in the next couple of seconds here.
Right, I'm going to actually move this sidebar right now because we want a clear view of all the personnel in place on this rooftop garage.
And you can see here that the personnel are going now car by car. So they must have had some tip that led them to this parking garage on the top floor here. They must have received some tip to get them up here and now looking car by car. You can see here, very fluid situation here. Viewer discretion is advised. These are raw images happening right now, live in Oklahoma City at the Will Rogers World Airport. And this is at a parking structure right now. Obviously, they're on the top floor there on the roof. And now they're going car by car to see possibly if they can find a suspect connected with this shooting.
Okay, guys, we have very preliminary information right now. You can see many armed personnel on the rooftop of this garage. Viewer discretion is advised. Will Rogers Airport has just sent out a tweet in the last few minutes. We are continuing to advise travelers, staff, and visitors to shelter in place as Oklahoma City Police investigate a shooting incident on the Will Rogers Airport property. Again, we have very preliminary information right now. We know one person has been shot in the area around Will Rogers Airport. As a result, all inbound and outbound flights have stopped. People at the airport have been told to shelter in place. It looks like Fox National has sent us to a ground shot right now, so we just have the exterior of the airport. We were showing you aerials just a couple minutes ago. You could see many armed individuals on the top of that parking garage roof. At least a dozen people armed and looking like they're looking for a suspect. Again, guys, you're looking at live images coming in from the Oklahoma City Airport. "57 minutes ago, the Oklahoma City Police tweeted that they had confirmed one victim that was shot at the Will Rogers Airport. They advised people to not go to the airport at this time. 34 minutes ago, the airport itself tweeted all arrivals and departures are suspended until further notice. Again, the Oklahoma City Airport is closed. We were hearing reports that police were searching for a possible second victim. We don't have any updates as far as the condition of the confirmed victim after the shooting. No word on the suspect. We have very preliminary information right now. We just know that the airport is urging travelers, staff, and visitors of the airport to shelter in place as police investigate this shooting. And in case you missed some of the video from earlier on the roof, I'm going to go ahead and replay that in a large portion of your screen. We still have those live pictures in the upper right hand corner of your screen, but I do want to replay this video from earlier. Just a few minutes ago we watched as authorities, armed officials, searched the rooftop of this parking structure. You're looking at a live look at the parking structure right now in the upper right hand corner of your screen. In the large portion of your screen, you're looking at a quick replay of some activity that took place just a couple of minutes ago on the roof of this parking structure at the airport in Oklahoma City. So again, that was just a brief clip showing you the video from earlier, the activity on the top of this rooftop parking garage. We are waiting to get additional information, new information from authorities in Oklahoma. Will Rogers Airport has not tweeted at all in the last few minutes. The last tweet they sent was 13 minutes ago, where they said, "We're continuing to advise travelers, staff, and visitors to shelter in place as OKCPD investigates a shooting incident on the WRWA property." Again, Will Rogers Airport is Oklahoma City's commercial airport, providing an average of 150 commercial flights each day to 22 nonstop destinations. Now, according to local news sources, In Oklahoma, the city's airport is closed, one person is shot, and the police are looking for the shooter. According to local news outlets there in Oklahoma, the suspect is wanted in this shooting at the Oklahoma City airport. Again, travelers have been told to shelter in place. The airport is closed as cops search for the gunman. Again, guys, you are looking at a live look at the Oklahoma City airport. Police have confirmed that one person was shot. It's possible that a second person's been shot, although that cannot be confirmed. We know that police are still looking for a suspect. At least in the last few minutes, we saw authorities on the rooftop of a parking structure at the airport. Officials were armed, cautiously approaching vehicles on the roof of this parking structure. Again, guys, you are looking at a live feed out of Oklahoma City Airport, where the airport is completely shut down. Now, this situation not only affects travelers in Oklahoma City, but also travelers all over the country. People may be flying into Oklahoma as their destination. They might have been flying into Oklahoma because they were connecting there and taking a flight elsewhere. Well, as a result of this shooting, this is greatly impacting travel and obviously causing a lot of fear and confusion for the residents of Oklahoma and those people already inside the airport. Now, in case you haven't heard, police are still looking for a suspect. One victim has been confirmed shot. We don't know the condition of the victim. We did see video earlier of armed officials on top of the roof of a parking structure. It appeared as if they were looking for the suspect. Everyone has been told to shelter in place at the airport. Anyone that was on their way to the airport was advised to turn around, as flights in and out of Will Rogers Airport have been suspended as police continue to investigate this shooting. Again, guys, for those of you just joining us, we're looking at breaking news out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. We know that a shooting has taken place. We still have very preliminary information right now coming out of Oklahoma. No word on the suspect at this time. This is what we know. This is the latest information coming from the Associated Press. One person shot at the Oklahoma City Will Rogers World Airport on Tuesday, which prompted authorities to close the airport and ask people inside the building to shelter in place. Oklahoma City Police Captain Paco Balderrama said police have confirmed one victim in the shooting and received reports of a possible second victim, but authorities have not yet found that person. Balderrama said he does not know the condition of the confirmed victim, and no other details of the shooting were immediately available. All streets in the area have been blocked off, and people should avoid the airport. A spokeswoman for the airport has confirmed that all operations, all incoming and outbound flights have been suspended. The spokeswoman said there are going to be some delays for flights until we have further information. A spokesperson said Southwest, American, Delta, United, and Alaska Airlines each have terminals at the airport on the city's southwest side, and about 7,000 to 8,000 travelers pass through the facility daily. All right, guys, looks like we're getting in some audio from our local station in Oklahoma. Let's listen in.
Like, what's going on? Because they were telling us that the shooter was still in the building or on the premises, and we didn't know where or who it was. So.
Were you able to see outside at all? Did you see the ambulances arrive? Or
we saw the police officers walk off the road to the right of us, and then there was police officers to the left blocking off the road, and then there was EMTs going downstairs where we were, and paramedics.
now, is this right by the terminal? Is this like in the arrival lane or the departure lane?
Yes, as soon as you go to check in, it's right inside there. And they said it happened downstairs.
So any word now on your flight plans? Do you think you'll be getting out of OKC today?
They told us that everything is canceled at the moment, and they'll be checking everyone's bags, and they're just waiting because no one's been caught yet. The only thing we've heard is that you should be wearing your red. I mean, that's the only thing we've heard since we got walked away.
Yeah, so knowing that that shooting suspect is still out there, are you fearful? How do you feel about the situation?
My knees are kind of shaking, but I think I'm pretty well. I'm pretty all right now.
And what kind of a police presence are you seeing? Are you seeing TSA agents? Or what are you seeing right now?
There was just police officers and their Suburbans and Tahoes, but right now we're in a room right now, and the YMCA military people are keeping us inside, so we can't see outside right now.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, we're understanding, of course, no flights coming in or going out, and we've been able to see where some of those flights have been diverted. We know some were diverted to Tulsa. We saw a flight that was coming in from Dallas that literally just turned right around midway here and went right back to Dallas. So obviously many people's travel plans have been impacted today, and then on top of that, we've got a shooting suspect still on the loose. But police are saying this is not an active shooter situation. This seems to be an isolated incident.
All right, Christian, thank you for the information. Anything else you want to add? Anything we haven't asked you yet?
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah.
So we just got that update from our Fox station in Oklahoma City. It is not being described as an active shooter situation, but they are still looking for the suspect wanted in this shooting. Looks like a reporter also has an update there. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Now, I want to bring your attention first to the gentleman you were just talking with, Christian. I reached out to him over Twitter, and he actually sent me photos from inside the airport. I just shared those on my Twitter account, @BillShammert and @OKCFox. If you want to get a look at what it looks like inside, in those pictures, you'll see people that are fairly calm. As he said, he's with a lot of military people who are kind of taking everything in stride. But outside of the airport, if you look off to my left, you will just see a line of vehicles from shuttle vans to people on their phones trying to rebook flights, I imagine. There are a lot of people who were on their way out of the airport who are simply told they can't leave. I just got done talking with two gentlemen who were on their way in, and they were pulled off kind of right where we are pulled in, and the media is staged here. And they said police were on them in a heartbeat, that police have control of this situation, that these people feel safe. We're going to continue to talk people, continue to get the vibe of what people are feeling out here, and stay live on the scene. Right now, reporting live outside Will Rogers Airport, Bill Shammert, Fox 25 News.
So we just had a reporter give us an update on what's going on over there.
Said when they first got the news that there was a shooting, there was some chaos, some fear at first, but things have started to calm down just a bit. He doesn't know when he's going to get to leave this room. The airport remains locked down.
Yeah, Christian did tell us he saw ambulances respond. This was very close to the terminal, right outside the terminal, and he hopes to get to his destination.
Again, guys, we just got an update from our Fox station in Oklahoma. We're going to continue to bring you these live pictures. Again, no confirmation on the details of the suspect. We know the suspect is wanted, and they're just being described. This situation is being described as an isolated incident. Here is an update from the captain.
Will Rogers World Airport. At this point in time, we've located one victim, and we're looking for a second reported victim. We do not have any information to put out as far as a suspect vehicle or a...
That is a press conference that we've already shown you guys earlier today. It looks like we have a new update from the Associated Press, so I want to go ahead and read this to you now. At least one person shot near a parking garage at Oklahoma City's Will Rogers World Airport on Tuesday, prompting city officials to close the airport and order people inside a sprawling terminal to seek shelter. Video from a TV station helicopter showed what appeared to be a pool of blood near the bottom of a ramp leading from the airport's departure area. 2 ambulances and a fire truck stood by. Oklahoma City Police Captain Paco Balderrama said police have confirmed one victim in the shooting and received reports of a possible second victim, but authorities have not yet found that person. It looks like the station in Oklahoma is now going live to a reporter there. Let's see what she has to say.
See a line of cars there as well. We've got OHP here on the scene, Oklahoma City Police, the FBI, as well as TAC teams. Now, as far as what we know right now is what we heard from Captain Paco Balderrama in the last media briefing. What we know is that there might be one other shooting victim, as well as the one other injured person that we have learned about. We have heard that it happened at some parking area here in the airport. Now, we were talking with some passengers, and what they are saying sort of corresponds with what Christian was telling us. They said that it was very calm. They are evacuated, waiting out here, being told what to do next. All passengers are being told to stay home at this point. No word as to when flights will resume going in or out of Will Rogers World Airport. We are still waiting now on another police briefing to learn more details about the suspect, whether or not there's been an arrest, as well as a suspect vehicle description. Once we get those details, though, we will have those right here for you. Mike and Wendy.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. Let's take a look at some of the arrivals and departures at Will Rogers World Airport.
Yeah, lots of flights being affected as nothing coming in, nothing allowed to leave right now. And we have been able to tell you where some of those flights that were in the air as this happened were diverted to. I know American Air Flight 3483 from Chicago was diverted to Tulsa. Delta Flight 2186 from Atlanta was rerouted back to Atlanta. They basically just turned them right around as they were on their way here. Another flight, United 5559. Coming from Chicago, looks like it was rerouted to Tulsa. And finally, Southwest Flight 910 from Dallas got about halfway here, and then it had to turn right back around and fly back to Dallas. So.
All right, guys, so that was a quick update from our Fox station in Oklahoma. Obviously, many flights affected as a result of this airport shooting. Again, we don't have any word on the suspect. We don't have any details as far as this description is concerned. We do know, however, that it is being described as something that is not an active shooter situation. Thankfully, it is not an active shooter situation, at least according to our sister station, our Fox station in Oklahoma. Again, we know at least one person shot in Oklahoma City. There are reports that there may be a second victim, although police have not confirmed that information. Now, I do want to show you this tweet that just came in. Again, we cannot confirm the validity of this tweet. I just want to show you what I'm seeing on the internet when I search OKC. Again, this is just a tweet that I'm seeing now. We cannot confirm the validity of it, but I want to show you this one coming in from Pamela Monkey saying, please pray for my cohort, Southwest Air, a great supervisor and Christian, was shot at the Oklahoma City airport on his way into work. Southwest Airlines strong SWA love. Now this is just according to this woman, Pamela. There's no confirmation as to the validity of the information in the tweet. Josh DeYoung, it seems like he's a traveler inside the airport, asking on Twitter, has the suspect been caught yet? Only getting the same recording to shelter in place over the airport loudspeaker. Josh DeYoung had been tweeting to police asking if the planes were grounded and just tweeted asking if the suspect had been caught yet. It looks like Will Rogers Airport just responded to him a few minutes ago saying we will advise, or that police will advise us when they feel it's safe to stop sheltering in place. Again, we have done a search for OKC on Twitter. At least one person shot at the airport. I'm going to take you back now to those live pictures. Looks like Pamela has sent another tweet again. We cannot confirm the validity of this, but Pamela tweets, prayers to my cohorts and all at OKC. Hope that Mike will be fine as well as everyone else. Always in my thoughts and prayers. Southwest Airlines had tweeted that they are offering flexible accommodations on southwest.com to passengers traveling through Oklahoma due to the situation at the airport. Again, a shelter in place has been ordered for anyone at the Oklahoma City airport. People heading to the airport were advised not to arrive as this police situation is still unfolding there. We know one person shot at the Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma City. Possible there may be a second victim, and no word on the suspect involved in this shooting. Again, at least one person shot at the airport in Oklahoma City. I received a tweet from our viewer Chris Lee, who said, "Hi Samia, sending best wishes to the victims and safety for the officers." Chris, I appreciate you tweeting me and sharing your thoughts regarding this situation that's unfolding in Oklahoma City. Again, guys, you are looking at a live scene of the Oklahoma City Airport, Will Rogers World Airport. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, reports of one person shot, possible 2 people shot. Police have only confirmed that 1 person was shot. No additional details regarding the suspect. Whether a suspect has been apprehended or not, we do not know. We know that about 40 minutes ago, we were watching live aerials of the roof of a parking garage. Armed officials searching for the suspect. It is unclear whether someone has been arrested or apprehended in the last few minutes. We do know that as of about 40 minutes ago, the suspect had not been apprehended. We got an update from officials about an hour ago. The captain, Oklahoma City Police Captain, confirming that 1 person had been shot. We're hearing reports that there could be a possible second victim, although police have not yet confirmed that information. Again, the airport itself is closed. No flights coming in, no flights leaving the airport while police investigate this situation. Again, guys, the airport in Oklahoma is closed because of the shooting affecting travelers across the country. Police have shut down the entire airport following the shooting and have told passengers already there to shelter in place. Police say 1 person has been shot at the Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma. The shooting confirmed just after 12:15 Arizona time. We have no details on the condition of the 1 person who was shot. As we mentioned earlier, streets in the area have been closed to traffic and citizens have been warned to stay clear of the area. The airport said that flights at the airport have been suspended until further notice, and the spokeswoman for the airport did say that there would be some delays for flights until they get further information. All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at live images coming in from Oklahoma City. Police have confirmed that one person has been shot. We have not gotten any further updates at this time. There are reports that a second person may have been shot. There may be a second victim, but we have not heard from police yet to confirm that information. No details on the suspect. I know, according to the local Fox station in Oklahoma, that this is being treated as an isolated incident. It is not being treated as an active shooter situation. Either way, however, police are investigating, and as a result, those people at the airport have been told to shelter in place. All airport activity has been suspended. No flights are coming in or out of the airport at this time. Now I'm just reading an update from the Fox station in Oklahoma. We're hearing that although authorities initially searched for a second victim, they do not believe a second victim exists. At this time, no suspect description is available. We do know that the shooting victim was transported in critical condition to a hospital in the area. The FBI and bomb squad are currently on scene searching through vehicles in the parking lot. Oklahoma police believe this is not an active shooter situation and that the shooting was an isolated incident. Police do advise residents to avoid the airport at this time. Now, according to our Fox station in Oklahoma, several planes are sitting on the tarmac at Will Rogers World Airport as police continue to investigate this incident. Will Rogers World Airport says all inbound and outbound traffic has been shut down to the airport, and all inbound and outbound flights have been suspended until further notice. Those with flights are asked to contact their airlines, and those inside the airport are asked to shelter in place until officials know more information. Again, this is the latest information coming in from our Fox station in Oklahoma. Stand by. For those of you just joining us, you're looking at live images coming in from the Oklahoma City airport. Now, we still have very limited information as of right now, waiting to get an update from our Fox station in Oklahoma or from the Associated Press. What we do know is that one person was shot at the airport, and the suspect, as of an hour ago, was outstanding. We don't know if the suspect has been caught in the last hour, but authorities have confirmed that one person was shot. According to our Fox station in Oklahoma, and that person was taken to a hospital in critical condition. We don't have a description of the suspect at this time, but the shooting was being treated as an isolated incident, not an active shooter situation. Again, shooting at the Oklahoma City airport. As a result now, many people have been affected by this shooting. The airport itself shut down. Everyone inside the airport asked to shelter in place on lockdown. All roads to and from the airport have been blocked off. Any flights coming in or leaving the airport have been, well, rather, flights coming into the airport have been diverted and flights leaving the airport have been grounded. This situation causing a number of delays in Oklahoma and around the country. We know that this airport serves about 7,000 to 8,000 travelers per day, and that Southwest American, Delta, United, and Alaska Airlines each have terminals at this airport. All right, guys, looks like we've lost this feed from the Oklahoma airport. We've lost this feed from the Oklahoma airport, so I'm going to cut now to Congress. Stand by. Senate floor.
We're able to cut through the noise and see what we've been able to accomplish so far. Not that they gave us the good housekeeping seal of approval, but they've seen a difference in the last 2 years under Republican majorities in the Senate that apparently they saw enough that they liked that they wanted to keep us in the majority. They've seen a Senate that's prioritized the American people and has carefully and methodically returned the United States Senate back to the basics of doing our job, which is legislating. And that includes passing key pieces of legislation through Congress, like the first multi-year highway bill in a decade. Now, I realize that doesn't excite a lot of people, but it's the basic fundamental job of the United States Senate and the Congress to legislate, to deal with our infrastructure needs like the Democratic leader talked about. We actually did deal with some of our major infrastructure needs by passing the first multi-year highway bill in a decade, which is important to our economy, to public safety, to the quality of the environment. That represents a substantial accomplishment. We also passed the first education reform law since No Child Left Behind, which was admittedly controversial. But we repealed the Common Core mandate and devolved more authority back from Washington, D.C., back to the states, back to our school administrators and parents and teachers where it belongs. We should have learned by now, Mr. President, the hard way, that when somebody's got a bright idea here in Washington, D.C. that hasn't been tried and tested across the rest of the country in the laboratories of democracy known as our states, we're just as likely to get it wrong, which is, I would say, exhibit number one, or A for that, is Obamacare. Trying to take 1/6 of our economy and transform it in a way that does not get the buy-in, much less of both political parties, much less the American people, only to see those promises not kept, does nothing to promote public confidence in their government. So we did pass the Every Student Succeeds Act, which does send some of that power back home. And we've done a number of other things, including one that I'm particularly proud of, which is to help root out human trafficking and protect the victims of this heinous crime, the first major human trafficking legislation passed perhaps in 25 years, where more resources are now available to the victims of human trafficking so that they can begin to heal. We proved that we could get some things done, not as much as we would have liked, but some substantial things. As the presiding officer knows, lifting the crude oil export ban has been very important to the energy producers here in the United States and will go a long way to making sure that they get a fair price for their product on the world markets. It'll also give us a chance to help some of our allies around the world for whom or against whom energy is used as a weapon by people who would cut off their supply to electricity, oil and gas, and other energy sources as a way to keep them in tow. We also passed major legislation to address the growing opioid epidemic hurting families across the country. So under Republican leadership, the Senate saw all 12 appropriations bills pass out of their respective committees for the first time since 2009, and the first balanced budget passed since 2001. Unfortunately, our Democratic colleagues saw fit to filibuster those appropriation bills, which is why we are here in the waning days of 2016, after the election, to try to make sure that we pay the bills and keep the government up and running in a lame duck session. This is not a great way to do business, and this isn't our first choice, but because of the filibuster of those appropriation bills, even though they passed out by overwhelming bipartisan majorities and represent policies that are agreed to by both political parties, here we are. Well, we've also had more participation by members of the Senate on a bipartisan basis in the legislating process. More votes on amendments, more than 250 than during this Congress. This is because of the determined leadership of our majority leader, Senator McConnell, who has seen fit to restore the power to committee chairmen to have the freedom and flexibility to lead their committees while allowing members on a bipartisan basis to contribute to that legislation before it comes to the floor and is subject to further action. And the result is, I believe, the creation of solid legislation that will stand up over time, not partisan ramming legislation through because you can do it, but building consensus and trying to address problems in a step-by-step basis. So with the election now behind us, the Senate can begin looking to next year, eager to finish our work this year, which I'm sure we will shortly, but looking to what we might be able to do with what the American voters have given us in terms of majorities in both houses and a President-elect Trump. As I said, I look forward to working with the new president to improve the lives of the men and women working day in and day out across the country. And this is an exciting moment for them and for us, and good news that we've been provided this opportunity. Fortunately, the Senate will continue to have a major role to play. Over the last few months, we've spent a lot of time talking about what was at stake in this election. And at the forefront was the United States Supreme Court. So I look forward to hearing who President Trump will nominate to fill the seat being vacated by the death of Justice Scalia. And I hope the Senate Judiciary Committee will take that nomination up on a timely basis and that we will quickly move forward once the nomination is made. But we have a lot more work to do, Madam President. Over the last 8 years, the Obama administration has been marked by a go-it-alone attitude. Remember, the president said he had a phone and a pen, and he was quite prepared to act and not consult with Congress. And of course, that resulted in a flood of executive orders and unilateral actions which won't live out his term of office. I'm confident President-elect Trump, when he becomes president, will reverse many of those executive orders, and we will work with the administration to repeal many of the overregulation, much of the overregulation which is strangling small businesses and our economy. So going into this year's presidential election, we all knew that the president-elect would have a decision to make, either to shore up President Obama's policies and further those burdensome regulations that were created by his administration, or rip up those that are in place or put in place unilaterally and instead work with Congress on a bipartisan basis. After all, we are the elected representatives of the American people. And it's in our firm desire to unleash the sleeping giant of the American economy, and I believe we can, given the outcome of this election. So fortunately, President Trump appears to be eager to work with us to help grow American jobs and strengthen our economy and make sure that the next generation is better off than those before it. That means, as I said, pushing back on harmful regulations that have been promulgated by, for example, by Obama's Environmental Protection Agency. And it certainly means repealing Obamacare, a law that was jammed through on a party line vote and which has not worked as it was promised to work. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And we also have a mandate, I believe, from the American people who are sick and tired of business as usual and are ready for change and for a government that works for them and not against them. I look forward to being part of that change, and I'm grateful that the American people have given us this opportunity to serve. Madam President, I yield the floor and would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander.
I'm going to go ahead and play this press conference from the Democrats that took place in the last couple hours.
Racist, Islamophobic, and sexist.
They're calling for the firing of Bannon.
Haunted and bullied by classmates, public and private spaces defiled with messages of hate. These attacks are absolutely unacceptable. We condemn them, and we stand united with our fellow Americans. Unfortunately, these acts of hate have been enabled by President-elect Trump's campaign strategy of promoting bigotry, racism, and sexism. It is a logical consequence of his attacks and discrimination aimed at Hispanics, African Americans, veterans, immigrants, women, Muslims, Jews, and individuals with disabilities. Millions of Americans see a president-elect who has chosen to knock them down rather than lift them up. His conduct has empowered too many Americans to act on their darkest impulses. This is the wrong vision for America and the wrong path for Donald Trump's administration. We call on him to change course. We urge him, as our future president, to join us in rejecting hate and embracing respect for every ethnicity, race, and gender. We urge him to join us in fighting for a nation free of discrimination, where every child has the opportunity to thrive and to contribute according to his or her ability. And we urge him to join us in the fight for our constitutional vision of equality and opportunity for all, and the vision in our Pledge of Allegiance of liberty and justice for all. As he assumes the mantle of leadership in office, it is his responsibility to put an end to the crimes of hate and prejudice sweeping our nation. These wounds to our national citizenry are of his making, and it is his responsibility to rectify the damage. He has the power, as president-elect and as president, to move beyond the hate-filled rhetoric of his campaign. Specifically, we call on President-elect Trump to repudiate the campaign tactics against diverse communities of Americans. We call on President-elect Trump to address the American people and demand that all Americans end their verbal and physical attacks and replace acts of hate with acts of kindness. We call on President-elect Trump to exclude the proponents of discrimination and hatred from the ranks of his administration, and that includes immediately firing Steve Bannon as his chief strategist. It is time for President-elect Trump to act boldly and powerfully to put the nation on a path of healing. For the sake of all Americans, we call upon him to rise to the challenge. Debbie Stabenow.
Well, good afternoon, and first I want to thank Senator Merkley for pulling us together and for authoring a very important letter to the president-elect. You know, people are fearful across the country right now, and it is the president-elect's responsibility. He has the mantle of leadership, and it's important that he put an end to the crimes of hate and prejudice that are touching our schools, our communities across the country. He has the power to move beyond the hate-filled rhetoric of the campaign, and it's absolutely critical that he do that. So we are calling upon him to exclude the discrimination and the hatred from the ranks of his administration, and specifically Donald Trump's appointment of Steve Bannon is the absolute wrong message to send to Americans today. This is someone who has expressed racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, anti-LGBT sentiments, and on and on and on. This is someone whose views do not belong in the White House, in the House occupied by the President of the United States in our great country. It's time for the country to heal. It's time to bring people together. And the president-elect has that responsibility to lead to do that. Now, I want to be clear. If President-elect Trump wants to work with us on creating jobs for people in Michigan and across the country, on fulfilling what he talked about with fair trade and infrastructure jobs and opportunities for citizens to get better jobs and improve their lives, count me in. But if he's going to continue with the kind of appointments that Steve Bannon represent and not step up to provide leadership at this incredibly important time, count me out. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon and aloha, everyone. I represent the state of Hawaii, one of the most racially and culturally diverse states in the entire country. And since the election, I've said that we should judge the president-elect by his actions and decisions. Presidents send clear messages about their intentions by who they appoint to senior positions. And the appointment of Steve Bannon is a pretty clear message to us. What Steve Bannon believes is not a mystery. He has demeaned women, advocated for white supremacy, and promoted anti-Semitism. Breitbart, his website, has said so many offensive things. In addition to saying that immigrants spread disease, it has also advocated a religious test for immigration. As an immigrant and a religious minority, this isn't a test that I would have passed. Quite frankly, it's sad that we are having a debate about whether a white supremacist should serve as a senior counselor to the president-elect. So as I said, who the president surrounds himself really is a message. And there have been as mentioned, over 300 reports now of hateful harassment, intimidation of minority groups since Election Day. And is hate speech, harassment, intimidation the new norm in our country? Are these statements and behaviors acceptable in this country? They are not. When asked by 60 Minutes about those reports, I'm glad that the president-elect said, quote, "I hate to hear that, and stop it." That's what he said. However, he is sending the exact opposite message by appointing someone like Steve Bannon, a white supremacist, to such an important White House position. We cannot allow Mr. Bannon's statements and beliefs to become the norm in this country. I join my colleagues here and others to call on the president to withdraw his job offer to Steve Bannon.
Thank you. Thank you, Maisie. Thank Jeff Merkley, Chris Van Hollen, Debbie Stabenow, but so many other people in the Senate, but around the country, who are very upset with this moment that we are in today in the United States of America. Because there is no place in our society, let alone the White House, for purveyors of hate and violence against any group of Americans. Steve Bannon has fueled the rhetoric and the activities of hate groups that actively promote violence against immigrants, Muslims, women, African Americans, the LGBTQ community, and people of the Jewish faith. For years, through the Breitbart website, Steve Bannon and his so-called alt-right movement have chosen to champion the positions of neo-Nazis, white nationalists, and anti-Semites. Donald Trump needs to banish the Bannons of this world from his administration. The alt-right is all wrong for America. President-elect Trump will forever poison the well with Congress and the American people by appointing figures like Steve Bannon, whose stock and trade is hate and violence against the American people. As he starts his transition to his new administration, Donald Trump is sending the wrong signal to every single American, to every immigrant working for their American dream, to every little girl hoping to shatter the glass ceiling, to every black person, Muslim, or LGBTQ individual looking to the federal government to live up to the fundamental tenet that all people are created equal. The kind of hate brandished by Steve Bannon and others like him is not who America is, not now, not ever. If Donald Trump wants to keep his word and unify the country, he must call on all of his appointments to repudiate any and all past affiliations with hate groups. And Donald Trump himself must denounce anyone who has affiliations with groups who perpetrate hate and violence against the American people. We are in an epic, historic battle for our democracy. The stand we take today will determine if future generations live in a nation founded on hope of a nation that can provide opportunities for everyone, or is it a nation that tolerates hate as something that is an everyday part of our existence. Today and every day moving forward, we must always be guided by the principles and values of our nation: justice, tolerance, liberty, and equality for all races, creeds, colors, faiths, and all countries of origin. The most powerful message Donald Trump can send to the American people right now is to stand firmly on the side of these time-honored values. The first step is to rescind Steve Bannon's appointment and commit to an appointment process that celebrates the best of America and not the worst. Now let me turn and recognize Chris Van Hollen, our newest senator from the state of Maryland.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you to Jeff Merkley for bringing us together. It's great to have an opportunity to be with my future colleagues here. And I think we all agree that where we can find common ground with the president-elect in terms of creating jobs, modernizing our infrastructure so we have a 21st century infrastructure, we're prepared to work together. But when it comes to trying to turn back the clock on the march toward social justice in America, on the march toward building a more perfect union, we will fight them to the very end. There's no going back. There's no turning back the clock. Now, the president-elect just came through an incredibly divisive, ugly campaign where the rhetoric and the tools he used were to divide America against one another. So there was some relief in the country when, in his first statement, he said he wanted to be the president for all Americans. But there's a big difference between words and actions. We were all taught growing up that actions speak louder than words. It's easy to look at a TV camera and tell people to stop the hate. But when you say that and look at the TV camera and then the next moment, the action you take is to appoint Steve Bannon, who has a history of ugliness and division and bigotry through the platform that he had in the alt-right, then you're sending a very different and stronger message in the opposite direction. So we all need, Americans need to measure these words by the deeds that follow. And if you look at the deed, appointing Steve Bannon to one of the highest positions in the country in the White House, if you look at that deed, then the words look hollow. So we're here to tell and ask the Vice President-elect to take another deed that actually reassures the country that he meant what he said when he said he wanted to be president for all Americans. And the way you do that is to rescind that decision.
We're absolutely delighted, Chris, that you could join us for your first semi-official, not quite a senator, but definitely senator-elect, and your words were so well spoken. Are there any questions that folks might have? Yes.
Senator, Republicans here on Capitol Hill say that they're taking a wait-and-see approach because the president-elect has the right to assemble the team that he chooses. Do you have any indication that Steve Bannon might perhaps moderate some of these views once we actually in the White House?
There's no indication of such moderation. And indeed, we have two sets of records. We have his record hosting Breitbart and all of the hate-filled material that he cultivated, and as former staff have indicated, it was his goal to provide a platform for this type of material. They're very supportive of it. And second, we have him as a campaign strategist for the president, encouraging the strategies that now, well, at that point, candidate Trump utilized. And so this is a terrible record, and it's a absolutely terrible message. When this very moment when all of us have fielded so many phone calls and contacts from our constituents in our various states people who are in tears over knowing that an individual who had attacked them so vociferously during the campaign is going to be our president. And then to see him appoint an individual who was a campaign strategist for that approach and is now going to be the chief strategist for the president in the White House. So there is no space. I call upon my Republican colleagues to recognize that this appointment is not only offensive throughout America and further deepening the divides and the damage, but is really an unwise approach for the president as well. And I urge them to join us in calling for this appointment to be withdrawn. Yes, sir. Would anybody else want to add? Yes, sir.
So obviously the president has the power to pick his own staff. You guys have a lot more power when it comes to cabinet appointments. I'm curious what your thoughts are in terms of some of the names being bandied about that have their own controversial histories on race, especially your colleague Sessions as well as Chris Kovac.
I'll see if anybody would like to comment on that.
Well, to the extent that some of these nominations may come to committees such as the Judiciary Committee, on which I served, and as well as other relevant committees, there will be ample opportunity for those kinds of, that kind of information to come forward. And all of those appointments have to go through a security clearance, as I think anybody who's working in the White House has to go through a security clearance. I would say that that kind of security clearance information should be made public.
Ronald Reagan named James Watt as the Secretary of Interior. It was a very controversial appointment at the time. I actually conducted an investigation of an undersale of coal at the Powder River Basin, which led to President Reagan actually convening a special panel to investigate that. James Watt's response to Ronald Reagan convening a panel was, oh, look at the composition of that panel. 2 women, a black, a Jew, and a cripple. James Watt was gone the next day. That's what we expect from the Trump administration. We expect a president who is not going to tolerate the kind of language which puts fear into the hearts of tens of millions of Americans. Ronald Reagan responded to that challenge in 1983. Donald Trump has to respond to this challenge today. And the same thing is true for any of his cabinet appointees, without addressing any one of them individually. There is a high standard that has to be established in our country with regard to what the responsibility is of an appointed cabinet official to respect each and every American.
This is for anybody who wants to answer it. Following on Nancy's question, why do you think more Republicans have not come out and criticized Steve Bannon, and have you heard anything differently in private that your Republican colleagues are bringing up about him?
I'll simply note that senators have been distributed to the 4 winds following the election. And they're just
Nothing,
now
they just took it
descending
away.
upon
We never
PC.
even
So if
concluded.
you ask me that question or ask us that question in a week, I might have more to say on it, but I haven't heard directly from my Republican colleagues at this point.
1800.
Does anyone want to follow up on that?
Senator, is this something that you intend to bring up with those Republican colleagues now that they're back?
Yes, I certainly do intend to do so. And I hope we will hear from them and have them join our call. I have a feeling that many of them may choose to contact the Trump team, transition team, a little more quietly than we are, the conversation that we're carrying on publicly today. But in whatever form they wish to register their sense that this is an extraordinarily inappropriate, misguided appointment, I certainly would welcome their voice in that conversation.
I want to follow up on Senator Ben Holland's comment about areas where you may be able to work together, and have you talk a little bit more about what those might be, and then the impact of having to potentially work with Steve Bannon if he's still in that position?
Well, I'm happy to elaborate on that. I think we all saw the night of the election, the one issue that Donald Trump, President-elect Trump, decided to talk about was modernizing our infrastructure, which is something I dare say all of us standing here have been pushing for years. Many of us have put forward very specific proposals to modernize our infrastructure for the 21st century. In fact, it's been some of our Republican colleagues on the Hill who've been unwilling to commit the resources necessary. So that's an area where we would look to try to find common ground. But make no mistake, to the extent that there are these other efforts to roll back the progress we've made towards social justice, as I said, and as we're all saying, they will get the fight of their lives because we're not going to turn back the clock in America.
I'd like to add that Speaker Ryan has already put forward various indications and proposals relating to privatizing Medicare and Social Security, and to the extent that President-elect Trump has said that he would keep Social Security strong, that is definitely an area that I hope that he can work with us on.
President-elect Trump campaigned as a champion for working Americans. As I look back over his biography, his life, I don't see somebody who woke up a single day thinking or fighting for working Americans. I doubt that that will be at the top of his list now, but I hope it is. I hope he proves me wrong. And I think, as my colleagues have stated, we are ready to work hard on infrastructure. We're ready to work hard on creating living wage jobs, and there may be substantial other areas that we can work together.
Do you regret lowering the filibuster threshold for presidential appointees?
No, I don't regret that at all. If you turn the clock back to November 2013, we had a situation where the court positions were being hijacked. As you might recall, there were 3 D.C. Circuit Court positions that the Republicans said, we are not going to allow this president to fill those positions. We're not going to allow that to happen, and we're not going to allow the president to go forward to have a clear vote on his nominee for the Environmental Protection Agency, or for the Labor Department, or for the National Labor Relations Board, and the list goes on and on. And so the confrontation over the abuse of advice and consent was a very important one. And we did lower the threshold to a simple majority in all but the Supreme Court. Why did we not lower it on the Supreme Court? The basic story is this.
I'm just going to play this
We
out
recognize
for like 2
that
more
the
minutes.
Supreme Court is of profound importance. Its integrity is of profound importance to our nation. And we did not want to encourage a president and a majority in the Senate from the same party to reach to extremes that would further damage the integrity of the court. So we left the supermajority in place on the Supreme Court. Now, what we see now is the hijacking of the Supreme Court position and dozens of circuit court and district court positions that are being taken away from the Obama administration without the ability to hold votes on the floor and being delivered to the Trump administration. This is going to severely damage the integrity of our court system. And I call again upon our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, let's hold up and down votes on these nominees so that the tradition in our country of enabling a president to put forward their person and force us to vote, if you will, on whether that person is a fit character or unfit character, which is how Hamilton characterized the responsibility of advice and consent. The Senate decided fit character or unfit character. And that would be an important guide for the future.
Last question.
Senator Merkley, but you wrote in a fundraising email before the election for the PCCC referencing Republican blockade of a Supreme Court nominee.
Should I show them the White
He said
House?
Democrats need to take back the majority,
Or
and
New
if
York?
we do, it's time to continue
Or the
what we
Dow?
started on filibuster reform. Seemingly arguing that the filibuster threshold be lowered for Supreme Court nominees. Do you no longer hold that view?
Actually, I have
But who's on
very
the
specific
3?
proposals I've put forward, and they do not include lowering the threshold on Supreme Court
Graphics.
nominees. What I have argued is that the filibuster on Supreme Court nominees should be a talking filibuster, so it is takes great effort and great attention for senators in the minority to, if you will, obstruct a nominee. I've also argued that we should have the ability for all senators, minority and majority, to put forward relevant amendments on the floor of the Senate so we can have real debate on real issues, and by doing so, in exchange, only have the filibuster on final passage, not on the procedural motions, not on the amendments. So I'm referring there to specific proposals I put forward, which I think are great proposals, whether you're minority or the majority. And I think with that, thank you all very much, and thank you so much.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and show you guys the White House. Mary Kate will be joining you in just a second.
All right, everybody. Well, I want to take you to the latest news that is coming out of Greece right now. We've got some protests here that I want to show you. This was in Greece. Protests happening as President Obama was visiting. President Obama was heading overseas to visit world leaders one more time before leaving office. And he stopped by Greece, and there police and protesters clash as President Obama visited. He offered solidarity with Greece over its debt and migrant crisis on Tuesday during his final trip to Europe as U.S. president, before handing over power to Donald Trump. Obama delighted his Greek host by supporting debt relief for the recession-battered country. But again, these are the protests that you guys are seeing out of Greece after President Obama visited the country. He stopped by Greece. He's going to stop by Germany and Peru as well and meet with everyone from even the Chinese president. Now, Obama spent months telling the world he didn't want America to elect Donald Trump, but as you know, it did. Now the world leaders are a little worried since Trump campaigned in big part on big changes he'd like to make to U.S. foreign policy if elected. As we know, Donald Trump was not a fan of NATO, the political and military alliance of 28 countries, including the U.S., which was formed during the Cold War, and he doesn't want to play nice when it comes to trade with China. So now President Obama has to spend his trip convincing allies that the U.S. will still have their back. And this is starting with NATO. And yesterday, President Obama said, hey, no worries. He and Trump talked about it, and the president-elect is on board now with NATO. But again, there were hundreds of people outside in Greece protesting when President Obama arrived, blaming the president and America on the issues that they've been having. They even lit an American flag on fire. Also yesterday, it was said that Trump and Russian President Putin were in talks. The two want to normalize U.S.-Russia relations. Donald Trump also wants to work with the Russian president on fighting terrorism. Obama and Putin haven't been on good terms for years, thanks to things like the Syrian civil war and the conflict in Ukraine. But Donald Trump wants to change that and have a better relationship with the Russian president. But again, President Obama is making these trips to Europe, his last trip to Europe as U.S. president, and when he arrived in Greece, these were the protests that you could see there. So I just wanted to give you guys a look at some of the protests that were happening there in Greece. And then President Obama met with the leaders there in Greece to talk about the changes that are going to be made. See, right now, President Obama is still doing his job. He's got to go around to all these different countries and sort of calm them down and explain to them how it's going to be when Donald Trump is president. So let me take you to that video. It just came down from the White House where President Obama has a joint press conference in Athens, Greece. Pull this up here for you guys, and here we go.
Πρόεδρο Μπάρακ Ομπάμα και να τον για την
Very
επίσκεψή του
warmly
στην Ελλάδα
for
και για
visiting
το
Greece and for choosing Athens, the birthplace of democracy, for one of his last stops before concluding his 8-year term as the American president. A presidency during which the image of the United States of America around the world has changed, even in this country, where during the Cold War era, Greek-American relations have accumulated a heavy historic burden, a very heavy historical burden. And I think that it was a historic moment when, during the previous visit of an American president in Greece in 1999, President Clinton recognized the errors of the U.S. as regards the dictatorship in Greece. Because the Greek people do not only relate to the ancient traditions. They have fought, they have shed blood until recently to defend the values of democracy and freedom, which are our common values. Therefore, Greece is now welcoming an American president who, throughout his term in office, has strongly defended these values, who has fought for the rights of all people, irrespective of color, religion, or sexual orientation, who has worked in order to deal with climate change. A president who has integrated millions of Americans into healthcare. A president who has put his strength and his influence behind a humanitarian solution of the great refugee crisis, the greatest after World War II. And I should also like to point out, because this is very important to Greece, this is a president who, when he had to deal with the 2008 economic crisis, has led the American economy on a completely different path than the one that Europe has chosen. 8 years later, the result is more than visible. Quantitative easing, commitment to employment, which was the choice of the United States, have led to impressive growth rates and decline in unemployment. While on the other side, the insistence of European leaders to austerity policies keeps the European economies trapped in stagnation, and it therefore brings about huge political and social problems. And it is in this respect that I had the opportunity to discuss with President Obama the huge challenges that our country, but also the whole of Europe, is dealing with. These are challenges that need to be dealt with collectively, decisively, and effectively. Otherwise, we will be led backwards from a political and a social point of view. We have therefore agreed that for modern societies to have help and hope and aspirations is the only reply against the increasing trend in skepticism and inward looking, which is a threat to modern democracies. The international community, when trying to avoid historic mistakes of the past, saw this issue clearly when, in 1953, and with the assistance and support of the United States of America, they settled the German debt and they linked it to a growth clause. Today, the strong Germany, which is the financial powerhouse of Europe, should think in the same manner. Greece and the Greek people have recently had to deal with the harshest consequences of the global and European economic crisis. As an economy and as a society, we have had to experience a program of disastrous austerity, which made the problems more acute instead of resolving them. Within a few years, we have lost 25% of our GDP, while in 2004, unemployment went up to 27%. Today, and despite what we have suffered, we are still standing. We were able, through great sacrifices, to avoid the threats and the threatened disaster, and we are step by step restoring our economy. Today, for the first time in years, we are back to growth. Slowly but surely, we are decreasing unemployment, and we are restoring confidence to the future of the Greek economy. About 18 months ago, although we were a young government, we were asked to take very difficult decisions. And with this opportunity, I want to recognize publicly the role and the contribution of President Obama during those difficult moments, to recognize his moral and political support he gave to my government in the effort to find a political solution. Difficult decisions were made not only in order to keep our country in the Eurozone, but also in order to maintain the cohesion of the European Union. And I believe that our decisions were right, as shown by history. We have made difficult reforms in the social security, in taxation, in public administration, but we have always taken measures to fight corruption, to attract investment, to create a better context for investment in Greece. We will continue to decisively promote reforms that will promote growth. And at the same time, we will continue to negotiate hard in order to avoid any reforms that would undermine growth. But what is more important to all of us is that society should understand, should feel the results of all that, and to make the burden to the weak members of society lighter, and also for the younger and productive generation. Because after 7 years, people cannot take any more austerity. The important reduction of the Greek debt, the reduction of the surpluses which are expected of us in the future, and the participation of the Bank of Greece in the quantitative easing program should be rightfully given to Greece, and the time to do that is now. And from this point of view, I think that it is not only symbolic, but it is also very important that Barack Obama is now in Athens, and in the day after tomorrow will be in Berlin at this very critical point in time when decisions are expected. Decisions that would not only concern Greece, they concern Europe and therefore the global economy. Cooperation and solidarity are necessary requirements in order to bring about the solutions that will once again bring stability to the European integration and bring it back to the track of growth. And in relation to that, President Obama and I discussed a number of important issues, such as the continuation of our bilateral economic and business cooperation. More specifically, the important potential for investments in Greece in a series of sectors such as energy, tourism, agro-food, research, and technology. We also discussed the future where Greece, with its important shipping power, can become an important transit center for trade, transport, and energy, linking Europe to Asia and to North Africa. We also discussed the important projects underway which upgrade the role of our country on the energy map, such as the TAP, the IGB, pipelines, the upgrading of the LNG terminal, and the FSRU plant in Alexandroupoli, which is now being designed. Also, we discussed the possibility of opening new natural gas corridors in the Eastern Mediterranean, which will play an important role to peace and stability in our region. We have also discussed the excellent Greek human potential, human capital, and especially young scientists. We have stressed the huge potential opening for the cooperation between the American and the Greek business communities in the fields of innovation and startup companies in Greece. And we have also discussed the current regional developments, the great challenges in security, migration, the need to strengthen our cooperation on these issues. We have discussed the critical role that Greece plays as a pillar of peace and security in a region where stabilization is on the grow. It's a country of Europe, of the Eastern Mediterranean, of the Balkans, of the wider Black Sea neighborhood, which steadily promotes bilateral and alongside Cyprus the tripartite cooperation with all the countries of the region on the basis of international law. A country which is using its role as an active member of the EU and NATO to promote peace, stability and security in the region, and which is gradually strengthening its role in order to promote border security and cooperation against terrorism. A country which, despite its financial difficulties, has offered support to hundreds of thousands of refugees who arrived on its shores. A country which, when the Balkan corridor was unilaterally closed, and despite the pressure exercised on it to violate our common values, still insists that the only way to deal with the refugee issue is respect for international law, cooperation with transit countries and countries of origin, and dealing with the origins of migration, with the reasons of migration. And in this framework, we have discussed the importance of implementing the EU-Turkey agreement and continuation of NATO operations in the Aegean. We have stressed the needs to do whatever possible to promote peace and stability in Syria, Iraq, and Libya. The hardship, the fighting against civilians should stop, and terrorism should be fought decisively. We have also stressed the need to restart the credible talks on the Middle East issue. And in this framework, I have underscored my commitment to dialogue and cooperation with our neighboring Turkey, a country that plays an important role for the future of our region. But I still stress that the promotion of these important relations can only take place on the basis of mutual respect without threats of war and questioning of sovereign rights. And of course, we have discussed the Cyprus issue, the need to find a fair and viable solution on the basis of UN resolutions and compatible with the fact that Cyprus is an EU member state. We have therefore expressed our support to the very important, critical, bi-communal talks which are underway. Tomorrow I will be meeting President Anastasiadis, who will be in Athens. We need to be very careful at this very critical point in relation to these talks, because important issues are still pending. Our objective is to achieve a solution that will benefit all of the Cypriots, and a solution that will promote confidence building on the island. And this, in our view, cannot happen without the departure of the occupation army and without doing away with the obsolete system of guarantees. So before I conclude, I should like to once more thank President Obama for opting to visit our country. I would like now to remember the words of another important American president who, during the previous century, had to fight in order to deal with challenges similar to the current ones: security, economic crisis, or migration of movements of populations. And he had said that real freedom for people can only exist whenever there is security and independence. And he had also said that famine and unemployment are the raw material for dictatorships. These words are very topical nowadays, and I am certain that our peoples who are committed to common values will fight in every way to deter any possibility of us going back into history. It is our duty to make a leap into the future, and I believe that we will make it. Thank you.
Kalispera. Thank you, Prime Minister Tsipras, for your kind words and for welcoming me to Athens today. I've always wanted to come to Greece, and I'm delighted to be able to make this part of my last trip overseas as President of the United States. I think we all know that the world owes an enormous debt to Greece and the Greek people. So many of our ideas of democracy, so much of our literature and philosophy and science can be traced back to roots right here in Athens. I'm told there's a saying from those ancient times, kalos ke agathos. When someone or something is good and beautiful on the outside, but it's also good and noble on the inside in terms of character and in terms of purpose. And I think that's a fine description of the friendship that exists between the Greek people and the American people. The ideas of ancient Greece helped inspire America's founding fathers as they reached for democracy. Our revolutionary ideas helped inspire Greeks as they sought their own freedom, and Americans came here to help fight for Greek independence. At the dawn of the Cold War, when President Truman committed the United States to the defense of Greece, he said, "I believe that we must assist free peoples to work out their own destinies in their own way." To this day, the United States is profoundly grateful for our friendship and alliance with Greece. And I'm personally very grateful to my many friends in the Greek American community, sons and daughters of Hellenes, who have found success in every walk of American life. And Alexis, I want to thank you for your commitment to our alliance and for the good work that we did today. As the Prime Minister already noted, we spent much of our time discussing the economic situation here in Greece and how Greece can continue to move forward. I know this has been a painful and difficult time, especially for Greek workers and families, pensioners, and young people. This crisis is not an abstraction, but has had a very concrete and devastating impact on the lives and livelihoods of millions of people across this country. In our meeting, Alexis outlined next steps, including reforms to make Greece more attractive to investment and to prevent the kind of imbalances that led to the debt crisis in the first place. In other words, Greece, under his leadership, continues to do the hard work necessary to recover. At the same time, I've been clear from the beginning of this crisis that in order to make reforms sustainable, the Greek economy needs the space to return to growth and start creating jobs again. We cannot simply look to austerity as a strategy, and it is incredibly important that the Greek people see improvements in their daily lives so that they can carry with them the hope that their lives will get better. And in this context, as Greece continues reform, the IMF has said that debt relief is crucial. I will continue to urge creditors to take the steps needed to put Greece on a path towards a durable economic recovery, because it's in all of our interests that Greece succeeds. We all want the Greek people to prosper, to be able to provide a good life for their families and their children. That would be good for Greece, that would be good for the European Union, good for the United States, and ultimately good for the world. Beyond economic issues, we discussed the pressing security challenges that we face as NATO allies. I want to take this opportunity to commend Greece for being one of the 5 NATO allies that spends 2% of GDP on defense, a goal that we have consistently set, but not everybody has met. Greece has done this even during difficult economic times. If Greece can meet this NATO commitment, all our allies should be able to do so. We also discussed the need to continue sharing intelligence to help prevent terrorist attacks, the importance of keeping sanctions, including EU sanctions, in place until Russia's fully implemented the Minsk Agreement along with Ukraine. As I did privately with Alexis, I want to thank the Greek people publicly for their humanitarian response to the crisis of so many migrants and refugees seeking safety in Europe. Greeks, especially on the islands, have shown extraordinary compassion, and they've rightly earned the admiration of the world. Again, Greeks have done so even as they faced their own great economic hardships, and that's a testament, I think, to their solidarity and commitment to treating people with kindness and fairness. Prime Minister Tsipras has made commitments to increase housing for unaccompanied children and to improve access to education for children who are migrants and refugees. And in these goals, it's an obligation of the United States to help, because this cannot be viewed just as a Greek problem. This is an international problem. And I reaffirmed my support to help in any ways that we can, including reaffirming America's support for the deal between the EU and Turkey that can manage arrivals in Europe in a way that is orderly and humane. Finally, as Alexis mentioned, we discussed Cyprus, where the prospects for a just, comprehensive, and lasting settlement are the best that they've been for some time. It doesn't mean that success is guaranteed, but the possibility of resolving a decades-long conflict is there. And we urge the parties to continue their work. The interests of all Cypriots would be advanced with a bizonal, bicommunal federation. We're hopeful that a solution that's durable, which would create new economic opportunities for all the people across Cyprus, is within reach. And it would be a powerful example to the world of what's possible with diplomacy and compromise. So, again, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for welcoming me. Thank you for your partnership. The Greek people have gone through some very difficult times, and there's still a hard road ahead. But despite those hardships, Greece has continued to be a reliable ally, has shown true compassion to fellow human beings in need. It's an example of the Greek character. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to say more to the Greek people in a speech that I'll deliver tomorrow. For now, on behalf of the American people, just let me say that we are proud to count Greece as one of our closest allies and one of our greatest friends. So, ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Θα περάσουμε τώρα στο σκέλος των ερωτήσεων.
We will now proceed to questions. There will be 2 questions from Greek media and 2 questions from American media. First question, Mr. Haritos from EARTH, the state TV.
Από την ελληνική economy, and to take you 7-8 years back, when you enter the White House, the unemployment, the rates of the unemployment, it was 6%. The next 2 years jumped to 11.6, and today you managed to leave it back with 5%, which is the lowest ever. 4.9. The GDP of your country, you managed to grow it almost 2.6 trillion. So, on the contrary, of course, there is nothing to compare between Greek and United States economy. But on the contrary, Greece, the last 7 years, is following the treatment of the financial institution, the foreign financial institutions, and we're still in the eye of the storm of the recession. So, in the same time, there is no discussion about the debt relief. So, my question is, how far this economy can go with these reform programs without any discussion of the debt relief? How far this relationship between Greece and the foreign institutions can last?
You're right, that you can't entirely compare between the United States and Greece for a range of reasons, not just because of the size of the economy. We went through a very severe contraction. We were losing 800,000 jobs a month when I came into office. In fact, the economy was contracting faster than it did during the Great Depression, but we were able to intervene, apply lessons learned, and stabilize and then begin growth again. But I do believe that one of the lessons we tried to apply is that it is important to combine structural reforms and good fiscal stewardship with a growth strategy, because when your economy is growing and more revenue is coming in, that helps relieve debt. And sometimes if your only approach is cutting spending at a time when the economy is contracting, then the economy will contract further and that can add debt. Now, the advantage we had is that the dollar is the reserve currency of the world. Even in the midst of crisis, people were still buying U.S. Treasury bills. We were not part of a broader arrangement like the Eurozone. So it gave us some additional flexibility. But the key lesson that we've drawn from our experience, and it's true that we recovered faster and better, frankly, than most of Europe, is that particularly when the economy is still struggling, putting people back to work, finding ways to spur economic activity, ultimately can help to reduce the structural deficits and debts that countries experience. I think the path that Greece is currently on is the right one. You've engaged in some very difficult structural reforms. And I think the Greek people, although it is difficult and challenging, and the politics of it I know are not good, should appreciate the fact that in this global economy, the Greek economy was going to have to go through some structural reforms. We all do, all the time. The United States has to go through structural reforms in terms of improving our education system, or revamping our infrastructure, or looking at some regulations that weren't properly controlling excesses on Wall Street. So we initiated, or healthcare reform. We had to initiate a whole range of structural reforms. They're not the same as the ones that Greece has had to do, but these were necessary reforms. And the Prime Minister's and his government being willing to move forward on those, I think will lead to Greece being more competitive and a more attractive place for investment in the future. Look, the Greek people are entrepreneurial. There are enormous resources in this country. My hope is that more and more investors around the world see an opportunity to do business here in Greece. But even as you have those structural reforms, our argument has always been that when an economy contracted this fast, when unemployment is this high, that there also has to be a growth agenda to go with it. And it is very difficult to imagine the kind of growth strategy that's needed without some debt relief mechanism. Now, the politics of this are difficult in Europe. I think in fairness to some of the governments up north that I know are not always popular here in Greece, it's important to recognize that they have their own politics, and their populations and their institutions often are resistant to some of these debt relief formulas. But I think that having seen Greece begin many of these difficult steps towards structural reform, having shown a commitment to change, with the Greek people having endured some significant hardships for many years now, there should be an opportunity, I think, for both sides to recognize that if we can come up with a durable solution as opposed to each year or every 6 months having a new negotiation, that could potentially be good for everyone. And now that the Greek economy is growing again, the timing may be right.
AFP, Jerome.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of people in Europe are still struggling to understand what happened on November 8 in the United States. Do you believe it's the exact same dynamic as Brexit, which happened 6 months before? And does it have to do with leaders struggling to read the mood of their country? Do you have the feeling that while in power, you underestimated anger or resentment or fear in America? And to you, Prime Minister Tsipras, President Obama has repeatedly said, including today, that Greece should get substantial debt relief. From your conversation with him today, are you hopeful that he might convince Chancellor Merkel to make a move in that regard later this week?
No two countries are identical. And obviously, there's a difference between a referendum on a very complex relationship between Great Britain and the rest of Europe and a presidential election in the United States. Presidential elections always turn on personalities, they turn on how campaigns are run, they turn on natural desires for change. If you've had an incumbent who's been there for 8 years, there's a temptation to think, well, let's maybe make a change. I think there are a whole range of factors involved. But I do think that there is a common theme that we've seen in a lot of advanced economies and that we've seen around the world, although they manifest themselves in different ways. Globalization, combined with technology, combined with social media and constant information, have disrupted people's lives, sometimes in very concrete ways. A manufacturing plant closes and suddenly an entire town no longer has what was the primary source of employment, but also psychologically. People are less certain of their national identities or their place in the world. It starts looking different and disorienting. And there is no doubt that that has produced populist movements, both from the left and the right, in many countries in Europe. when you see a Donald Trump and a Bernie Sanders, very unconventional candidates, have considerable success, then obviously there's something there that's being tapped into. A suspicion of globalization, a desire to rein in its excesses, a suspicion of elites and governing institutions that people feel may not be responsive to their immediate needs. And that sometimes gets wrapped up in issues of ethnic identity or religious identity or cultural identity. And that can be a volatile mix. It's important to recognize, though, that those trends have always been there. And it's the job, I think, of leaders to try to address people's real, legitimate concerns and channel them in the most constructive ways possible. Did I recognize that there was anger or frustration in the American population? Of course I did. First of all, we had to fight back from the worst recession since the Great Depression, and I can guarantee you if your housing values have crashed and you've lost most of your pension and you've lost your job, you're going to be pretty angry. And so we fought back and recovered, but that left, I think, fear and anxiety in a lot of people, a sense that the economy wasn't as certain as it could be and maybe the game was rigged on Wall Street or by special interests in Washington or what have you. And that's been there. I was also aware of it because of the fact that you've seen some of the rhetoric among Republican elected officials and activists and media. Some of it pretty troubling and not necessarily connected to facts, but being used effectively to mobilize people. And obviously, President-elect Trump tapped into that particular strain within the Republican Party and then was able to broaden that enough and get enough votes to win the election. The lesson I draw, and I think people can draw a lot of lessons, but maybe one that cuts across countries, is we have to deal with issues like inequality. We have to deal with issues of economic dislocation. We have to deal with people's fears that their children won't do as well as they have. The more aggressively and effectively we deal with those issues, the less those fears may channel themselves into counterproductive approaches that pit people against each other. And frankly, that's been my agenda for the last 8 years. I think raising wages, investing in infrastructure, making sure that people have access to good educations that equip them for the jobs of the future. Those are all agenda items that would help alleviate some of those economic pressures and dislocations that people are experiencing. The problem was I couldn't convince a Republican Congress to pass a lot of them. Now, having said that, people seem to think I did a pretty good job. And so there is this mismatch, I think, between frustration and anger. Perhaps the view of the American people is that you just need to shake things up. Time will now tell whether the prescriptions that are being offered, whether Brexit or with respect to the U.S. election ends up actually satisfying those people who've been fearful or angry or concerned. And I think that's going to be an interesting test, because I think I can make a pretty strong argument that the policies we put forward were the right ones, that we've grown faster than just about any advanced economy. The country is indisputably better off, and those folks who voted for the president-elect are better off than they were when I came into office, for the most part. But we'll see whether those facts affect people's calculations in the next election.
You asked if I believe that Angela Merkel could be convinced to make about which are the necessary steps for the recovery of the Greek economy. Well, my answer is I'm very optimistic, and this for two reasons. Number one, Angela Merkel is a German politician, and Germans sometimes insist, sometimes they are disagreeable, but they insist that the agreements must be honored. And what is expected to happen with Greece is that which was agreed last July, August, in the summer of 2015. That was that as soon as Greece shows that it has decided to proceed with courageous and difficult reforms, that when the first and most difficult review is completed, then decisions will be taken, measures will be implemented to reduce, to provide debt relief to Greece so that Greece can go out into the money markets and for growth to return at a very high rate in the Greek economy. So the first reason for my optimism is that just as the German finance minister used to say, pacta sunt servanda, this is a Latin expression which we sometimes use, although we have learned not Latin but ancient Greek in our schools. The second reason for which I'm optimistic is that I have met Angela Merkel in person, so has Barack Obama. We were very close together during the period of the huge refugee crisis. Our cooperation was very good, and therefore I'm of the opinion that she is a responsible politician, a politician who has a sense of responsibility for Europe, and not only for Germany or for her political party. And this was the manner in which she dealt with the refugee crisis, with a deep sense of responsibility on the future of Europe and on stability. And for these two important reasons, I do expect that she will be convinced that these two necessary steps must be made. Two steps that will not be a burden to German taxpayers, so that Greece can become not a member or a part of the problem, but a part of the solution for security, for growth, and for solving the refugee issue, for which Greece plays an important role. And that is why I'm optimistic, and I expect my optimism to be realized. Mr. Ignatiu from Athens, question number 3.
It means a lot for us, for you to be here. My name is Michael Ignatiu. I'm the correspondent in Washington for Ethnos newspaper and Mega TV. You said many times, Mr. President, that the way the Europeans handled the economic crisis, had the opposite effect. And also, you talk many times against the austerity. And of course, you are right. Why, in your opinion, you didn't succeed to convince the Europeans to follow your way? And what are you going to do the last 2 months to help Greece and the Greek people? Also, I have a short question about Cyprus. Both of you talk about Cyprus, and it's a dear issue for me because I born in Cyprus. How can you convince the President of Turkey to end the occupation of Cyprus, Mr. President?
Well, let me take the second question first. This is ultimately a negotiation between Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots. And the good news is that you have two leaders who seem genuinely committed to finding compromises and an approach that would serve both their peoples well. If, in fact, you can see a meeting of the minds between them, then the issue will be, can we make sure that all of us, the international community, Turkey, Greece, the United States, support that agreement in a way that can be ratified by both sides. And we've invested a lot of time. Vice President Biden's been actively involved in this. We are encouraged by the progress that's been made. I think there's a window in the next few weeks, months, where this issue was actually resolved. And I think if we can find an equitable solution, it won't provide 100% of what either side wants. There may be some mechanisms for a transition from status quo to the future that both sides envision, but I think it's achievable, and we're going to do everything we can to support the process. With respect to the economy and Europe, again, I think it's important to recognize that in some ways my job was simpler because at least in the first 2 years, I had majorities of my party controlling Congress, and I'm just one country. So Congress is hard to deal with. Dealing with, multiple parliaments and commissions and unions and this and that and the other, and that's very complicated. And so the need, I think, to operate by consensus, the fact that not all European countries were similarly situated, even though their economy shared a currency, that made their task more difficult. So I want to make sure that I'm clear that I don't envy the hard job that each European leader had in circumstances that oftentimes they had inherited. What I've tried to do is just offer our best thinking, whether it's in resolving problems in banks quickly, because the quicker you resolve the problems with banks and there's transparency in that process, the faster they recapitalize and are able to make investments. When the economy is shrinking, providing jobs, spending on things like infrastructure can actually increase revenue and drive down debt. And then there's going to be a time at which point that has to be taken care of. I mean, for example, in the United States, our deficits went up in those first 2 years because we're engaging in a lot of emergency spending. Our deficits have now been reduced by 2/3, primarily because we started growing again and we started taking in more tax revenue. So there's some lessons, I think, that are applicable for all countries. And what we've just tried to do is offer the best advice that we can, understanding that when you're dealing with multiple nations, but a single currency and then a European Union where some people are in the currency and some people are not in the currency, and a European Parliament and European Council. That's a lot of meetings. Okay.
Θα συμφωνήσω απόλυτα με όσα...
I will fully agree with what President Obama has just said in answering the question about Cyprus. It is not a bilateral issue. It is not a problem between Greece and Turkey. It's an international problem which has been going on for 42 years, as long as I'm alive, and it is a problem.
All right, everybody, we're going to pop out of this for a little bit, take you to a live look at the White House right now. And in just a few moments, we'll be talking about the Dakota Access Pipeline and local protesters here in Phoenix, Arizona. All right, everybody. Well, I'm here with Linda Williams, who did a special report today on this. It's a special day for, it's the national...
It's a call to action. It's when this all has to do with the Dakota Access Pipeline. It's when the protesters, the ones in North Dakota, said, please, if you agree in our cause, stand with us. Go to an Army Corps of Engineers or any kind of representation of that, and please, raise your voices in protest to this pipeline being built under this river across our land near our reservation, because they fear that this oil pipeline will eventually contaminate the water supply, their clean drinking supply.
So that's why they're protesting it, because they're afraid it's going to contaminate the water supply. And then wasn't there also specific landmarks too?
They
that
said there was
want...
a sacred burial land near that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people say that's not true. You're just calling it sacred now, trying to stop this pipeline. It's over 1,000 miles that runs from North Dakota to Illinois that would carry, I don't know how many gallons of oil, hundreds of gallons of oil, and that's the whole point. It's to move oil between these two states. But this one woman who I interviewed today says they will tell you it's not when you will get an oil leak out of one of these things. It's not whether you will, it's when you will. It just always happens. And sometimes it can be going into the soil and you don't even know it. You don't know there's a leak until it's too late. They pointed to issues we've had here locally, not with oil, but with, I don't know if you've seen that video, everyone has, it's of that orange, yellowish, rushing water that the EPA, I guess, set, and it went into the Colorado River, and really it was hard to watch. You see it and you're like, this could not be good for the environment. They point to that. Now, it's hard because we're in the middle of the desert. We're in the Sonoran Desert. So how do you motivate these people, the people you're watching now, to come out and stand in, on a warm day and protest something that you may not relate to, which is an oil pipeline?
Right, and I guess what are the positives of the pipeline? And then
cheap oil.
So cheap oil.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's obviously why they want.
Well, I'm sure big oil will point to it and say, look, we want to be oil sufficient. You want to take the Middle East out of our equation, both politically and economically. This is part of the way to do it, is to, build these kinds of resources.
Okay.
And the environmentalists are saying, but at what risk? So how they brought all of these people around the country into their protest was by focusing on the water. They're like, you may not relate to the danger of pipelines, but everyone understands clean water. That's why you're seeing all these signs that say, water is life, and that kinds of, we need clean water,
And is it a legitimate concern? I mean, what is the possibility of the oil getting in the water? I mean, like you said, it's happened before, so.
You know what? It depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
If you ask someone who is pro big oil or concerned about infrastructure or concerned about the economy, then they would probably say, ugh, the risks are negligible. But you ask, other people who live on the land or live off the land, then they will say it is critical that this not be built. So their cornerstone and the way they pulled everyone in is through the water issue. But they had a victory overnight. The reason why they're going to the Army Corps of Engineers, because they're the ones who do the building and give the permits for these things. Army Corps of Engineers came out last night and said, we're going to shelve the plans for this project, for this oil pipeline, until we talk to the Standing Rock Sioux Nation. And they're the ones pushing back. So you think, hey, victory. But there's a new administration coming in, and the oil company has kind of said, okay, fine, go ahead, we'll wait, because they believe a Trump administration will be friendlier to an oil thing, and they'll be a different boss.
Right.
And he'll say, okay, sounds like a good idea. Pro big business, pro big oil, and just kind of say, build the pipeline, makes sense to me. So they're just going to wait out. I mean, how long do they have to wait? January 20th?
Yeah.
Before Trump administration to come in. They believe they'll have a friendly administration, and so they'll just wait it out, and they think they will still get their pipeline, their oil pipeline through that land.
And are the protesters offering an alternative solution to not building that pipeline? What are they saying that they would be okay with instead?
I think they're saying it's not like we're in a crisis. I mean, gas is cheap right now, and gas is plentiful. So it's not like we're all just, having to walk, which is what we should be doing, right? It's healthier.
Yes.
But they're saying, where's the crisis? Where's the crisis that would require this kind of risk to the environment to move that oil? So it's fascinating. And I mean, I've covered it just today, and I could probably cover it for the next 3 months, and there are still so many layers of the issue. And anytime there's money, money and the environment involved, Native Americans, you've got, I talked to environmentalists today, I talked to young people. I mean, that crowd out there standing on Central and Osborne, Phoenix was so diverse. I couldn't believe it. There were Native Americans, there were Hispanics, there were PR people, there were religious people. I saw a couple of people with their religious collars on, a couple of priests, and I mean,
so all sorts of people.
All sorts of people out there for different reasons. It's very complex.
And is it relatively positive protest? They're just holding signs?
Yeah, no violence, no, we're gonna, do this. They just did a little chanting. People had, I saw people pushing, some people in wheelchairs, older people. I saw a lot of moms with their kids in strollers there. It was a very, kind of touchy-feely kumbaya kind of thing. It wasn't an angry protest. It was more of a, we want you to know that we stand with Standing Rock.
Like they're just trying to get their point across.
Yes, solidarity. It's about solidarity.
Video too that I'm showing now.
And this is
more.
coming, because Standing Rock, I mean, the pictures and the stories we've seen coming out of North Dakota have been frightening. Some of the charges being made against these, not so much law enforcement, but the private people who have been hired to protect the land where they want to build the pipeline. I think this is the Dahi River that they want to build the pipeline under.
And so if they chose to build the pipeline under that river, are they afraid that it'll ruin that area, that it's going to cause all that construction around there? Because I thought the main concern was ruining these sacred grounds, but I didn't even think about also the water as well. So what do you think is the biggest concern? Probably the water.
It's the water. It's the water. I think that's what they, this is all such a PR game on both sides.
Right.
Right. But I think everyone relates to needing clean water, and that's why they've really picked up on that. We want clean water. And the sacred, I have not seen confirmation of that. I've seen it raised as, hey, these are near our sacred grounds. These are near a sacred burial site. But I thought someone, and that's what's so tough about this, the Army Corps came up and said, no, we could not find any basis for that. I read that somewhere. But In the next article, you could read, aha, they found this. So
Yeah.
it's so fluid. It's moving. It's like water. You can't catch it and say concretely, this is what is happening here, because it's so emotional, and it's a battle.
And where is it going to start and begin? Like, what areas will be affected the most by this pipeline? Is it going all the way across from, where does it start?
I know that the biggest concern, it runs from North Dakota to Illinois.
Okay.
The biggest concern is this area right here, because this is where the people are raising the concern. There may be
Yeah.
other concerns, but in terms of the Sioux, the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, they're the ones who have drawn attention. This has been going on since July. It was
Wow.
kind of a spark, and they started protesting, and then it's just rapidly, it's starting to grow now
Right.
more and more. I think people realize. But once again, you bring the politics into it in terms of an Obama administration versus a Trump administration, in terms of the environment, in terms of business. One views them very differently. So I think if the oil company decides, and they've said this morning on a radio station interview, it's all right, we'll wait. We'll wait till someone who we know is more pro-business, who has a bigger understanding of oil's, impact on the economy. We wait till our guy gets in office.
Yeah. And while you were saying that, it made me think about, do you know the actress Shailene Woodley? She was, I didn't recognize her right
Oh.
away, but her and a bunch of actresses, let me pull
So
this
there's
up
Susan
here.
Sarandon. I recognize her on the left. Is that Shailene in the middle?
I'll put
Must be.
this- Yeah, let me see if I can get this over here.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Just trying to pull this up here. So this is Susan Sarandon. On the right here, Shailene Woodley,
Oh,
which she was in that
okay.
Divergent series
Right,
movie.
right, okay.
Couple of those popular teen movies, but they have been out protesting the Dakota Access Pipeline. So a lot
Right.
of celebrities have been out there protesting. So I just wanted to show that because I
For
thought
them,
that was
it's
interesting as well.
It's all about the environment. It's all about, I mean, for them, they feel kind of, plus it's fighting big oil, and they feel that if they can, somehow push this back and get enough voices on their side, stand with Standing Rock, it has a certain flow to it. If they can get, and I did see plenty of, suburban housewives out there pushing their kids in strollers. I saw
Yeah.
half a dozen of them there. If they can just get a lot of different voices to come together and make it a movement and keep pushing, then maybe even if an administration that isn't so friendly towards their causes comes in, then maybe that they can keep that momentum going and keep that pushback going.
And do you think that it is making a difference, the protest? I mean, did you say that they
It
were putting a
has.
hold?
It has. I mean, I talked to one of the organizers and I asked him, what good does it do to stand on a corner in Phoenix, Arizona? The pipeline is 1,300 miles away. Tell me what you're trying to do. He goes, it's an emotional thing. And they weren't just, that wasn't a random corner. There is an Army Corps of Engineers office in that security trust building there at Central and Osborne. He said by us raising our voices around the country, there were more than 200 of these call to action protests today, then at Army Corps of Engineers
wow.
facilities and offices
Over
all around the
200.
country. Yeah, over 200 different ones. We want them to look out their windows, look down, and see how passionate we are and that we care. And the Army Corps of Engineers, as I said last night, it said, we want to talk to the tribe more before we move forward with this.
Okay.
But at which point, like I said, the oil company said, all right, go ahead, shelve it. But we think our time is coming.
Yeah.
And we can just afford to wait you out.
And really, I mean, if they're going to talk to the tribe, it'll probably be just in order to try and convince them further that but I don't think there's much convincing, is there?
I don't want to be cynical. I think it's just the politics, because the Army Corps of Engineers, they know there's a different administration coming too.
Right.
So why not sit down with the tribe and hear them out? And who knows, maybe they will come up with a plan that may be scrapped or it may be accepted.
Right.
But in terms of PR, to say, let's shelve it, I mean, what are they really going to lose? Because they'll have a different boss in...
If you want,
in
No, in
January
no time at all.
20th. Yeah,
Right.
January 20th. So,
And how will that
There's-
be different when Trump gets into the White House?
Well,
will that
I-
change anything in
I
terms of
honest-
this?
in terms of this, of who the Army Corps of Engineers, who their boss is and all that, I have no idea. I'll be honest, I don't
Yeah.
know. But in terms of He is a big businessman. He is not known to be an environmentalist, or at least he certainly hasn't made it a part of anything he talks about.
Right.
I think he is viewed as being friendly to big business and big oil. So
Mhm.
what the head of the oil company that's trying to build that Dakota Access Pipeline said out loud, he was bold enough to say this morning, Trump's coming, we'll wait. We're getting a different administration.
And I think they feel pretty confident
Sure,
that
I
Trump
mean,
will be on their side.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I see what
So,
you're saying.
yeah. So, we
Oh.
shall see, but I think there will be more, we're going to hear a lot more about this. We're going to hear a lot more about this. Probably even once Trump does come in, we'll see, how they change tactics. There's been, just some sad scenes unfolding in North Dakota in terms of charges of how they are treating some of the native protesters who were there.
Yeah.
While they're being arrested. So
Yeah, I mean, even the video, this other video that I had up for a few seconds looked...
of them standing in the river, or
this is more of the North Dakota pipeline protests, but
Right.
this looked a lot more emotional than the other one.
yeah, well, they are right there, and they have had people, flying in, coming in, and these are the indigenous people of it. This is their land.
And again, so this protest today was one out of 200 that were happening
Yes,
today. And this is
around the country.
So
They call it a call to action, and
this is a national day that they...
yes, yeah, a
that they
national
created
day
today?
call of action that it
On any
originated
issue?
it originated in North Dakota, and they're saying stand with the Standing Rock tribe of Sioux tribe of North Dakota. Bring your signs, say you stand with us, talk about how important water is, and help us, push back and stop them building this oil pipeline under the water, because it will poison it.
That's a good slogan, though. Stand with Standing Rock.
Oh, I saw T-shirts that said "Stand with Standing Rock."
Yeah.
Yeah. But they were trying to do the chant, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, DAPL has got to go," and it
That's
wouldn't
kinda hard
roll. Yeah,
after a while.
no, they could just the first couple. It wouldn't
stick.
Wouldn't go. It was like the DAPL
together
has got to
now.
go. Yeah, it was the DAPL. It was tough to pull off, but
Yeah.
the Standing with Standing Rock, that's working for them. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good slogan.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely getting their point across. And you were there at that protest this morning.
Right.
So just experiencing that, obviously, you probably feel what they're feeling.
A lot of emotion.
Yeah.
But like I said, what struck me most was the diversity of the crowd.
Yeah.
Because there were hippies, there was clergy, there were Native Americans, there were Hispanics, there were African Americans, there were teachers, there were suburban housewives.
Yeah.
We saw these two women with their strollers, and they're rushing, going, getting their signs and everything. And I looked over and there was another woman pushing, and I'm like, oh, she's got a stroller too, and it wasn't. She was pushing like an 80-year-old woman in a wheelchair.
So it's not
And
just
they're,
one type of group of people that is
yeah,
against this.
you can't really stereotype and put them into any kind of a box.
Right.
Other than, they want to stand with these people. Some are there strictly, it's about clean water. Some are there, it's about indigenous people's rights. Some are there saying it's about, the environment. But they all came together. It was quite interesting.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens.
We will.
When Trump is elected as well.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean,
Who knows?
he may. That's
never know.
That's what's so interesting about Trump is everyone says they think they know who he is. They don't know.
And then all of a sudden.
And sometimes it'll be like, oh, he is who I thought he was. Oh, he's not who I thought he was. There's so much potential for us to say that
Right.
several times a day about this man. So it's fascinating.
So we'll see about that.
Yes,
What
we
time
will.
does your package air?
I am going to head up there right now. This was an all-day thing because we were out there at 10 o'clock this morning, and I think it's supposed to run till 6.
Okay.
So we're going to go. There are probably maybe, I'm so bad at estimating crowds. I'm so bad. I'm like 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm
I
bad.
think there's 20.
But there are a couple of cops there, and so I leaned on them.
Okay.
They said there was about 125 to 150.
Oh, wow.
So we'll see if
So you'll
people
be
get
out
off
there.
work and go there. So I'm going to head out there and see what the rush hour home crowd looks like.
Okay.
But every time someone honks at them, they just go crazy. It's just like, it's a show of
High
support.
energy,
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Well, thank you for chatting with me.
Nice
And we'll make sure
talking to
see
you.
your report.
This
Thank
is
you,
our
and,
first.
I know, our first interview.
Our maiden voyage. It was fun.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Let's
Mary
talk soon.
Kate.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, you guys, well, that was Linda talking about that Dakota Access Pipeline. Protesters were out today in Phoenix, Arizona, so we just wanted to bring you guys that latest news. Coming up, I'm going to show you a meeting that happened on Capitol Hill earlier today, talking about Donald Trump being elected into the White House and how it's going to be a certain transition period of hiring new people and getting the right people that are going to be behind his back. But right now, let me give you a live look of the White House right now. And now let's take you to that meeting on Capitol Hill as government officials talk about that transition of Donald Trump moving into the White House and hiring new people to come on.
Mr. President. State Majority Leader. I understand there are two bills at the desk due a second reading.
Clerk will read its title of the bill for the second time.
S-3464, a bill to provide incremental increases to the salary threshold for exemptions and so forth and for other purposes. H.R. 6094, an act to provide for a 6-month delay in the effective date of a rule of the Department of Labor and so forth.
In order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding in block.
Objection having been heard, the bills are placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I understand there are appointments were made during the adjournment of the Senate. I ask they be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, you know, we've had a regularly scheduled election in this country every 2 years since 1788. This year's campaign was long and it was tough. I think everyone's glad it's over. I think Americans are ready to come together and move the country forward. As President Obama reminded us, we're all on one team. This is an intramural this is an intramural scrimmage. We're not Democrats first. We're not Republicans first. We're Americans first. We're patriots first. And now, as you put it, we're all rooting for the President-elect's success in uniting and leading the country. I again want to congratulate President-elect Trump on his victory. I again want to thank the American people for placing their trust in the Senate majority and in the House majority as well. Speaker Ryan and I had productive discussions with the President-elect last week. We're both looking forward to working with him. But first, there's work to be done in the current session of the Senate. We'll welcome some new members, beginning with orientation this week. We'll bid farewell to some dear colleagues. We'll finish the work that remains before us. So welcome back, everyone. We still have some work to do, and with some cooperation from both sides, we'll get it done.
Mr. President.
The Democratic Leader.
I first appreciate very much the prayer of Admiral Black. He always does his best to set the tone, and I appreciate the tone that he's done his best to set this afternoon, I should say. So I appreciate very much him and what he does. I welcome everybody back. We've been gone quite some time. We have a lot of work to do the next few weeks, and we'll do our best to get it done as quickly as we can. I want just a few words about Gwen Ifill. It really was too bad that she died at age 61, a woman who was really someone who broke barriers. Every step of her life was something new and inspirational for those around her. I watch as often as I can the NewsHour, and I will miss her. I thought she had such a fine way of presenting herself and the news that she did. Every night she would do the night in review. She was just a really good person, and I'll miss her. I think we all will. Mr. President, I've been in politics for 5 decades. I've not seen anything like what we're seeing today in America. A man who lost the popular vote by 2 million votes is now president-elect. I repeat that. A man who lost the election by 2 million votes or more is now the president-elect. And his election has sparked a wave of hate crimes across America. This is a simple statement of fact. But it raises critical questions for us as a country, as a nation. How do we respond to the election of Donald Trump? Democrats want to work with Mr. Trump when we can. I understand and respect that impulse because Democrats like to get things done. It's why many of us are in government. In fact, I think most of us in the first place. For example, Democrats have been trying for decades, multiple decades, to get Republicans to invest in our deteriorated infrastructure. What kind of a makeup do we have there in the infrastructure? Is it $1 trillion, $2 trillion? Some say $3 trillion. It's really in bad need of help and repair. It's an automatic job creator. Each time we try to do something over these decades on infrastructure, Republicans obstructed. So if we can finally get Republicans to make the job-creating infrastructure investments we've been seeking for years, that will be a welcome development for the Senate and the country. If Trump wants to pursue policies that will help working people, Democrats will take a pragmatic approach. Democrats have a responsibility to improve the life of Americans, all lives. But we also have other responsibilities. We have a responsibility to be the voice of millions of Americans sitting at home, afraid that they're not welcome anymore in Donald Trump's America. We have a responsibility to prevent Trump's bullying, aggressive behavior from becoming normalized in the eyes of America, especially the millions of young people who are watching and wondering. For example, if sexual assault is now a laughing matter. We have a responsibility to say that it is not normal for the KKK, Ku Klux Klan, to celebrate the election of a president they view as their champion with the victory parade. They have one scheduled. In other words, we have a responsibility to lead. Outside this Senate chamber, you can hear hammering. We have workers that are hammering on the platform for the inauguration ceremony. It'll take several months to do it, but it'll be done right. In 65 days, Donald Trump will step onto that platform. For 4 years, he will yield the loudest and most powerful microphone in the world. But even as those workers hammer away on Trump's platform, even as we as leaders accept the results of this election, we must also give voice to those who are afraid, because there are many that are afraid. Indeed, a majority of Americans oppose Donald Trump. Many of my Republican colleagues in this chamber oppose Trump. They weren't alone. Trump will be the first president to take office having lost the popular vote by 2 million. Every day for the past week, a majority of American voters have awakened to a difficult reality. Not only did that man who lost the popular vote win the election, but his election sparked a rise in hate crimes, threats of violence. Since Election Day, the Southern Poverty Law Centers reported hundreds of incidents of harassment, intimidation, Last count, 315 from their calculations. Overwhelmingly, the hateful acts of anti-Muslim, anti-Hispanic, anti-African-American, anti-woman, anti-LGBT, anti-Semitic, and anti-Asian. I've heard these stories from friends and family. My and my wife's Nevada physician is a Pakistani American of Muslim faith. We think so much of him. We've known each other for 35 years. The day after the election, my friend was in a restaurant in Las Vegas having dinner. A man, in approaching him in a threatening manner, said, "Where are you from?" He said, "Where are you from?" The man that approached him said, "I'm local." The doctor said, "So am I." That same night, in another restaurant in Las Vegas, a Pakistani physician was having dinner. A man walked up to him in the same manner, said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I'm from Pakistan." He said, "Why don't you go back?" One of my staffers has a daughter in middle school. I've known that little girl since she was a little baby. The day after the election, the principal addressed the entire student body on the school's PA system because the two incidents had occurred that he wanted to talk to them about. In one instance, a boy yelled at a Latina student, telling her that he was glad she was going to be deported now that Trump was president. In another instance, a boy was sent home for yelling the most derogatory, hateful term at an African-American student. The boy justified himself by saying he used that language now that Trump was president. In Spokane, Washington, the Martin Luther King Center there was defaced with the same hateful word. Those are only a few examples of what people close to me have related. But these kinds of disturbing accounts have been heard across America. I have here, Mr. President, a compilation of these incidents. One is from NBC News. Another is from another publication. Hundreds of incidents in the last few days, and I would ask that be made part of the record.
Without objection.
That was just entered into the record, those references made are awful, they're hateful, they're frightening, they're scary. I invite any of my colleagues to read these horrible acts, and I invite any senator, Democrat or Republican, to come right down to this floor today and defend any one of them. These examples of hate and prejudice. I don't believe anyone in this chamber wants to defend the hateful acts that are being committed in President-elect Trump's name. They lead to one unavoidable conclusion. Many of our fellow Americans believe that Trump's election validates the kind of bullying, aggressive behavior Trump modeled on a daily basis. How can we teach our children that bragging about sexual assault is abhorrent if we rush into the arms of a man who dismissed it as locker room talk? If we fail to hold Trump accountable, we all bear a major responsibility for normalizing his behavior. Here's a letter from a 7th grader from Rhode Island. She wrote it the day after the election, and I direct quote from the letter. 7th grader. I'm extremely scared, especially being a woman of color, that the president of the country that I was born and live in is making me feel unsafe when I actually shouldn't feel unsafe. It's even scarier because this man who is now the president of the United States of America has said such rude, ignorant, and disrespectful things about women and all different types of people and is now in charge of our country. I want to feel safe in my country, but I no longer can feel safe with someone like Donald Trump leading the country. Close quote, end of letter. Our president is supposed to make people feel safe. But on Wednesday, a seventh grade girl awoke feeling frightened to be a woman of color in America because Donald Trump was president-elect. If we ignore her voice and other voices, this seventh grader will be left to conclude that we as a nation find her fear acceptable. How do we show her that she doesn't have to be afraid? The first step is facing reality. No matter how hard the rest of us work, the main responsibility lies within the man who inspired the fear. President-elect Trump must act immediately to make America, like that seventh grade girl, feel that they are welcome in his America. Healing the wounds he inflicted will take more than words. Talk is cheap and tweets are cheaper. Healing the wounds is going to take action. But so far, Mr. President, rather than healing these wounds, Trump's actions have deepened them. In one of his very first, if not his first official act, he appointed a man seen as a champion of white supremacy as a #1 strategist in the White House. #1. Everybody else is under him. According to CNN, and I quote, white nationalist leaders are praising Donald Trump's decision to name Stephen Bannon as his chief strategist, close quote. In the same article, white nationalist leaders say they see Bannon, quote, as an advocate for policies they favor, close quote. And according to the Poverty Law Center, Bannon, quote, was a main driver between Breitbart becoming a white ethno-nationalist propaganda mill, close quote. When asked to comment on Bannon's hiring, KK leader David Duke told CNN, again a quote, "I think that's excellent," close quote. A court filing stated that Bannon said, again another quote, that he doesn't like Jews and that he doesn't like the way they raise their kids to be whiny brats, and that he didn't want his girls to go to school with Jews, close quote. That's a court document. By placing a champion of white supremacists a step away from the Oval Office, what message does Trump send to the young girl who woke up Wednesday morning in Rhode Island afraid to be a woman of color in America? It's not a message of healing. If Trump is serious about seeking unity, the first thing he should do is rescind his appointment of Steve Bannon. Rescind it. Don't do it. Think about this. Don't do it. As long as a champion of racial division is a step away from the Oval Office, it will be impossible to take Trump's efforts to heal the nation seriously. So I say to Donald Trump, take responsibility. Rise to the dignity of the office of President of the United States instead of hiding behind your Twitter account. And show America that racism, bullying, and bigotry have no place in the White House or in America. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business until 5 p.m., with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, I came to the floor to talk about the election of November the 8th,
Chicago Police
the
Department
opportunities that we have working together going forward to turn the direction of the country around. Unfortunately, to find myself sitting here and listening to the latest tirade by the Democratic leader against the president-elect and his team. Surely he's entitled to his opinion, but he does nothing to contribute to the healing of our country after a very polarizing, hotly contested election by continuing to pile on the president-elect and his team. We had an election. The American people voted. The American people chose their next president. But to come here after the election, after the American people have spoken and made that choice, and continue to disparage their choice for the next president, as well as the leadership in the House and the Senate, really just smacks of, well, we used to call people like that sore losers.
You can see what police have to say about this 2-year-old boy. Again, charges, they're announcing those charges today. Here we go. All right, you guys, it looks like there is a little bit of issue with the sound here. We're going to work on getting that sound fixed for you guys. All right, you guys, we're going to work on those issues with the sound there. In the meantime, let's take you back to that Capitol Hill meeting while we try to work out the sound on that press conference out of Chicago.
Like Trump's name, they lead to one unavoidable conclusion. Many of our fellow Americans believe that Trump's election validates the kind of bullying, aggressive behavior Trump modeled on a daily basis. How can we teach our children that bragging about sexual assault is abhorrent if we rush into the arms of a man who dismissed it as locker room talk? If we fail to hold Trump accountable, we all bear a major responsibility for normalizing his behavior. Here's a letter from a 7th grader from Rhode Island. She wrote it the day after the election, and I direct quote from the letter. 7th grader. I'm extremely scared, especially being a woman of color, that the president of the country that I was born and live in is making me feel unsafe when I actually shouldn't feel unsafe. It's even scarier because this man who is now the president of the United States of America has said such rude, ignorant, and disrespectful things about women and all different types of people and is now in charge of our country. I want to feel safe in my country, but I no longer can feel safe with someone like Donald Trump leading the country. Close quote, end of letter. Our president is supposed to make people feel safe. But on Wednesday, a 7th grade girl wrote feeling frightened to be a woman of color in America because Donald Trump was president-elect. If we ignore her voice and other voices, this 7th grader will be left to conclude that we as a nation find her fear acceptable. How do we show her that she doesn't have to be afraid? The first step is facing reality. No matter how hard the rest of us work, the main responsibility lies within the man who inspired the fear. President-elect Trump must act immediately to make America, like that 7th grade girl, feel that they are welcome in his America. Healing the wounds he inflicted will take more than words. Talk is cheap and tweets are cheaper. Healing the wounds is going to take action. But so far, Mr. President, rather than healing these wounds, Trump's actions have deepened them. In one of his very first, if not his first official act, he appointed a man seen as a champion of white supremacy as a #1 strategist in the White House. #1. Everybody else is under him. According to CNN, and I quote, white nationalist leaders are praising Donald Trump's decision to name Stephen Bannon as his chief strategist, close quote. In the same article, white nationalist leaders say they see Bannon, quote, as an advocate for policies they favor, close quote. And according to the Poverty Law Center, Bannon, quote, was a main driver between Breitbart becoming a white ethno-nationalist propaganda mill, close quote. When asked to comment on Bannon's hiring, KK leader David Duke told CNN, again a quote, "I think that's excellent," close quote. A court filing stated that Bannon said, again another quote, that he doesn't like Jews and that he doesn't like the way they raise their kids to be whiny brats, and that he didn't want his girls to go to school with Jews, close quote. That's a court document. By placing a champion of white supremacists a step away from the Oval Office, what message does Trump send to the young girl who woke up Wednesday morning in Rhode Island afraid to be a woman of color in America? It's not a message of healing. If Trump is serious...
All right, you guys, we have some breaking news for you out of Austin, Texas. Let's take you there now. This is more Donald Trump protests. Again, there is no sound right now at the moment because of all the profanity that gets yelled at these protests. But you guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Anti-Donald Trump protests in Austin, Texas.
No, that was a little bit before that was Thursday. And a lot of organizations helped with turnout, and people are concerned about what's happening at Standing Rock, and they're concerned about the oil and gas infrastructure that's being built in West Texas, and it's being built all over the state. You know, I have 2 sons and I have 2 granddaughters, and they will make their life a living hell if they're allowed to keep building infrastructure and keep using fossil fuels. And that's for a surety that will happen, and it won't happen way off into the future. It will happen in the near future. So yeah, we've got to stop them. So we'll do whatever we can do here to stop them. The people at Standing Rock will do what they can do to stop them, and people all over this country are now energized in a way they haven't been before. So I would expect that there's going to be civil disobedience even more and more all over the country. This can't be allowed. Standing Rock is a symbol. It's not the only place. It's not the only infrastructure that's being built. It's just a symbol of the problem in this country. We can go to renewables right now. Wind and solar. The city of Georgetown will be 100% renewable by next year. They sign long-term wind and solar contracts for one reason, that renewables are now cheaper than fossil fuels. So why are we building more plants? Why are we building more infrastructure? And the reason is greed. They want to make money out of every last drop. That has to be stopped.
How do you think these protests are going to help?
I think bring attention to the fact, I mean, if the people at Standing Rock hadn't done what they did, we wouldn't all be in the street today. And it isn't just us here in Austin. There are demonstrations happening in San Antonio, in Houston, and Dallas, maybe El Paso, I don't know, but I at least know that 4 cities in Central Texas, there are demonstrations, and they're happening all over the United States, and they're happening internationally too. People, I'm part of an international group, and people are encouraging the people in Standing Rock because they know that they're real important. What they're doing is very important, so they're getting support everywhere. All right, thank you.
So
sure.
much.
So where's my seat?
That first interview. The second. This one.
No, the lady that talked to us.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, here's
she is again.
Oh, nice.
Hey, found you again. He said that the mic was kind of crazy because all the people, so we're just going to ask you one more time.
Okay, sure.
Talk about the concerns that you have.
My biggest concern is that we put corporations over people. And it's not even just that we put corporations over people, it's that we tell people that their lives don't matter, and that not only that, they will not be able to survive if this pipeline goes in. It will destroy water for 10 million people minimum. And it's unacceptable. I don't understand how we rationalize these things. I don't understand how we could say to people, you don't deserve water. To me, it's a basic right that we should have.
Perfect. And your name one more time?
Julie Cantor.
Okay, and it's
Antor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. With the family. They have their phones.
You want to talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, do you mind if we ask you a few questions? We're just kind of doing this.
Talking about concerns and stuff like that.
Yes.
So talk to me today. Who did you come out with? How'd you hear about this?
These are my kids here. They're actually they've been seeing a lot of the videos and things like that. We've all been trying to stay on the coverage, watching it, and so they all came out with their signs and things. They're not too happy about the walking, but they're happy to be a part of it, I hope.
Talk to me why you wanted them to get involved and what they think about it.
Well, what do you guys think about it? How do you feel?
Good.
Fun. You want to show her your sign?
So I guess you talk to me why it's important to have your kids involved and what are some of the concerns you have.
Well, actually, we have a lot of Cherokee Indian blood. And, you know, we come from the Cherokee Indian blood. Oh. Are you? I know,
Okay,
I'm like,
no, there we go.
And it's been quite a big deal. Showing them the videos especially, I want them to know that things like this, you know, when it's not okay, you can stand up and you can fight against it without actually fighting. And hopefully it's going to make a change, make a difference.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And your first last name?
I'm Jessica Neal.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the cameraman here just trying to get set up and walk around the streets of Austin, Texas right now, where these are live anti-Donald Trump protests. I have my co-host Mike Page here with me right now. What do you think about these protests, Mike?
Well, this is going now into a 6th day. Hard to imagine 6 days of this all across the country.
Yeah, this has been happening every day since the election, correct?
Yes, and I just read an interesting article. We covered late last week a lot of those protests happening in Portland, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the viewers will appreciate this. Of the 112 people arrested in Oregon for those protesters, half of them did not vote.
Are you kidding?
That is what came out. That is the little nugget that I read today. Half of them did not vote at all. It's not like they voted for Hillary, and then they were bummed. They just didn't vote at all.
And yet they're out there protesting,
Yeah.
but they didn't vote.
So that was something.
Now, a lot of people say in defense of that maybe they couldn't vote, but these are registered voters, correct?
Yes.
These are people that could have voted.
Yeah.
So looks like the stream is frozen for just a little bit, but let's stay on this for a few seconds to make sure we get it back. But let us know in the comment section, you guys, what you think about that. Half the people that were arrested, where did you say?
In Oregon, Portland, Oregon.
Did not
And
vote.
that was one of the more violent ones. Remember
course,
that
on
it
camera
cost
here.
about $1 million in damage throughout the city there. So, and they didn't even vote.
That's interesting. And I wonder if some of the people that are out there even know what they're protesting against. I mean, especially if you didn't vote.
If you didn't vote, I think a lot of them have absolutely nothing to do.
Yeah, like, or maybe some of them want to get out of school.
Sure.
You never know.
Yeah, because we've been seeing a lot of those students across the country.
Right.
Just leave class. And I don't know how the school's allowing this to, like, I mean, because they're responsible for the students. And what happens if one of them got run down or injured?
And what do their parents say when they come home and they tell
Yeah,
their
how was your
parents
day? How was your day, son?
they weren't
Or
at
daughter?
school?
Yeah.
I didn't go. I wanted to protest.
I was protesting.
But you know what? Everyone's entitled to their opinion and everyone's allowed to protest as long as it's kept peaceful.
Sure.
You know, say
Yes.
what you want to say, but I'm surprised that you said that about the people that didn't even vote, but they're out there protesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. And we'll talk about it a little bit more coming up 5 here.
Good. All right. Well, let me give them a live look at the White House right now, and then you can bring them those protests coming up.
There we go. And if we do get that shot back of Austin, we'll bring it to you, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us. I'm your host, Mike Pace, and I'll be with you guys for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And boy, do we have a show lined up for you today. I'm going to give you some updates that we were covering extensively this afternoon. If you were with us this afternoon, you did see the Oklahoma City airport being shut down because of a shooting that occurred there. We'll give you the latest information regarding that shooting that happened at the airport earlier this afternoon. And then a story that's really not been circulating at all. I'm going to bring it to you anyway. It's a shocking story coming out of Utah. A lot of kids stabbed at a high school there. Hasn't even been brought up really on national news yet. We're gonna cut that and break that down for you, absolutely. And then my story of the day: Planned Parenthood under fire because it seems like they are hiring protesters around the country, and other groups are also doing the same. These are paid protesters across the country. We're going to have the latest information for you on that as well. And then I mentioned it earlier right with Mary Kate just moments ago as we were previewing my block of stories today about Oregon. Half of those protesters didn't vote. If you don't vote, you don't get to complain about the outcome, but they still are. So we'll cut that down and break that down for you here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. And then also, this is an interesting story. A sex offender was found inside someone's home, and then, well, he got what was coming to him. We'll break that story down for you as well. So you guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's so great to be here with you this evening. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'm happy to be here with you as we're going to be breaking down this stories. All right, let's go to that top story of the day so far. That's just coming in Oklahoma City. Here is the latest information. Oklahoma City's Will Rogers World Airport was closed Tuesday afternoon after a Southwest Airlines employee was shot and killed there. Police and the airline said authorities identified the victim as Michael Winchester. He was 52 years old. A LinkedIn page in Winchester's name described him as a ramp supervisor for Southwest and said he was from Washington, Oklahoma. Southwest spokesman Brandy King confirmed Winchester was an employee and said in a statement that the airline would cancel all flights scheduled to depart Oklahoma City for the remainder of the day today. Authorities responded to a call of shots fired in an airport parking garage shortly before 1 p.m. local time. The airport spokeswoman Karen Carney told the Oklahoman that the airport suspended operations at 1:10 and a ground stop was issued at 1:40. The victim was later pronounced dead at a local hospital. No description of a suspect was immediately available, and investigators told local media they believe the shooting was an isolated incident. At around 4 p.m. local time, the airport tweeted out that the airport will remain closed and they would have more travelers move out of the terminal. As many as 8,000 travelers go through the airport daily. We're still waiting to see if there's any information on a suspect or if they located that suspect. Just a shocking, shocking story there, and very sad there for that employee. So our thoughts are with that person. And here's another story here for you that really is picking up really no traction on the national news, but it's such a sad story. 5 students hurt in a stabbing at a Utah high school today. A 16-year-old student at a high school in Utah stabbed 5 classmates in the boys' locker room today, then stabbed himself before police took him into custody, school officials said. The Mountain View High School students were all expected to survive. One student was in critical condition, one student in serious condition, and 3 others were in fair condition. The victims were stabbed in the neck and upper torso. The attack unfolded just before 8 a.m. today. Investigators did not immediately give a motive for the stabbing. The alleged attacker had been suspended earlier in the school year. However, it was not clear why he was suspended or when the suspension occurred. The suspect carrying a 6-inch knife was eventually subdued with a taser deployed by a school resource officer. Officials locked down the school for a brief time after the incident. It occurred 40 miles southeast of Salt Lake City there. Wow. Very, very scary situation there that really hasn't picked up any national news, but we're breaking it for you right here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream for you. All right, on to our next story here. It's been reported by FoxNews.com. A Craigslist ad read, "Stop Trump, up to $1,500 a week, hiring immediately. Call today, start tomorrow, $15 to $18 an hourly rate, plus bonus, plus overtime, up to 77 hours per week." They were placed by a Planned Parenthood affiliate in major cities like Boston, Denver, Columbus, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, right before the election to defeat the candidacy of Donald Trump. However, most of them are still active on Craigslist, fueling questions about whether the group is now among those feeding the post-election anti-Trump protests across the country. Many of the ads have Planned Parenthood action, a PAC emblazoned across the top, and all of them list phone numbers belonging to the Community Outreach Group, a for-profit organization formed by Planned Parenthood as a vendor of large-scale advocacy. Protesting is among the tasks listed on its website. MoveOn.org and others already have been linked to the demonstrations. Protesters have been out on the streets since Wednesday and have been mostly peaceful. However, in some instances, like in the city of Portland, police used flash bombs last week to quell an angry mob that lit fires and smashed cars and store windows with bats. One protester was shot by a civilian. Planned Parenthood and Community Outreach Group have not returned phone calls seeking comment. Planned Parenthood, which received $553 million in tax dollars last year, had pledged to spend $30 million to defeat Trump, according to Rolling Stone. The money allegedly came from its super PAC, which jointly worked on the ground war, the magazine said. Former U.S. Senator Scott Brown of Massachusetts told FoxNews.com that he wasn't surprised to hear a possible protest connection to the nonprofit Women's Health Organization. He said, "I wouldn't be shocked that this group is going the extra mile to undermine the legitimate transfer of power," he said. It comes into question whether they are using taxpayer money appropriately or even legally. This goes above and beyond their duty and ability to provide services for women. Other liberal groups have also apparently used the online classified ad site as a means to fuel protests. MoveOn.org identified themselves in a New York ad offering $18 an hour and specifying, quote, "We only want protesters under the age of 30, and we prefer minorities," end quote. One job popped up over the weekend with an ad on both Craigslist and Reddit offering to pay $35 to protest at Trump's Los Angeles golf course for 10 hours. Protesters were urged to dress to impress and bring signs. On Friday night, a Los Angeles protest swelled to 11,000 people and encompassed numerous blocks in Hollywood, shutting down the main thoroughfare of Wilshire Boulevard. The event was tweeted by the Puente, Arizona, an offshoot of George Soros' Open Society Foundation. An ad had been posted a day before encouraging people to block traffic, with some going as far as standing on a freeway. Protests have continued every day since. Ultimately, Los Angeles police arrested 187 adults and 8 minors. Another group, Washington Community Action Network, posted a Seattle ad 5 days ago on Craigslist offering $15 an hour. Participants at a recent protest told Fox News that they were recruited by the ad. As for the end goal, detractors say on MoveOn.org's Facebook page that they are seeking to undo the Electoral College system. Additional Craigslist posting claims the chaos will result in Trump's impeachment as protesters urge each other to get involved in additional demonstrations. But for every ad bashing the president-elect, other commenters have come to his defense. Quote, "My son was recruited this morning in Huntsville, Alabama," one man wrote in response to a posting. He and a co-worker were opening up when they were approached and offered $18 an hour to protest. The co-worker, a former Marine, let them know in short order that they both voted for Trump. From Orlando, in a state that Hillary Clinton was counting on winning, quote, "You are really pathetic. We didn't win, so now let's steal the presidency. You make us sick," said one commentator. So that is just some of the latest news regarding these demonstrators that you are seeing all across the country. We're breaking it down for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Hi, everyone. We're going to continue on to our stories here. And this is a story that just broke about 10 minutes ago. And I wanted to really bring this to your attention here, since we have been talking and really showing a lot of these feeds from these protesters all across the country. Well, you know, one of the big protests that happened in Portland, Oregon, were one of the most violent, where people were getting hurt, a lot of businesses and property destroyed there, over $1 million worth over the weekend. Turns out now, more than half of the people arrested in Portland, Oregon, while protesting President-elect Donald Trump election victory, well, it turns out they did not vote. That's according to KGW-TV. Of the 112 people arrested in the city during the recent protest, at least 69 of them either didn't turn in a ballot or they just plain didn't vote in Oregon. KGW reviewed county voter logs and registration rolls, determining that 34 of the arrested protesters didn't vote and 35 weren't even registered to vote in Oregon. But hey, they're protesting, they're out there because they're worried about a particular hashtag that is trending and they want to be part of the action, but they do no diligence whatsoever to go out and vote. That's the issue. You can't complain that your candidate didn't win when you didn't even go out there and vote, right? That is what a lot of people have been saying. A lot of media reports now coming out in other cities showing the same exact data. So it'll be interesting to see as we're moving on here. I think what's going to happen is you're going to see some of these protests finally dwindle down because they are being exposed. A lot of paid protesters and a lot of people that are protesting, well, they didn't even come out and vote. So that's the issue that we're talking about here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let me know your comments. Let me know what you're thinking, because I know it's going to rattle a lot of people when they start seeing these numbers and these people are coming out and protesting about President-elect Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, they didn't vote. That's like going to a party and being mad at the host for not inviting you when you didn't even come out and do your part. Come on, folks. That's the issue. My name is Mike Pace, and that's the issue report today. And we'll be back in just 1 minute, right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Coming up next, a sex offender that was found inside a home. Well, they got, a big surprise. All right, folks, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Get this story here, folks. A mom in Texas made a stunning find when she discovered an accused sex offender hiding under the stairs of her house. And after a fight, her son shot the man in the face. An arrest warrant revealed today. The family's barking dog first alerted the mother to the suspect. This is 56-year-old Leonard Trevino hiding under the stairs outside the San Antonio home last week. Trevino burst out with a gun and demanded the family let him into their home, according to the warrant. The son ultimately shot the suspect, who was beating him on the head with a pipe-like object, investigators said. Trevino was recovering in a hospital and facing an aggravated assault charge, the warrant continued. It's not clear whether any of the family members were hurt. The suspect also faced a child indecency charge connected to that family. It's a great job for that boy for stepping in and getting some action done, because you just never know what's going to happen, and it's... You like to hear some of those stories sometimes where the good guys win and the bad guys go to jail. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, we're going to continue right here on the stream here for you on the latest news, folks, here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Earlier today, the families of some of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims today appealed a Superior Court's judge's ruling dismissing their lawsuit against the manufacturer of the gun used in that shooting. The appeal was filed in an appellate court, but the plaintiffs are requesting that the case to be heard by the state Supreme Court. The families of 10 victims filed the lawsuit back in January of 2015, seeking to hold the Remington Outdoor Company liable for the massacre because it marketed a gun to the public it knew was made for military use. So what we're going to do is show you that press conference from earlier today. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
The issues raised in this case are obviously very important. and are of great public interest as well. And it's the Connecticut Supreme Court that establishes precedent when there is none. And this case raises issues of first impression. This case needs to establish precedent. There is no precedent for this case in Connecticut. So the law, and the other thing about the state of Connecticut itself is that it's a small state, so the laws on the books can be a little outdated. And as you know, one of the claims in our case involves the wisdom, the care, the reasonableness of entrusting an AR-15 assault weapon to the public. And as you can imagine, that case has never been brought in Connecticut. And in fact, the last big negligent entrustment case, which made its way to our Supreme Court, was back in 1933, and it involved something which they used to call an automobile, which they now call cars. And we don't know what the automobile was because the case doesn't reference what it was, but we know it was not a Tesla. And in a state this small, we just don't have the volume of cases that challenge the law. And we know in that case that it was not a Tesla, and we also know that that case did not involve a state-of-the-art assault weapon designed for combat to kill the most people in the least amount of time with the most efficiency. That weapon didn't exist in 1933. So that case is a little outdated. And as you all know, we lost our motion. The other side won a motion to strike, and we were disappointed by that. But you have to understand that that was fully expected in a case with a precedent, where there is no precedent, in a case this cutting edge. Because trial courts don't have the same degree of discretion and latitude that the Supreme Court has. And the other thing is we welcome fully the opportunity to present our case before the state's highest court. We welcome that opportunity, and we will look for a definitive ruling as soon as possible, a ruling that is fair and consistent with the principles of the law, which always in Connecticut have bent towards fairness and justice for those who have had their lives uprooted like these families. And at this time, I'll have turn it over to my wonderful client, Ian. We'll have some remarks for you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Hockley. I am bringing this appeal for our dead son, Dylan, who never stood a chance as he stared down the barrel of a military-grade weapon. Dylan, who was shot at least 5 times. We're not really sure because of the horrific injuries he sustained, caused by the AR-15 used by the shooter at Sandy Hook. I'm bringing this appeal to help avoid the next mass shooting using these weapons and prevent more families suffering the horrors that we have experienced. To raise awareness of just how much protection the gun industry brought itself through the PLCAA law passed in 2005. To make society aware there should be another way that promotes their safety while protecting the constitutional rights of all citizens. My son never got to exercise his right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness because Congress, the NRA, and the gun industry back then put profits before humanity. If you were starting over again to create the safest environment for our society, you would not write this law. It is unnatural in the level of protection it gives the gun industry. Instead, you would create rules ensuring that such weapons are entrusted to responsible citizens who comply with sensible laws about the training required to own one and their safe storage and usage. We compare this law to the military approach. These weapons are secured when not in use. A missing weapon causes a base-wide lockdown. The loss of a weapon on the battlefield is a punishable offense. Why would we not want the same security in our society? We look forward to making our arguments to the Supreme Court and continuing this search for accountability and change. Thank you.
We'll take a couple questions. Just introduce yourself before you ask if you could. Or if no one has questions.
Josh, the
The previous judge made it pretty clear that she felt the federal law was clear that this does not fit the narrow exceptions. What makes you think the Supreme Court is going to rule it differently?
Well, I think that first of all, the ruling pertaining to the federal law, as you point out, was the PLACA issue. And I think the court had decided already that this was not going to be a claim that she felt comfortable being the first one to acknowledge. So I think the court went on to point out things about the PLACA, but I didn't think that was really the fundamental premise of her ruling. In fact, I think that it was which happens all the time, which trial courts just don't feel that level of empowerment to confront a case this precedent setting. And
this is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, folks, we are now going live right now.
In cases that raise significant legal issues or involve matters of great public importance.
Right now, you guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, bringing you these live images right here. Refinery fire happening now in Torrance, California. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. When breaking news does occur, we do have you covered.
We were just talking with the desk. What you're looking at is a fire right now inside the refinery. And now I'm getting information from somebody else that works.
All right, folks, you are watching live images right here. Skyfox up in the air, refinery fire. This is an Exxon Mobil refinery in Torrance, California. And did you know that Arizona receives 90% of their gas from California? Continuing to watch here. And thank you to everybody joining us right now on Fox 10 Facebook Live. We've always been telling you folks that when breaking news does occur, we have you covered anywhere across the country. And right now we are dealing with live images coming at you from Torrance, California. This is an Exxon Mobil refinery fire that is going on right now. You're looking at these live images. It is 4:32 in California, and we are covering it here live for you. When breaking news does occur, you know we've got you covered. So why don't you do yourself a favor right now and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering news anywhere across the country. We've got you covered. This is happening live. Thank you to everybody for joining us here live on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are covering live breaking news for you here. It's an ExxonMobil refinery in Torrance, California that crews are working to put out right now. And these images coming to you live right here on the stream. We are covering this for you on all angles right now. Skyfox up in the air in Torrance, California. This is just happening moments ago. And like I was saying earlier to you folks, breaking news does occur. We've got you covered. This is a live refinery fire happening. Now, the great thing about Facebook Live or fox10phoenix.com when we are streaming live here, what we love about it is if you hit the like button on Fox 10 Phoenix, anytime we go live, you're going to get an alert. Now, you can view it if you like, if it's to interest of you, or you could watch it later on our Fox 10 Facebook page. It's almost like a DVR service there for you. Just letting you know, hey, we're live, we're covering this for you. If it's of interest of you, maybe it's a police chase that we're covering. A lot of people always tune into those police chases. So, yeah, we just offer so many different aspects of when we are getting news sources from anywhere across the country. So it's a great asset for you guys to continue to have. Hit the like button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering those news for you. Or if you're watching on fox10phoenix.com, and if you're an avid viewer, if you haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page. We're almost there to 100,000 views here. And I don't know what Fox News just did, but they switched out. And now they brought it back. Yeah, sometimes they just switch out there a little bit, and we got a little Harry Connick Jr. action there for you. But continuing on here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, see, that's why I always got to be ready at the helm here. You never know when they're going to be just switching out images for me, and I gotta bring it back. So welcome everybody. You know, this is a live broadcast, so anything can happen, and usually it does happen. So we're going to watch this here for you. Refinery fire happening right now, covering it for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Well, now, folks, back in October, Torrance issued a temporary shelter-in-place order due to flaring at the refinery. That was happening in October here, but we're watching crews now work at it again here at this ExxonMobil refinery in Torrance, California. We do appreciate everybody chiming in on the Fox 10 Facebook page, comment section, as well as fox10phoenix.com, where everybody is always watching. Some of you in the comment section are hoping that everyone is safe there, including the first responders, and then others, well, they're going right for their pocketbooks and they're thinking, oh my gosh, prices are going to be going up for gas. So it's interesting to see the comments come in. You know, some people right away are worried. For others times the people are just worried about their bottom line there. So it's interesting to see how that all unfolds, especially when we get to see those comments roll in live as the video is coming in live as well. Welcome, everybody, to Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
For joining us. What we're looking at right now is some fire at the Torrance Refining Company Refinery. It is very close to an area that where there was an explosion a couple of years ago. Right now, though, we know that no outside fire companies have been brought into this, meaning LA County Fire has not been asked to assist right now. The crews on scene at the refinery and using their own built-in fire suppression system are trying to keep these flames under control this afternoon. But we do see a lot of fire continuing to bellow out of one of those, or maybe several.
Everybody, we do appreciate you joining here. We just heard that update that no outside fire crews involved yet. This is all internally as they are working to put this fire out at the refinery here, ExxonMobil Refinery in Torrance, California. You guys are watching these live images right now. Skyfox up in the air in Torrance, California. We do appreciate you guys being part of this Fox 10 News Now stream. Seems to have been some sort of construction area right here. It looks like they are doing some work. Cannot say for sure. Obviously, these type of all that investigation will come later on, and we'll get those exact answers much later after the fire is out. It's just an observation right now. It does seem like they have some construction going on in this area. Huge flames, though, continue to burn out here, and this is probably, obviously we're watching it burn. It's either going to be some sort of natural gas, if not gasoline itself. So everybody knows that these burn extremely hot, and they're probably very worried about the lines around it right now. That's probably one of the reasons why you see all that water being dumped on it. You got some firefighters over there right now actively turning the wrenches and turning off spigots right now, or maybe moving lines. But what we see is an activity right now where they're trying to contain or actually extinguish the flames, probably by cutting off the fuel source right now. Get an idea, though, you can see all this steam right now just in the area, just coming off those pipes. That's probably from the water being sprayed on there, and these lines being heated up from those flames, and could create some sort of actually
more of an issue. So right now, though, very scary moments, I'm sure, for the units that might have been in the area when it happened, the people working down there, employees. And obviously after that explosion a couple of years ago, if any of the residents nearby off of 190th and near Crenshaw, they are probably looking up and thinking to myself, oh gosh, not again. We haven't heard any official shelter in place. Our desk would let us know that, I'm sure. So there hasn't been any type of worry of an explosion and or toxic fumes. Whatever it is right now is just burning very hot, very rapidly, and whatever's coming out is being burned up. So right now the firefight continues, fire suppression in place out here. You can see the water going, just dumping on those flames right now. Firefighters from the plant are out here working to contain it and basically shut off whatever's feeding those flames. You can see them up there on those catwalks moving around. Very, dangerous situation, just multiplied right now with these huge flames continuing on, and then of course all that water being dumped on there, making things probably slippery and just more hectic. But I'm sure that this is what they want, and they're keeping an eye on those flames, and they do seem to be slowing a little bit. We did see this earlier on where it did kind of slow down and then just reignite itself. Right now, though, possibly that whatever valve they were turning is working as those flames are starting to get smaller and smaller. We're going to keep an eye on this along with everybody else.
Yeah, you can see those flames there getting much, much smaller than what we first came on to about 10 minutes ago. Hi, everybody. Mike Pace here reporting for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as this is looking like a very, very good sign as they are able to really cut those flames down. A little tidbit of information for you. Arizona receives 90% of their gas from California. So we'll see if this has a little bit of spike in our prices. I know our prices have been pretty good at the pumps here. I've seen about $2.05, even $2 at some stations. So that's very good. $2. We'll take it all day, every day, and a little bit on Sunday as well. But very good sign here of the flames being really, really put down. You can see they are suppressing it very well right now. And let's hope that everyone stays safe and that they are able to knock down this fire within the next couple of minutes. Continue watching here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We've got you covered all evening long. You can see here a more panned out view, and it's looking very, very good. If you were joining us when this stream first started, when we were covering this breaking news, those flames were getting pretty high, and it was getting a little bit dangerous there at this ExxonMobil refinery in Torrance, California. But crews doing an absolutely amazing job knocking down this fire at this refinery. Let's hope everyone continues to stay safe, and in a little bit, hopefully we get the all clear that this fire is out. You can see there as they zoom in a little bit more flames. They're trying really hard to knock that down so it doesn't escalate once again. We're watching it all unfold live right now. If you haven't done so, I've been urging you guys to do this. Hopefully everyone has subscribed. Hopefully everyone has liked us on Fox 10 Phoenix. We do such a great job of not only covering Arizona news, but we cover so many national breaking news stories. I mean, if you think about it, just today, we've been covering Donald Trump protest live in Washington, D.C., even in Austin, Texas. Earlier today, we were covering in Oklahoma City with the shooting that occurred at that airport, the Will Rogers World Airport, where unfortunately one person did die, a Southwest Airlines employee, suspect still outstanding. And now we're covering this live refinery fire. So we cover so many national news. It's just a great aspect to have in your feed at all times. A lot of people want to know how this happened. I see you guys chatting there in the comments section wondering, well, how did this happen? Well, right now that is the least of the worries right now for these first responders. What they want to do now, obviously, is just knock down the fire. They don't know how it started. That's where the investigation will happen immediately after they get the all clear that this fire is out. But they can't pinpoint what's happening right now. They got to knock down the fire, make sure everyone is safe. Then they could get into the full investigation. Sometimes this sort of stuff takes weeks, if not months, to determine what happened. A lot of you thinking, well, maybe gas prices will go up. You know what? That is the least of our worries right now. We got to make sure that these people on the ground are safe. You know, gas prices go up. It is just, at the end of the day, it's just money. We got to care about lives right here that could be affected. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm Mike Page with you this evening. For those of you just joining us here, the fire actually looked way worse 15 minutes ago. Crews doing a great job of knocking this fire down at the ExxonMobil Refinery in Torrance, California. We're just seeing a little bit of flames there. They got to zoom in all the way, though, for us to see it. Before, they didn't have to zoom in at all. We saw it clearly from Skyfox there in California. And as we are watching this live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, just remember that viewer discretion is advised, as this is live images and anything can happen right now on the live stream. Let us know where you last filled up on and how much it was a gallon. I saw 205 today at the pumps there, so that was very, very good. I'm not thinking that this little fire here is going to raise those prices at all. So folks, don't worry. I know a lot of people in that comment section really worried for some reason that these prices are going to just escalate on us. Settle down. This fire hasn't even been going for about 30 minutes here. It's well under control. Everybody, you guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, let us know where you last filled up on and how much it cost a gallon. And don't worry, these prices won't be going up. Bob Jonas on the Fox 10 Facebook feed says Buffalo, New York, 223. That's nice, Bob. That's a nice way to fill up there, 223. Awesome. Thanks for chiming in there, Bob Jonas on the Fox 10 Facebook live stream. Ruby on the Fox 10 News Now stream saying Miami, Florida, 216 at the pumps there. Thank you so much, Rudy, for your comment there. Thanks so much, Ruby. Chris Lee responding on the Fox 10 Facebook page saying $1.89 in Flint, Michigan. Awesome, Chris. Thanks for commenting. Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're continuing to cover for you live this refinery fire, ExxonMobil refinery in Torrance, California. And if you're just joining us, this is looking much, much better than it did about 20 minutes ago when there was a lot of flames shooting through this refinery. But the crews have been doing an absolutely great job at knocking this fire down. We haven't really seen too many flames. I mean, they really have to zoom in the camera there to see them. We see them a little bit on the side there to the left of the screen there. But other than that, we are just monitoring this right now here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Refinery fire, ExxonMobil refinery in Torrance, California. Thanks so much for joining us this evening. Take a look at that beautiful shot there of the sunset there in Torrance, California that Sky Fox is able to capture. All right, everybody, you were watching coverage there of that fire, refinery fire. So it looked like the good news there was that it was almost out. All right, everybody, next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we're going to take you to the White House event that happened earlier today. We had so much news, we couldn't even bring this to you. That's what we're going to do now, is we're going to bring you the news that you didn't get to see earlier today. This is the National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Awards, hosted by the First Lady.
For that. Oh my goodness. Now I'm embarrassed. How are you? I don't know. It's just the lights, the cameras, you guys. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to the White House for the 2016 National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Awards. Are you guys excited? I am too. So I hope everybody's been treating you all well. You're satisfied? No complaints? Because I can still fire people. Would never do that. Welcome. Let me start by thanking from the bottom of my heart. Oh gosh, so many people, but I want to start with George Stevens. Oh, who has just been an amazing friend and partner. And sitting right beside him, Margot Lyon. Oh my God, Margot. It's been a really neat journey, hasn't it? Yeah, it has been. I want to recognize Mary Schmidt-Campbell, who could not be here today, but she has been just a tremendous support. And Megan Byer, who stepped in and has just been an amazing addition to the team. Megan, thank you. Thank you for your passion and your focus. I love you, and to the entire President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. This is my team. These are my people here. I was just talking to them earlier. I mean, we have done some amazing things together. It's been a tremendous ride. And I can't tell you how much fun it's been to just do great things for kids all over this country. And I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. Not just for the work that you've done on this event, but for everything that you've done for the past 8 years. From the day we started, all of us, we've made it a priority to open up this house to as many young people from as many backgrounds as possible, because we wanted them to understand that this is their house too. And that's not always the case. There are kids all over this country, all over the world, who think that places like this are not for them. So they're intimidated by it, and it defines the limits of who they can be. Well, we want to change that. We work to change that. We want them to know that they should always feel home within these walls and so many important institutions all over the world. At the same time, we also wanted to bring exciting arts programming to students across the country and to get more kids engaged in the arts at their schools and also in their communities. And the PCAH has been at the heart of both of these efforts. We've done just some really cool things. The Turnaround Arts Talent Show, which is one of my favorite things, just having kids doing their thing up here in front of George and Martha. The National Student Poet Program, which highlights just some of the most amazingly gifted young people you ever want to see, to the Creative Youth Development Partnership, to the awards that we're giving out today. For these awards, for the past 8 years, 3,000 programs have applied for just these awards. And we've honored more than 100 programs from 33 cities, from 33 states, DC, and 9 countries. And we couldn't have done any of this without the PCAH for everything, their energy, their focus, their commitment. You know, you guys have just gone above and beyond every step of the way. And that's not always the case for committees. Some people just like to see their name on some stationery, but not this team. So I want to thank you for making this all possible. I hope that you're proud of what you've accomplished, because I'm so proud of you, and it's been just a great ride. I also want to acknowledge the other folks who are here, who have been sponsors, who have been tremendous resources and partners, folks from the NEA, from the NEH, the folks from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. We've done some great things together. Ambassador Cabañas, who's here from representing his country. They're getting a wonderful award. Thank you all for helping us recognize outstanding after-school programs across the country. And finally, I want to thank all of the teachers and administrators, all the volunteers who make these programs possible. Some of you are here today with us in this room, and many of you are watching and cheering from back home. And as someone who used to be an executive director of a nonprofit organization, I know that you all are the unsung heroes of these programs, doing the unrecognized and sometimes unpaid work of making these programs work, filling out countless forms, applying for funding, attending endless meetings, going over spreadsheets and budgets in the middle of the night. This kind of work is hard. Too often it's thankless, but you all do it because you see firsthand the transformative impact that the arts can have on our young people. And we're grateful to you all for doing this kind of work. Through your programs, students have become poets and dancers. They become filmmakers and photographers, and more importantly, they become leaders in their schools and in their communities. They've written scripts and short stories. They've organized performances and exhibitions. And together, they've learned the power of discipline, of hard work, right? And teamwork, right? These are the exact skills that are critical to success, not just in the arts, but in everything, every academic subject that you are going to touch, and in any career that you guys are going to pursue. So you don't know how much you're getting, but we do, because we're old. We know. That's why kids who have gotten involved in the arts have better grades. They are more likely to graduate from high school. They are more likely to then go on to college. And to anyone who still somehow doubts the power of the arts to transform students' lives, to anyone who still isn't completely convinced, I just urge you to find one of these students and talk to them. You know, they're here today, but they're not just here, but they're all over the country. They're in communities everywhere. But we've got a couple. We've got Noemi Negron, who is here. As recently as this spring, Noemi was a promising young woman growing up in Boston who wanted to serve others but didn't know where to start. But then she got involved with the IBA Youth Development Program, and she helped make a video project about women's rights. And today she is a passionate advocate for social justice in her community. That's where you can go with programs like these. We have a young man, Raphael Batanga, who is here all the way from Kodiak, Alaska. How was that trip? A few years ago, Raphael and his family came to the United States from the Philippines. And like so many young people who've immigrated to this country, Raphael worked hard in school and quickly established himself as a leader and a role model. And through the Baranov Museum and Film Intensive, he became both a filmmaker and a photographer. Yeah. And he even started his own photography business to help support his family. So Noemi and Raphael, and I could tell you about every single student or young person who's here today, but those are some of the stories that you'll hear from them. And I want them all to know how proud I am of them. I'm proud of you guys, always proud of you guys. You make this job worth doing. Just having the honor of getting to meet so many amazing young people. These kids represent the very best of America. And they remind us all of who we really are. That's for you, right? You can't even believe it, right? It's all for you. But we're a country that believes in our young people. All of them. We believe that every single child has boundless promise, no matter who they are, where they come from, or how much money their parents have. We've got to remember that. We believe that each of these young people is a vital part of the great American story. I can't say that enough. And it is important to our continued greatness to see these kids as ours, not as them, not as other, but as ours. Because we want them to know that if they're willing to work for it, and so many are, that they can be anything they want. That's what this country is about. And we can never forget that. Anywhere in the country, these kids are ours. And that's really the power of programs like these. That's the message that they send to our young people every single day. So I want to end by once again thanking all of you, all the adults here too, for making these programs possible. And I want to thank all of the young people for working so hard. And don't ever lose hope. Don't ever feel fear. You belong here. You got that? those people are clapping for you. So don't forget that, for all of you. Remember that. Remember that part of this day. And keep working hard, because it's going to be so important now to be educated and focused, because no one can ever take your education from you. You got that? Spread the word. You got it? I'm looking at all of you all. So it's time to get this show on the road. So it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage someone who's been an outstanding partner in the work that we've done, the co-chair of the PCAH, my dear friend George Stevens. Please.
So, thank you so much. So beautifully stated and so moving. With this occasion, where we present the National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Awards, is a watershed for the Obama President's Committee. It is at once an exhilarating day where we celebrate the children, and it is a bittersweet day for the members of our committee. It is our last public event here at the White House after 8 years of having the opportunity to work industriously to advance the arts and the humanities during the Obama years. We have enjoyed the challenge, and I admit on behalf of the members of our committee, we have enjoyed the action. The First Lady has encouraged and inspired our committee's unique effort in Turnaround Arts that is transforming 68 schools across the United States. And these schools were chosen because they were low-performing schools. And our Turnaround Arts program and our outstanding Turnaround Artists have helped elevate student achievement and transform those schools. Thank you. We have watched this program grow beyond the capacity of our small but able committee staff. So we wanted to ensure its future. And we have reached an agreement, which we signed this morning at the Kennedy Center with Deborah Rutter, its president, so that Turnaround Arts will continue, managed at the Kennedy Center, by the Kennedy Center, continuing to relate to the President's Committee. And the President's Committee, led with energy by our Executive Director, Megan Byer, has created a legacy fund that guarantees financial support for 3 years, so we can be certain that Turnaround Arts can continue successfully at the Kennedy Center. In April, our committee led a cultural delegation to Cuba. It was just weeks after President Obama's historic trip to Havana. It was the first official cultural meeting among American artists and Cuban artists in over 50 years. And we found, not to our surprise, that we share much in common with our Cuban artist colleagues. We were impressed by their vitality, by their artistry, by their vision. And on our last night, we had a rousing concert that led into the morning where Cuba's finest artists made music with members of our delegation, Joshua Bell, John Lloyd Young, Dave Matthews, Usher, and Smokey Robinson. And it was a glorious night, and it was a heartfelt farewell Mr. Ambassador, and please convey our deep affection for your colleagues who we spent so much time with in Cuba. We were especially impressed with Cuba's dedication to seeing that the arts are a vital part of the lives of young people. And we saw how their work related to our Youth Program Awards, and so we're happy that Cuba's work with children in the arts will be recognized at today's ceremony. So now we present the National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Awards for the 18th time. We recognize today 12 programs that were chosen from hundreds of nominations for their success in enhancing the lives of young people by cultivating their imagination and building new pathways to learning and self-discovery, and doing so at times when children are most vulnerable, after school and during the summer. These programs make the world a better place, nourishing the talents of the generations going to lead in the future. You. And on behalf of Margot and all of our committee, we want to thank our federal colleagues, our partner institutions, the Endowment for the Arts, the Endowment for the Humanities, the National Museum Services and Libraries, and our special partners, the Assembly of State Art Agencies. Now, there are many benefits to receiving these National Youth Program Awards, and I think you saw this just moments ago. But the one aspect that is consistently cited in our surveys as life-changing for the children is their visit to the White House with the First Lady. So we want to thank you, Michelle Obama, for your inspired participation in these awards over the past 8 years, and in a broader sense, for your dedication throughout your time here to elevating the arts and the humanities in the life of our country, and we thank you for that. Do you get more applause when the president's out of the country? Now, I am delighted to introduce a participant from one of this year's award-winning programs. His name is Jaden Lim, and he is from Tribal Youth Ambassadors. Jaden Lim. See you. See you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the First Lady and the President's Committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm honored to be here representing the Tribal Youth Ambassadors. I'm a Pomo Indian from Northern California. In some ways, I'm your average 15-year-old. I'm a sophomore in high school, I love music, and I'm currently learning how to drive. In some ways, I'm very different from the other students at my school. I run my own DJ business, and I'm descended from a group of people that barely survived the colonization of California. Being Native American, I'm subject to many stereotypes. I've been called Pocahontas, I've been asked if I lived in a teepee, and during 1 year at school, I had to watch my own school dance show with students running across the stage in headdresses and resurrecting people from the dead. As a Native American, it is my responsibility to correct misinformation such as that. Our history has many stories of sacrifice and survival. We believe that these stories should be honored. I'm often reminded that I am lucky to live during a time where our histories can be shared and our cultures can be celebrated. My fellow ambassadors and I demonstrate not only how our people survive, but how we thrive. Thriving is important, especially when the odds are stacked against you. Looking at the statistics for Native youth, we are unlikely to graduate from high school or college, and we face the highest rates of suicide and depression in the United States. One strategy for change is to bring together Native youth to address their own needs. Our group of Pomo and Miwok Indians first came together in 2010. We, with the help of Miramah, Aboriginal Language and Technology Center, we created 6 language apps. We addressed stereotypes by learning storytelling and theater. We held a play that educated 1,600 students. We learned how to operate GIS and worked with Native professionals to create a map that holds 100 California Indians that everyone should know. Through being a part of the Tribal Youth Ambassadors, I've had the opportunity to meet Indigenous leaders all around the world. I've been fortunate enough to meet Native comedians such as the late Charlie Hill and Teody Ybarra. I've met Indigenous leaders such as Garrett Couch, Karen Beesman, Darren McKinney, Shoni Schimmel, and my grandpa, Joseph Myers. I've learned from my mother that it takes commitment and dedication to be a leader who reaches the mind of a 15-year-old. Oral history has been passed down in our family for many generations. It is empowering because it frames our people in a positive light. It has taught me about my people's rebellion, resistance, and resilience. It is not always easy sharing these stories and being a voice for our ancestors, but it is a part of who I am as a Native person, as a Californian, and as a U.S. citizen. While working with the Tribal Youth Ambassadors, I've met a Nahashiman storyteller named Jackie Nunez. She told me of a story of a girl named Shulayam. When her mother Moila still carried her in her womb, she liked to rub her big belly and look up at the stars. And when she saw her baby's face for the first time, she was amazed at the brown clusters of spots on her face. It looked just like the night sky. You might have called them freckles, but back then they were just spots. As Shulayam grew older, she loved to sing, and when she did, the animals would cuddle around her, the bunnies would gather at her feet, and the deer would nuzzle her elbow, but the dragonfly would swirl around and around her until it touched her shoulder. And in the California tribal tradition, when a dragonfly landed on you, it meant you're pure of heart. One day, a boy named Ashwit decided he was going to play a trick on Shulayam. He didn't like all the attention she got when she sang. When the dragonfly landed on her, he became angry. He decided to show her that she wasn't the only one who could be special. So he gathered an abalone shell and he mixed clay and water and he dotted his face to look like hers. And he looked at his reflection in the creek and he laughed. He grabbed his grandmother's clapper stick and he strutted into the village singing. All the children laughed and Shulayam's heart was broken. She ran to the creek where her grandmother was collecting basket materials and she said, "Oh, grandmother, why do I have these spots on my face?" Her grandmother saw 2 leaves floating in the river nearby. One was spotted and one was plain. She grabbed them and said, "Shulayam, which one do you notice?" "The spotted one," said Shulayam. "Yes, and the caterpillar knows this one too. He eats this leaf in order to transform into a beautiful butterfly. Don't question the creator who gave you your spots. He gave you them for a reason. And to those who love you, it has brought much joy." Shulayam learns to appreciate her spots, and later helps Ashwit with his self-esteem. Both of them learn to change their perspectives about themselves and each other. Through telling this story to Native youth and non-Native youth, we hope that they can understand that making fun of one's culture is wrong. No one should be defined by another's ignorance. I would like to close with these words from my fellow tribal ambassadors. We are Indian and we are proud. We still sing. We still laugh. We still dream. We still stand and are willing to remember what our grandmothers and grandfathers and fathers and mothers tell us because we are Indian and we are proud. Yahui, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of the 2016 National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Awards.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Chu, Chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, and our first honor goes to the Bay Area Video Coalition's Next Gen program. This is a free after-school media arts program, and it's helping youth develop their creative voice. It empowers them to overcome those barriers that could keep them from attending college and have meaningful careers. And so these next-gen students create digital media art. They're mentored by practicing artists and technologists. They showcase their work to the public. And last year, in 2015 alone, next-gen student works were screened at 29 different film festivals across the country. 91% of next-gen graduates enter advanced education programs or media arts-related careers. So congratulations to the Bay Area Video Coalition's Next-Gen program. Our next honor goes to the Sphinx Overture Program. The Sphinx Overture Program provides free music education to elementary age students in Detroit and Flint, Michigan. There's 15 community sites, and the program works to close the gap in music education by offering free instruments and beginner-level instruction to over 285 children every year. Students are encouraged to continue their study beyond the program, and they're eligible to enroll in either free private lessons or feeder programs through its partners, the Detroit Symphony Orchestra and the Flint Institute of Music. Congratulations to the Sphinx Overture Program. And the next honor goes to West Michigan Center for Arts and Technology's Teen Arts and Tech program. This program engages teens in the practical application of design through hands-on learning experiences. And the teens are guided by professional teaching artists, and the students learn to elevate their voice and affect social change by applying skills in photography, video game design, illustration, fashion design, and audio-video production. And in addition to regular studio instruction, this after-school program offers 8-week paid summer employment, as well as opportunities for alumni employment and 2-generation support services for students and their families. Congratulations to the West Michigan Center for Arts and Technology's Teen Arts and Tech program.
Good afternoon. I'm Kit Matthew, Director of the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and this is so exciting to have you all here. Let me first introduce my first awardee, which is the Mexic Arte Museum Screen It. They are guided by professional artists, graphic designers, and curators, and they serve over 2,100 students annually throughout Austin, Texas. The program offers a wide variety of visual arts workshops and introduces students to the principles of screen printing and careers in the arts. The aim of Screen It is to reduce the rate of gang activity, drug use, and contact with the juvenile justice system. A recent evaluation indicated that 100% of its participants were crime-free after participating in the program. So congratulations to Screen It. The New York Transit Museum's Subway Sleuth, I love that name, engages students on the autistic spectrum and activities that focus on a topic they love, subways and trains. By immersing students in this subject with which the students are fluent, The program stimulates communication, fosters a sense of competence, and helps develop critical social skills, all of which takes place at the museum's unique location in a decommissioned subway station, making it a dynamic backdrop for learning, setting a course for success. Congratulations. And we return to the Tribal Youth Ambassadors Program at the California Museum and Cultural Center, which reaches Native youth in Sonoma, Lake, and Mendocino counties with engaging humanities-based activities. Lessons taught by Native adults, elders, and professionals allow youth to explore questions about Native American history and culture within the larger context of a society. As a result, Native youth cultivate new talents and find their voices to express their cultural heritage with others. The program boasts that 100% of its participants stay in school and advance to the next grade level, which is fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you. I, too, am thrilled to be able to be here, to be part of honoring these wonderful programs. I'm Peggy Plimpton. I'm the Deputy Chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities. The first of the humanities programs in Kodiak, Alaska, the Baranof Museum's Youth Summer Film and History Intensive presents summer study of a variety of historical topics through which students create an original documentary film. Taking place at both the Kodiak Public Library and the Baranof Museum, it provides students with a plethora of research tools, mentors, and archives useful for their projects. Through these activities, the students are empowered to share their knowledge and contribute to the rich historical narrative of Kodiak. Congratulations on your award. IBA's Youth Development Program prepares young people for college and careers through rigorous courses focused on culture and civic engagement. With the humanities at the core, the workshops span multiple areas, including history, theater, spoken word, and poster design. Situated in Villa Victoria, an affordable housing community in Boston's South End, the program has seen great success, with 100% of the students advancing to the next grade in school and 100% of high school seniors graduating on time. In Harrisonburg, Virginia, the Reading Road Show, affectionately known as the Gus Bus, brings high-quality literature to children and their families directly to the communities in which they live. Each week, children participate in story time, they check out books to read at home, and receive a food bag full of staples to supplement family nutrition. Sponsored by James Madison University, the program eliminates transportation barriers, supports school readiness, and increases parental involvement for families who are otherwise unable to access these resources. Congratulations.
I'm Margot Lyon. I'm thrilled to be here, co-chair with George Stevens of the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. And I'd just like to say, how can anybody doubt the hope for the future of this country when you listen to these children today. Hope and change are going to continue to happen, for sure. First, using movement as a vehicle to foster students' personal development, the Adrienne Arsh Center's Ailey Camp Miami is a 6-week rigorous dance program that offers dance training to help teens develop self-awareness and respect for themselves and for others. Based in the Arsh Center's world-class facilities, the program provides students with tuition, transportation, meals, and dancewear, free of charge. In addition to delivering high-quality dance education, the Ailey Camp Miami aims to inspire students to strive for success in both school and life. Congratulations. I think these are the best photo ops we've ever had.
Last year.
Yeah. That's right. Since 1995, the St. Louis Artworks has enriched the lives of thousands of teens in St. Louis using art as a medium to implement innovative workforce training and build valuable life skills. All, I have to say, while earning a paycheck. Apprentices work with professional artists in various art disciplines, including the visual arts, dance, theater, and digital media. Over the past 20 years, St. Louis Artworks has seen 90% of its participants graduate from high school and pursue college or other post-secondary opportunities. Congratulations. As the longest running LGBT youth theater program in the country, True Colors Out Youth Theater provides year-round programming to 90 young people from neighborhoods throughout Boston. Youth who participate in True Colors use theater as a tool for social change while developing skills that lead to resiliency, personal fulfillment, and community engagement. Additionally, the program strengthens the students' self-reliance and belief in their own capacity for success. 80% of True Colors alum attend a 4-year college. Congratulations, True Colors.
Hi, I'm Ricky Ariola, and I'm a member of the President's Committee on the Arts and the Humanities, and I get to do my part in English and Spanish. It's our ability as a nation to work across cultures and understand our shared humanity is another facet of the President's Committee's mission, and it is my distinct privilege to be here with you today to introduce the program's International Spotlight Honor. The International Spotlight honors excellence. Last spring, we were proud to lead a delegation of 5 U.S. cultural agencies to Cuba. Representatives of the President's Committee visited a number of after-schools arts and humanities programs, many of which mirror our award winners in their commitment to students in need and to their excellence in their practice. To witness the skill, the discipline, the sheer talent of the young artists, musicians, and dancers was to experience the beauty of Cuban culture, and we are pleased that, as a result of our collective efforts of the delegation, along with our friends from Havana, we are celebrating one of those programs from Cuba here today. Hola, aquí les saluda Ricky Arriola, un miembro del Comité del Presidente de los Artes y Humanidades. Nuestra habilidad y capacidad como nación para colaborar culturalmente y entender la humanidad que compartimos es otra faceta de la misión del comité del presidente y es un gran placer para mí para estar aquí con ustedes a presentar la galardón International Spotlight. En la primera pasada tuvimos el orgullo de dirigir una delegación de 5 agencias culturales.
All right, everybody. We're going to show you now a beautiful shot of our White House here. Mary Kate is coming up next for you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. She's going to be with you for the next 2 hours. It's been a great evening, everybody. Continue to watch, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Well, we are going to show you a video that just came down from the White House. It's the Joining Forces celebration, and this is the First Lady Michelle Obama and Dr. Jill Biden celebrating the individuals and organizations that have played a role in supporting our military community throughout the Obama administration. So let's take you to that video right now.
To introduce Dr. Jill Biden. Almost 8 years ago, shortly after the start of the Obama-Biden administration, the spouses of the service chiefs were invited to the White House to meet with Mrs. Obama and Dr. Biden about the important issues confronting military families after 7 years at war. This was the first of several meetings in which Mrs. Obama and Dr. Biden asked the hard questions and listened to us so they could determine how best to help our military families. They met with VSOs and organizations serving service members and their families, traveled to military bases, listening to families' needs and concerns, and from those meetings, joining forces was born. We are grateful that you, Mrs. Obama and Dr. Biden, listened and that you cared. Your involvement has made a significant difference, and you have left a legacy that will endure long after you leave office. Over the years, I've had the privilege to get to know Jill, but I struggle to find the words to best illustrate today all of who she is. Most know her as the Second Lady of the United States, but this is a woman who is so much more. She's the mother of 3, raising 2 sons and a daughter. She's the grandmother who, when her son Beau was deployed to Iraq, told the story of his child, her granddaughter Natalie, coping with the reality military families know all too well. Her children's book, with a simple title, Don't Forget, God Bless Our Troops, helped all Americans share our experience. Jill is a passionate educator who, even after her husband got this pretty big promotion, stayed on in the classroom teaching college classes. This amazing woman even grades students' papers in the White House. Could you imagine having a paper that you found out was graded here? Jill is warm, inclusive, and has a wonderful sense of humor and fun, a role model to us all, managing her family, her career, duties of the Second Lady's office, while working tirelessly on those issues that are so important to her. But she is also one of us. Jill is a military mom who understands the sacrifices that military families make every single day. She knows because she's lived it. She knows what it's like to send a child to war and to pray every single day for their safe return. It's been my honor to accompany Jill as she met with soldiers, spouses, and survivors, and to witness how she connected to them with a smile, a touch, or a hug, listening and understanding as people share their stories. Jill, thank you for all you have done for us during the last 8 years. You have made a tremendous difference in our lives, and we will be forever grateful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Jill Biden.
It's not fair to make you cry before you even come out. So, good afternoon. It's so wonderful to be here with all of you today. And let me start by thanking Sheila Casey, a true friend and champion for all military families, including mine. Thank you, Sheila, for your kind words and support over the years. It's been a pleasure working with you and your husband, General Casey. Well, it's hard to believe that after 5 years, this is our last Joining Forces event. I remember the moment 8 years ago, backstage in Springfield, Illinois, when Michelle and I decided we wanted to focus on this important issue together. It was that exciting day when then Senator Obama announced that my husband Joe would be his running mate. Michelle turned to me and asked, what would I like to work on if we won? And I told her that I wanted to tackle the issues that our military families were facing. And she said, me too. For me, I couldn't think of anything more fulfilling than serving those who have sacrificed so much for our country. One thing we say in the Biden family, and I know you all feel it in your hearts, is that our country has one sacred obligation: to equip those we send to war and to care for them and their families during deployments and when they return. Back in 2008, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were going strong. Hundreds of thousands of our troops were deployed. So I called the National Guard and said I wanted to help the families of military families whose loved ones were serving overseas. They connected me with Delaware Boots on the Ground, which was helping to match the everyday needs of our military. They're here, that's why it's making me so emotional. To match the everyday needs of military families with folks who could provide the service. If you needed a tire changed, Boots was there for you. If you had a leaky roof, Boots was there. If you needed diapers or a new crib, Boots was there again. Delaware Boots on the Ground made such a big difference for military families in Delaware that Governor Ruth Ann Minner declared on July 4th, 2007, Delaware Boots on the Ground Day. Remember, guys? And after we were elected to the White House, I wanted to keep going. I wanted to keep doing all the things that I could for military families, not just in Delaware, but all across our nation. Because, like Michelle, I had been so inspired by the military families, the incredible military families I had met and gotten to know over the years. That's why when we called upon you to help us shine a light on our military families, we wanted to raise awareness of the challenges that they confront and still confront, that most Americans never have to face or can even imagine: sending loved ones into harm's way, enduring countless separations during training, starting over on different bases in different towns again and again. All of you in this room, from the veterans and military spouses we met 8 years ago on the campaign trail, to the nonprofits, schools, foundations, businesses, associations, civil servants, and Americans of every stripe, have been with us every step of the way since we launched Joining Forces. You have been our lifeline to our military families. You've helped us better understand the unique challenges that they face. You've been critical in helping us find solutions to better support those amazing families. You've helped us remind folks that we can all make a difference, not just in word on Veterans Day or Memorial Day, but with good deeds and best efforts each and every day of the year by doing what we do best. As a lifelong educator and as a military mom, the way we reach out to our military children in our classrooms is especially close to my heart. That's why I've been so proud to work with organizations like the Military Child Education Coalition. Together we launched Operation Educate the Educators to encourage teaching colleges to recognize military children in their curriculum. To date, more than 100 colleges and universities have signed up to train thousands of future teachers so that they are prepared to identify the challenges military kids face. And one of the first groups that Michelle and I partnered with to launch Joining Forces 5 years ago was the National Math and Science Initiative. Thanks to NIMSY's College Readiness Program, we're helping to ensure that students at 200 military-connected schools in 33 states across the country are prepared for the rigors of college and a career. I'd also like to thank the media who's helped us share the story of the military family. And that includes everyone from Elmo and Sesame Street to Reading Rainbow with LeVar Burton, who have shined a light on military-connected children, as well as the History Channel, which has lifted up our veterans, service members, and their families. And I'd especially like to thank CEO of History Channel, Nancy Dubuque, for being here today. All of you have stepped up for our military and their families in your own unique ways. That's what you do, and that's why you're here today. Because Michelle and I want you to know just how much we appreciate everything that you've done and everything that you will continue to do to support those who serve our country. And we all need to keep doing this work because our military families will continue to serve and sacrifice. Our men and women in uniform will continue to deploy. Their spouses and children will continue to move from base to base, and eventually they will transition to civilian life. That's why this work matters. And we have to show them that we have their backs. You know, I believe we couldn't have asked for a better champion for our military families than Michelle Obama. I know you all feel this. She is a woman like no other. Whip smart, passionate, loyal. For our nation, she's been a true role model, especially for young girls. She's raised two amazing girls of her own whose potential has no bounds. And she's shown the same warmth and care for her girls that she has with our grandchildren. And from day one, Michelle was determined to make a real and lasting difference in the lives of our military and their families. Measurable action, not just words. She has had the courage to take on veteran homelessness, making the seemingly impossible possible. Naturally, freely, warmly, she brings joy and hope, often simply through a hug to the deployed caregivers and wounded warriors. As a military mom, I am grateful for her service. I love her. We're family. Our First Lady, Michelle Obama.
Oh my goodness. This wasn't supposed to be tearful. Oh, Wow, look at you all. What an evening, what a day. First of all, let me thank, we love you all. We love you all more than you can know. This community has kept us going through a lot. So let me just start by, of course, recognizing my partner in crime, Jill Biden, for that introduction. Oh my goodness. Jill has been by far the best partner I could have ever imagined, not just for the work on joining forces, but our families have joined forces in so many ways. I'm just grateful to have her by my side. She's been a devoted advocate for our military community long before she ever came to the White House. This is her cause, as you can hear from her words. This is her mission. And her passion has really been at the heart and soul of joining forces from the beginning. But Jill is much more than a partner. She is one of my dearest friends. And as Jill said, we're family. This is my girl right here. We have laughed together, we have been silly together, we have cried a lot. We've been there for each other as much as we can throughout this amazing journey. And Jill is not just brilliant, but she is kind, she is very funny, and she is one of the strongest people I know. I love and admire her with all my heart, so thank you, Jill. And of course, thanks to all of you, my goodness. Folks from every sector of our society who've come together through joining forces. CEOs and government officials, medical professionals and educators, but most of all, our extraordinary service members, our amazing veterans, and our military families. Just looking out over this room, so many of you have been with us right from the very beginning, way back in those early days when Jill and I were just starting to figure out what joining forces would look like. And back then, we'd get together with military spouses and Blue and Gold Star families. We'd talk to veterans, and of course, we'd talk to troops. And we'd ask the simple question, how are things going? Do you have the support that you need? What can we do to help? And as Jill said, we continue to be blown away by your honesty and your courage, your sacrifice, your service, moving your families across the country, across the globe every few years, enduring deployment after deployment, struggling to maintain your careers and care for your family. I could go on and on. You keep us from complaining about anything. And I know that some of you were probably a little skeptical of us at first. Some may have wondered, how are these two, with almost no budget, going to make a difference? And rightfully so, wondering, would this just be another PR campaign? Because you had seen plenty of tributes and parades and memorials, all of which are very important, but nowhere near enough. As I said earlier today, talk simply is not enough. So Jill and I knew it was time to act. And that's why we decided that the only measure of our success would be whether you all could see and feel a concrete difference in your lives. That was the only thing we cared about. So in 2011, we issued a call to all Americans to step up and serve our military community as well as you all have served this country. Not just with kind words, but with real resources, with real support. And as we told you, people answered that call time and again. And that's what you should know about this country. You know, just when you wonder whether we're crazy, we're not. We're good people, all over the place. Know that about this country. We are made up of good people folks from every industry, every corner of this country, they raised their hand every time. And they said, yeah, I can help. And just think for a minute about everything we've achieved together. I mean, you heard it in that beautiful video. In just 5.5 years, let's just stop there, 5.5 years, our businesses and companies have hired or trained more than 1.5 million veterans and military spouses, and the unemployment rate for our veterans has been cut in half. That's because of you. Governors and legislatures in 50 states, all 50 states, took action to help military spouses transfer their licenses and continue their careers as they move from state to state. Simple ask. I think there were only 2 when we first started. Yeah. And we were like, hey, can we get this done? And folks were like, yeah. We provided new training and tools for thousands of healthcare providers, new networks and support for our caregivers, new resources and educational opportunities for our amazing military kids who, by the way, really blow us away. Those kids are some of the most amazing poised. Those are our next leaders. So another thing to know about this country, we're in good hands because our young people, we've got some good young people, we do. And working with mayors and local officials, as we celebrated earlier today, we have ended veterans' homelessness in cities and states across this country, housing 354,000 homeless veterans and their families. We did that. We did that. Through wonderful VA programs, we've worked to cut veterans' homelessness nearly in half. And we did that in just a couple of years. That's just some of what joining forces has been able to accomplish, and it's because of you. You know, Jill and I, we just ask, and then we wait for the press conference, and we come in and go, look what we did. But we are so incredibly proud of you. And you want the country to see this. This is America. And Jill and I, we are so grateful for everything you all have done. But what we do not feel is satisfied. That's right. Because that's my hype man back there. Because for everything we've accomplished, we also know that every day people across America, thankfully, are signing up to put on our country's uniform. And so many others hang it up for good and join the ranks of our veterans. So our work is nowhere near finished, and it never will be. So my main message to all of you today is let's just keep this going. Let's keep it going. Plain and simple. We don't get all of this done in such a short period of time and just not keep pushing. And to our service members, our veterans, and to our military families, I urge you to never settle for anything less. This effort, it hasn't been perfect. We haven't achieved every goal. We haven't righted every wrong. But believe me, from now on, you all, this should be the baseline. This should be the minimum level of support our military should feel from their White House, all the way down to every community in this country. They should feel it from the president and the vice president, from the first and second spouses on down to the VA, to VSOs, to schools, to hospitals, to congregations, to citizens. That's true regardless of who's in charge or what party they belong to. Because this issue has nothing to do with whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. It is so much bigger than that. It's about supporting our American heroes. Yeah. And it's about standing up for who we are as a nation. And that's something we can all agree on. There should never be any daylight between any of us when it comes to that. So you all need to work with the next administration to continue these efforts. Whatever it is that you're working on, I want you to find new partners in the next administration. I want you to work with them just like you work with us on the issues that matter most to our military community. And I want you all to know that while today might be our last time together here as First Lady, and I hate to say Second Lady because there's nothing second about Jill. But we are not saying goodbye. This is not the end. Jill and I intend to keep working on this issue for the rest of our lives. Yeah. We will figure out a way to use whatever platforms we have next. And with your help, we know that the spirit of this movement will live on. We will continue to find ways to be supportive long after we leave the White House. This movement will live on. It will live on in every military spouse who steps up and says, I'm tough, but even I can't do this alone. And to every governor who responds, you don't have to. It will live on in every veteran looking to bring their skills and their training to our workforce, and every CEO who gives them that chance. It will live on in every service member who knows their spouse is being supported during their deployment, and every teacher who goes that extra mile to make sure their kids feel welcome in a new school. This effort is going to live on because it belongs to each of us and to every American who joins forces to support America's heroes. So instead of saying goodbye, I want to end as I started by once again saying thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. This has been one of the greatest pleasures of my life, getting to know this community. We are grateful. We are grateful. And we have so much to feel grateful for in this country. Let us never forget that. All right, let's get to work. Thank you all. God bless.
All right, everybody. Well, that was a video straight from the White House that we just showed you about celebrating the military community. Coming up in just a few moments, I'm going to take you to a video also from the White House about ending veterans' homelessness. So in January of 2014, communities across America identified over 49,000 homeless veterans during point-in-time counts, which represents 8.6% of the total homeless population. This is a substantial decrease, though. It used to be around 67% in the number of homeless veterans, counted only 5 years previous in 2009. So they're really trying to keep that number down with keeping veterans off the streets and ending homelessness. So they had a White House summit speaking about this. First Lady Michelle Obama will be there again. Again, we also appreciate you guys watching with us and sharing your comments in the live chat and on Facebook. But let's take you there now to that White House video about ending veterans' homelessness.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great, thank you. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Where better to talk about housing than the White House? It's indeed a great pleasure to be here. I was asked to comment on some of the success that we've had in the state of Connecticut, and so I'd like to relate to you how we got some of the things done that we got done. In August of 2015, I should tell you, Secretary McDonald came to, of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, came to Connecticut to join me in announcing that we were the first state in the nation to end chronic veteran homelessness. A few months later, Connecticut made history again when we were recognized as having effectively ended homelessness altogether amongst veterans. Let me be very clear. We're going to have veterans who fall into homelessness. It's going to happen, and it does happen in our own state. But we have a very clear path to getting folks initial housing, interim housing, and permanent housing within 90 days. That's what we're doing. So I'm proud to be here today with the First Lady Michelle Obama and all of you to talk about the progress. This is a record that I'm proud of. Before my administration, we did not even have a Department of Housing in the state of Connecticut. But as a former mayor, I knew how important it was that we invest in our infrastructure. Let me also say, since we're at the White House, I hope that will be part of the next administration's infrastructure investment plan. Housing needs to be a key part of that investment. Providing access to quality, safe, and affordable housing has been a priority of my administration from day one. And Connecticut was not actually investing heavily in affordable housing before I was elected in 2010. I mention this because access to affordable housing and ending homelessness go hand in hand. Without a stable place to live, we could never be able to house our most vulnerable citizens. Housing, as far as I'm concerned, is a basic human right. It's the cornerstone of success, and it really sets the tone for an individual's overall well-being. Our men and women in the armed services are willing to lay down their lives on the line for us, for our country, and they deserve the same basic human rights that we would grant to any other of our citizenry. I'm grateful for the leadership of the President and the First Lady in this endeavor, and Vice President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, who have been enlisted in this cause from day one. They have shown this country that we do not have to accept homelessness as a fact of life. We can do something about it. Indeed, we need to do things about it every single day. Through our vision, I have seen just how transformative this work can be. Our veterans deserve nothing less. They deserve a safe place to live. They deserve a set of keys to an apartment, and they deserve permanent housing. As governor of Connecticut, I have made this issue a priority. That's why we're investing over $1 billion in affordable housing development. It's the reason we're developing smart and an innovative system to end homelessness. It's why we're partnering with our friends in the private and the nonprofit sector to get the job done. Let me note that since I became governor of the state of Connecticut, we have funded 18,160 units of housing in the state of Connecticut. I'm also thankful to the federal government for providing us with crucial resources to get the job done, and this has truly been a partnership between state and the federal government, and quite frankly, some wonderful local heroes in municipal government, as I said, as well as the private and public sectors. This success can be replicated across the country. Indeed, it needs to be. We will continue to develop and to perfect the system until we have made sure that all of our citizens have access to housing. By the way, we are just a few months away from ending chronic homelessness amongst all of our citizens. I may disappoint the First Lady in not getting it done by January 1st. But I can assure you we'll get it done within a few months after that. This should be an inspiring moment for all of us. We should appreciate what the First Lady has done on this issue. We should continue to work together. We should continue to make this progress. We owe it to our country. We owe it to our veterans. It's who we are, and it's how we demonstrate that we're different than other places. Thank you very much. Next to speak to us is John Giles, who is the mayor of Mesa, Arizona. He first became mayor in 2014 and was elected this past year to his own term. Previously, he served as vice mayor of his community from 1996 to 1998. Prior to this, he was a member of the city council as well. He gets local government. We had the opportunity to speak in the green room, which happens to be the green room. just a little while ago. And he explained that he came to the effort a little bit late in the day, but he's going to talk to you about the great progress that they're making. Please welcome the mayor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's great to be with such an esteemed group. I truly am flattered and honored to be here. It's an honor to be included alongside individuals and cities and local governments and state governments that are passionate about this great cause. I'm particularly grateful to our great First Lady for the wonderful leadership that she's provided in this effort. It's evident that through her leadership we have Democratic governors and Republican mayors and everybody in between that's coming together to support the compelling mission to end veterans homelessness. I'm proud that Mesa joined the Mayor's Challenge to end veterans homelessness in March of 2015. I'm proud also to co-chair along with New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landrieu, a United States Conference of Mayors task force committed to work hand in hand with the White House on this important effort. We've learned a lot along the way, and in sharing some of our experiences here this afternoon, I hope to provide fellow mayors with some insights into how the process can work. That's the way mayors work. We steal ideas from one another. I'm grateful to see some of my fellow mayors here. Mayor Becker from Salt Lake, who has been a national leader in this. Greg Stanton in Phoenix. Any success that we've experienced in my hometown is frankly as a result of stealing the best practices that we've seen in other communities. So to that end, I'm happy to report that Mesa has been able to provide permanent housing for 120 homeless veterans since accepting the challenge. That's more vets than we had housed in the previous 5 years combined. On top of that, we're now quickly approaching our goal of achieving a veterans homelessness rate of functional zero. This end result was in no way guaranteed, I have to promise you. In fact, when we began the process, there wasn't a clear path forward for achieving our goal. What we did was the result of a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and a commitment to work with the other stakeholders in our community to make sure this happened. So armed with those resources, we got to work and came away with 4 lessons that I'd like to share with you briefly today. First is the necessity of building a strong coalition of community partners. Ending veterans homelessness isn't something that can be done by one individual, one organization, or one governmental entity alone. Instead, it must be a cause that's embraced by the entire community. The coalition in my community consists of 25 nonprofit, government, and other organizations. We came together and focused our efforts to break down the silos that exist and to consolidate duplicative resources. By doing so, we've been able to more effectively direct veterans to the appropriate help. The second lesson that we learned is the value of engaging your community's landlords. Who would have thought that landlords were such a critical part in this? Having supportive landlords can help provide certainty that your community will have the appropriate amount of housing to meet the demands and can help to speed the process of getting a homeless vet into a permanent home. I'm pleased to say that so far we've engaged with over 250 of our landlords, and with the great help of the First Lady's video, have you seen this video directed at landlords? That has helped us to create in them a desire to be involved in the solving of this problem. So make sure you use that resource and that tool in your communities as well. The third lesson that we learned was realizing the importance of regional municipal partnerships. Mesa, Arizona, probably much like many of the communities that are represented here, is not an island unto itself. We sit as a part of the larger Phoenix-Mesa metropolitan region. The borders between our communities are seamless, and so those who are receiving the care in our community need to also have a seamless response to that. I'm proud to say that we came together with our other local partners, with Phoenix and the other neighboring communities, to resolve that no one would be denied access to the help that they needed because they lived on one side of the street or the other. The fourth and most important lesson is ensuring the sustainability of this mission. This is a cause that demands a long-term response. As we know, even if we are successful in housing homeless vets today, there's a guarantee that there'll be new homeless vets arriving in our community tomorrow. As you build your coalitions, please ensure that your partners are committed to the long haul. This has got to be a permanent change in the way that we deal with our veterans community in every city and town in our country. I'm pleased with what we've accomplished in my town and with the progress of my fellow mayors. However, there's still much work that needs to be done in my city and across the country. With the strong, sustainable foundation that has been established through the efforts of the First Lady and with the help of government organizations and community partners from coast to coast, I'm confident that this initiative will continue to be a top priority and that we will continue to make great strides for years to come. I'm committed to making sure that is the case in my city, and I know that you are as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Wendell Banks. I was partially raised in North Carolina and New York. I joined the Army when I was 18 years old because I wanted to get away. And that seemed to be the right choice. It was in 1960, and there wasn't a war at the time. I spent 6 years in the Army, and then I joined the Navy. I was re-enlisting in the military, but I didn't really want to go in the Army because I would go to Vietnam. So I joined the Navy. And guess what? 2 months later, I was in Vietnam. And I got out in 1969, and I worked for Pratt & Whitney Aircraft making parts for jet engines. And then I quit that job, and I started driving across the country and tractor and trailers. You know, it was pretty good. I liked the going around. And then I retired in 1988, sort of pitty-patted around at different jobs until I was eligible for Social Security in 2004. I bounced between house staying with relatives. I didn't really have a place to call my own. I never thought of going to the VA because I had never been injured, never gotten hurt, never been sick, you know. And I was born in 1942, 74 years old, never been sick. So one night I heard President Obama on TV talking about how they were going to help the vets get housing and whatever. And I thought about, I want to go to Florida because it's warm there. I hate the cold. So I decided to look into it. And I got on a train and lost all my luggage. So when I got to the Union Station, all I had was the pants I had on and about $15. And it took me 2 days to realize, you're homeless. You have nowhere to go. So I did a lot of walking. I bought a sleeping bag, so I slept outside the Union Station. And I walked one day, I guess, for all night and all day. And my legs swole. And I went to a nurse, and she said, you know, I got somewhere for you to stay. And I said, yeah, where about? She said, it's SS housing. I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I went, you know, it turned out to be pretty good. You know, there's a lot of veterans walking around on canes or crutches or in wheelchairs. They need for medical care for the injuries or mental problems. But they all need somewhere to live first. Me, all I needed was a house. And I think pretty soon I'll get one. And I'll get to Florida out of the cold. I wouldn't think the VA and all the other organizations were helping veterans get housed in Washington and around the country. And I'd like to thank and introduce the First Lady who's joining forces program has helped all these groups help us better than help ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Michelle Obama.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. You all, please, please, thanks so much, welcome. Be quiet back there. Well, this is a wonderful day for us all, and I'm so happy that we're here together. Let me start by thanking Mr. Banks for that wonderful introduction. I got to meet Mr. Banks earlier today because he invited me over to his house. So I thought I'd return the favor and invite Mr. Banks over to my house. But as I told him, he is a role model. And he said, no, not me. And I said, yeah, because there are a lot of veterans out there, just like Mr. Banks, who aren't aware of the many resources that are there for them. And I think, as I told Mr. Banks, his story is going to help a lot of people get the support that they need and deserve. So I am grateful to you, Mr. Banks, for having the courage to tell your story and to do it in the White House. So thank you so much. It was an honor spending time with you. So as we gather here at the White House, I just want to take a moment to echo what my husband said last week about the results of our election. He said that we are all on one team, not Democrats first or Republicans first, but we are Americans first, the patriots first. And as I look around this room, I deeply feel the truth in those words, because I see people here who I imagine belong to all different parties, maybe no party at all. And when it comes to supporting our American heroes, none of that matters, because this is something that we can all agree on. Am I right? Absolutely. Our love, our gratitude, our admiration for our men and women in uniform, our veterans and their families, all of that is bigger than any one party or any one election. And we need to continue coming together to do this vitally important work at every level of government, from our cities and towns all the way up to right here in the White House. And that's what you all have been doing for so many years now. That's why we wanted to have you here today. And as I look around, I see a lot of familiar faces, including folks who've been our partners since the day we first launched Joining Forces. And I have to tell you that back then, when we were first getting started and we were traveling around talking with folks in military communities and learning about existing efforts to support them, I was struck by how so often when it comes to honoring our military, we focus on symbolic things, parades and medals and ceremonies. We give speeches and pin ribbons onto uniforms, etch names into walls, and all that is fine. But too often, all those tributes, all those words aren't always backed up by action. And that felt like such a stark contrast to me because, as we all know, our military is all about action. When trouble breaks out, our men and women in uniform, they don't just sit around thinking about it or talking about it. They act. They put on that uniform. They leave their loved ones behind. They go out there, they give orders, they follow orders. They do whatever it takes to keep our country safe. And they carry that ethic with them when they return to civilian life, becoming leaders in our communities, our universities, our workplaces. And that's what they need from us. They need action. Our veterans who fall on hard times and find themselves without a home deserve more than just hand-wringing or kind words. They deserve real help that gets them back on their feet. And that's really been our entire approach to joining forces. We believe that if we truly want to serve our veterans and military families, then we need to take action that they can see and feel in their daily lives. And that's particularly true when it comes to veterans' homelessness, especially since we actually know what we need to do to address this issue. This is an identifiable population of people. We know who they are. We know what they need. And while it's not easy, it is absolutely possible to solve this problem once and for all if we all come together and we take action. Yeah. And that's the whole idea behind the Mayor's Challenge, to set the highest possible goal. The goal of ending veterans' homelessness shouldn't exist, and to call on folks across this country to meet that goal. And all of you here have stepped up to answer that call in ways that we never could have dreamed of. You built teams in your cities to create lists of every homeless veteran. You tracked them down and you got them into housing. You worked with CEOs, with landlords, mental health providers, anyone who has a role to play in helping our veterans. You coordinated health care, housing vouchers, job training. I could go on. And the results have been nothing short of breathtaking. 35 communities, including 4 of the largest cities in America and 3 states, Virginia, Connecticut, and Delaware, have all ended veterans' homelessness. I saw that. And America's largest city, New York City, has reduced veterans' homelessness by 85%. So they're almost there. And of the 35 communities that have achieved the goal, 3 of them achieved it just in the last week. So we just keep moving forward, day after day, step by step. Altogether, we have cut veterans' homelessness nearly in half since 2010. Yeah. And we reduced it by 17% last year alone. And through VA programs, we've helped house 354,000 veterans and their families. Again, these are breathtaking accomplishments, especially when you consider the real human stories behind each of those numbers. Stories like Mr. Banks. Stories like another Vietnam era veteran named Larry Maynor. Larry left the Army. When he left, he struggled with addiction, and for 30 years he was on the streets. Like too many veterans we hear about, he was spending nights under bridges or in cars, even sleeping out in the woods. But then Larry entered a homeless assistance program through the VA, and with the help of the HUD-VASH supportive housing program, Larry was able to move into his own apartment. See, and the beauty is when you get a house, place to live, then you can get a lot done. So Larry got sober. He enrolled in culinary school. He met a wonderful woman. He fell in love. That's why I gave you those 2 mugs. And last year on Veterans Day, Larry and his partner, they got married. And today, when Larry wakes up in the morning, instead of thinking about alcohol or drugs, he's thinking about all the good things in his life. And he said, and these are his words, he said, Larry is somebody now. I mean, that's what a house can do. It's what giving our heroes a home can do. It can make them feel like somebody. Just think about the folks who don't have a home, how they must feel. So we are making real progress. We are absolutely on our way to solving this problem. And we cannot let up for a single minute. Can't do it. Because we all know how this issue works. We all know that as long as our fellow Americans are serving in harm's way, we will always have new veterans transitioning to civilian life who might need our support. And a veteran who's doing just fine today could hit on hard times tomorrow. So our work is never finished. It's not finished. The day that we find homes for every veteran, it's still not finished. We can never just pat ourselves on the back and move on to the next thing, not on this issue. On this issue, it takes continuous and unwavering attention and action no matter what else is going on in this country. And I especially want to focus on this point right now during this time of transition. As my husband and other elected officials across America leave office and new administrations come into power, because I know that cities and states in this very room today have been able to solve this problem even with changes in leadership. So it is definitely possible to continue this work from one administration to the next. And I fully expect that to happen with the transition to our next president. And with as well as with all the mayors and governors and other elected officials out there who are going to be transitioning in the coming year. Our service members, veterans, and military families deserve nothing less. They should never be content ever again with soothing platitudes or empty words. And what we've all achieved so far should be just the beginning. This is just one step. We should expect that any presidential administration that comes after us, God, I hope they far surpass what we've accomplished. I want to look back in 8 years and 12 years, 20 years and say, man, what we did back in the Obama administration, we only scratched the surface. So I tell people, call it what you want, joining forces, name it after whatever you want. We have no pride in credit. We just want the bar to be high. That's what folks should expect from their commander-in-chief and from all their elected officials. But you all have to be those voices out there. So while this might be my last time coming before you as First Lady, today isn't any kind of an ending for me. We're just getting started. And today, So today I want you all to know how proud I am of everything you've achieved. Truly, it has been amazing to watch you all step up. And how grateful I am for your outstanding work on this issue. I'm so excited to see everything you all will continue to accomplish in the years ahead. And know that Barack and I will continue to do our part wherever we are to lift up our military community. You don't get exposure to this community and ever forget it. So we're there for you, whatever the future holds for us. Thank you all. God bless. Congratulations.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Michelle Obama speaking about veterans' homelessness at the White House. It was a White House event where they just wanted to talk about bringing that veterans' homelessness number down. But I am just getting the next news report ready for you guys. Let's see. Okay, here it is. This is actually from NASA, so not a White House event this time. But I thought it was kind of an interesting event that NASA held. A space commander discusses what life in space is really like, and a group of students from Washington come and get to ask him any questions that they want. I think a lot of people wonder, you know, what's the food really like, or what's it like to not have any gravity? So they're allowed to ask any questions that they want, and this is in partnership with National Geographic, so it was pretty cool. So let me take you to that video.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Station is ready.
National Geographic, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Kathleen Schwilly, Vice President for Education at the National Geographic Society. I'm in Washington, D.C. with a huge group of excited high school students. Can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Great. I'd also like to introduce my colleague, Chris Albert, who's going to help our students to ask a set of questions.
Commander, thank you so much for joining us today at National Geographic. We're super excited. This is very cool.
Glad to be with you. Look forward to the questions.
So we have about 20 student questions for you, and I want to get in as many as possible. So I'm going to invite our first student up here, Tyler Lee, who is in 10th grade, and then we'll just keep going after Tyler. They'll come up and introduce themselves and ask their question. Tyler, come on up.
Yes, hello, Tyler Lee. And my question is, how does NASA determine when to fly to Mars?
Very good question. I don't think NASA is going to send anybody to Mars until we can do it safely, get them there safely, and as well as returning them back to Earth safely. So that's a big hurdle, and that's what NASA is working on to make sure that the astronauts can get there and return safely.
Hello, my name is Sheree Baltimore, and my question is, since humans have not been yet sent to Mars, what is the most challenging aspect of sending an astronaut to Mars?
Wow, Mars, that's a tough question because there's so many difficult things about getting humans to that planet. You may know that we're about 200 miles up here on the space station from the Earth, and the moon's around 200,000 miles away, and then Mars is around over 20 million miles away. So just that in itself is very difficult to get somebody that far away. I think the most difficult thing will be being able to keep the astronauts alive and healthy on their trip to Mars and while they're there, and then on their return trip. So having systems on the spacecraft that allow us to stay healthy by working out, by eating properly, and those sort of things to make sure that we're healthy when we get home.
My name is Ashavar, and my question is, based on your previous research experiences, what is the main topic you are interested in researching on this mission?
Well, I tell you, I've kind of come here with an open mind, and I've really enjoyed everything I've gotten to do so far, and it's been a wide range of things. I've only been here a few weeks, but we've gotten to do several experiments already. I'm growing some plants. I'm growing lettuce in space, so that's kind of cool, and I've really gotten into that. So doing a little gardening in space along with many medical and other science experiments. So I'm not sure I have a favorite yet. Here in 3 or 4 months, when I'm winding up my mission, I'll probably have a favorite or two. But right now, I'm enjoying everything. Thanks for the question.
My name is Zakir, and my question is, since Mars has similarities to Earth, would you be surprised to find any life form on Mars?
Well, I think there may be some types of life form. I don't think we'll find it the way that we experience life form here on Earth. But maybe I'm wrong. But it is something we want to go explore to see what's there, what maybe was there at one time, and how did it get to be the way it is now versus the way it was back then. So we have a lot to explore, and people your age. The exciting part is people your age are going to be the ones going to Mars for the first time. Not me. I'll be too old by that point. So you guys get ready because your generation's going to do it.
Hi, my name is Johan Sandoval, and I wanted to know if you've had any unforeseen complications while on the International Space Station.
So far, so good. We have not had anything completely unforeseen. We've had a few failures in systems, but they have happened before, so we have great procedures and great teams on the ground that make sure we get through those and get all the systems working like they're supposed to. So far, no, to answer your question.
Hello, my name is Linnea Samuels, and my question is, has the advancement in technology impacted your research, and if yes, how?
Well, I'd have to answer that yes. There's so much incredible technology that scientists and researchers on the ground have put together and actually gotten approved to fly up here to space. One, for example, my colleague who just left here last week, Kate Rubin, she was working on a biomolecular sequencer where they're looking at DNA samples up here, and they were doing billions and billions of samples. So that's a pretty cool thing. I mentioned earlier about growing plants in space. That's something that's fairly new with the technology we have. And so we're trying to do that, not so that I can survive here on the space station, but when we do send people to Mars one day, we want to be able to grow our own food. And so we're working on those kind of techniques now with really nice technology. And hopefully we'll be able to use this kind of stuff down the road.
Hello, my name is Ravindra Bisram, and my question is, given your prior experience and training for this mission, is there anything you weren't prepared for?
I'll have to say that the training is really excellent, and so far there's nothing I've been unprepared for. The separation of being gone kind of goes back to my military training, so that was something that was, not always happening, but it's something we were used to. And then being in this incredible laboratory like I am, the training I've received over the last several years, getting me ready for the mission, has completely prepared me.
Hi. Excuse me. Hi, my name is Erica Moore, and I was wondering if any research has come up with there actually being another planet inside or outside our solar system that can actually support life.
Well, I guess I'm not smart enough to answer that. I know people are always looking and trying to find other life forms in different planets and solar systems, but I'm not aware of any so far.
Hello, my name is Lavelle Walls, and my question is, what has surprised you most on this expedition?
Let's see, so far I think the thing that surprised me the most is how well this vehicle is behaving. It's really an amazing complex. It's very big. It's about the size of a football field with incredible systems on board that support life. Air conditioning systems and bathroom systems and all kinds of science and research and food systems. Anything that you need to survive on Earth, we have it here, but we're just doing it in a different environment, about 250 miles above Earth. So the surprising part is everything's been working great. We'll really change out some things to make sure the maintenance and everything's going well, but hopefully this will keep up and we won't have any major components to change out.
Hello, my name is Samuel Devereaux, and my question for you was, what sparked your decision to travel into space in the first place?
Well, it has to go back to when I was a small child. I was inspired by the Apollo astronauts who were landing on the moon at the time. So this was back in the early 70s, way before you guys were born. But that's what we as Americans, everybody was focused on landing on the moon. And as a kid, that really struck me as, wow, that is really incredible. These brave men were going up to the moon, really, really far away on limited technology and succeeding. And when I saw that, that kind of sparked my interest and inspired me to want to be an astronaut.
Good afternoon, Commander. My name is Cornell Pollard. My question is, what role models or people did you have in your life to inspire you?
My biggest role model my whole life was my grandfather on my mother's side. He was just a great man, a gentleman, and always did things right. Taught me a lot of great lessons along the way, and so I attribute a lot of my success to my grandfather.
Hi, Commander. My name is Brene Smith, and my question to you is, what has been your favorite moment as an astronaut?
Well, the favorite moment in space is looking out the window. As you might imagine, it's just an incredible view of Earth, and we're going around the Earth every 90 minutes, so that's pretty quick. We're traveling 17,500 miles an hour. So to be able to, look at our planet and pass it by that quickly is just something that we're not used to on Earth. And, the views are spectacular. The sun comes up and down about every 45 minutes, so we get to see spectacular sunsets and sunrises every 45 minutes. along with, at nighttime, the stars are incredibly beautiful and brilliant. So it's really incredible looking at our planet, and I think that's the thing that I've enjoyed most about being up here.
Hi, Commander. My name is Tara Miner, and my question is, what steps should I take as a high school student right now to prepare for this field later on in life?
Well, if you want to work at NASA or be an astronaut, I think the things you need to focus on are math, science, and engineering and technology. So those kind of STEM systems you've probably heard are what people at NASA are pretty strong in. So hopefully you'll start focusing on those and working really hard, and then do the same in college. And then if you're doing really well, then you'll have a good chance of maybe getting a job at NASA. And if you want to be an astronaut down the road, maybe you'll have a chance at that as well.
Good afternoon, Commander. My name is William Maya, and my question is, do I need formal flight experience to become an astronaut?
That's a good question. A lot of people think you have to be in the military, you have to be a pilot, and the answer is no. Actually, most of our astronauts these days are not in the military. Maybe 30 to 35%, I think, are military now, and the rest are civilians. So they're teachers and doctors and engineers and scientists that make up most of the astronaut corps. Some of those folks do have flight experience, but most of them don't. So to answer your question, no, you don't need prior flight experience to be an astronaut.
Good afternoon, Commander. My name is Henry Frazier, and my question is, can military experiences be a good lead to become an astronaut?
Being in the military, I was in the military, I was in the Army, I was a pilot in the Army flying Apache helicopters. It was a great avenue for me to put in an application and eventually be accepted. Again, it's not the only route, like I mentioned earlier in the previous question, but it is a good route for if there are spacecraft that we're going to fly, like the next vehicles that we're going to be developing here in the next few years. They're going to have commanders and pilots very similar to the space shuttle had a few years ago. So in that case, we will draw from the military to get our pilots and test pilots into those kind of roles.
Hello, my name is Maglori Lavojama, and my question is, as a children, we dream about exploring space. Is it everything you imagine?
It's even more than I imagined. Living and working in this really unique environment is just something that's hard to put into words, really. I could try to describe it to all of you, but it's just not the same as being here and being able to float around, and I can go sideways or upside down, and it just doesn't matter. So it's kind of cool. But that's just one aspect of it, being able to float around. Again, looking out the window is so unique and so special that if I can get back down here. I love doing that. Doing the science and research that we're doing up here is way more than I ever dreamed I'd be doing. And the cool thing about all the science and research is we're doing all this to help everybody back on Earth. It's not for us, it's not for me, it's for humanity. So that's really cool that we're part of something that big.
Okay, Commander. My name is Tara Miner. I'm back again. I had a second question. My question is, what do you recommend academically to prepare one for becoming an astronaut?
I'll kind of add on to the earlier question. Again, math, science, engineering, technology, those kind of subjects are what you need to focus on, and you need to do really well in them. Okay, you can't just take them and not do well if you want to eventually be an astronaut or eventually be a successful person in life. So work really hard. Get help when you need it. We all need help along the way. I'm not the smartest guy, but I work really hard, and I was able to accomplish a lot of my dreams.
My name is Brianna Kirkpatrick, and I was wondering, being in space for a long period of time, there are everyday things on Earth that limit our space. That are limited in space. How did you adjust to the new living in space?
Well, I think I get better every day at the daily things. We get trained a lot, like I mentioned earlier, on all the systems and everything on board. But you don't get trained on the things that you do every day, like eating and sleeping and brushing your teeth and those kind of things. So those kind of things you kind of have to just figure out on your own. And just remember, everything floats up here, so you got to manage a lot of stuff. If you have a packet of food and you have a spoon and you have scissors to cut it open, you can't hold all those things at the same time, so you got to manage them. You put Velcro on everything and you hold things down. So those kind of things are fun. They're unique. You've probably seen some videos maybe on YouTube of astronauts eating in space. It's always a good time with doing those kind of daily routine things. One thing a lot of people don't know is we don't have showers up here, so that's something I do miss, and it's a daily thing that you guys, I think, get to do hopefully every day. But something we don't have here, so we kind of just wipe down, and I'll be looking forward to a good shower here in about 4 months.
Hello, Commander. My name is Larry. Based upon the plant experiments on the space station and the knowledge we have of Mars, do you believe it is possible to grow plants using non-traditional methods such as hydroponics?
Yeah, I actually do, because I've actually planted some stuff like I mentioned earlier, and I'm seeing the sprouts already. And here in 3 or 4 more weeks, I think we'll see some real products of lettuce and cabbage that we're growing. So that's pretty cool. And if we can do it here, I think there's no reason we can't do that sort of thing on a planet like Mars either.
Commander, I promise this is my last question. At what moment in your life did you want to become an astronaut?
Well, I talked a little bit about it earlier. I was probably 5 or 6 years old when I first saw the men walking on the moon, and that kind of sparked my interest. It wasn't, I think everybody at my age back then wanted to be an astronaut. So, eventually I went to college, and actually when I went to college at the United States Military Academy at West Point, I figured that dream of mine of being an astronaut was gone, because I didn't realize you could be in the Army and be an astronaut. So I just went there. I went to serve in the Army as a pilot, and eventually I realized you could do both. So that kind of flame in my brain kicked in again, and I really wanted to be an astronaut. So I got lucky enough. I applied a few times, and finally they accepted me in 2004. And happy to be up here flying now.
Commander, this is Chris Albert again from National Geographic. We have a couple other questions that we collected. I think we have about a little over 2.5 minutes left. Can you tell us a little bit about the science experiments that you're doing up there right now?
So we got several what we call payloads going on. Yesterday we did some 3D printing, which is kind of cool in space. So I pulled out an element that was printed. There's another one in there today, I think, that I could pull out at any time. The Japanese have a combustion module in their chamber, which I was working on yesterday, so that's pretty cool technology. We have, let's see, what else? The plants that I mentioned that we're growing in the European module, that's pretty special there. The module I'm standing in now is the U.S. laboratory. We also have a furnace up here where I'm pointing. One thing people don't think about, because we're so used to being on Earth, is here in space, like, this isn't just a wall to my right or to my left. There's a wall above me and below me. So there's drawers and experiments below me, above me, and to my right and left. So we can use all this space just like we can only use the sidewalls on Earth. We can use all the volume here in space. So that's kind of unique. And so there's a lot of Russian experiments as well. My colleagues, I have 2 cosmonauts I'm up here with right now. They're down on the Russian segment doing a lot of experiments as well. So the total product and all this stuff that we're going to do over time is going to produce really huge benefits for humanity.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what we're seeing around you there?
I don't know if you can see this device to my left here. Can you guys see that I'm shaking or not?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so that's our stationary bike that we ride. We do that a few times a week. For exercise up here, we have to exercise about 2 to 2.5 hours a day. About an hour of weightlifting. Of course, nothing weighs anything up here, but we have a great machine called ARED that we get on, and you can crank up really heavy loads, and you can do squats and bench press and shoulder press and crunches and curls, and anything you can do on Earth, you can pretty much do on this machine. So we do that for about an hour, and then we ride this, for aerobic activity, we ride the stationary bike, or we have a treadmill as well that we do for about an hour each day. And that keeps our bones and bone density and muscle mass and muscle density very similar to what what it was when we left.
So I think we're about out of time. I just want to ask all of our students here if you guys could give a big yell Mars to the commander, and then we'll say thank you. So ready on 3. 1, 2, 3. And thank you.
All right, best of luck to all of you. It was great chatting with you. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Commander. Thank you. Be safe.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants and guests from National Geographic. Station, we're now resuming operational audio communications.
So that was that NASA event. I just thought it was sort of funny because he was explaining what life is really like in space to these students in Washington. And I thought it was kind of funny that he mentioned that they can't shower up in space, so they just have to wipe down. And he was saying, I'm looking forward to taking a shower in 4 months. So he has to go a really long time without taking a shower, just wiping down. So I thought that was sort of interesting. The sacrifices that they make, you gotta love them. But one more video that just came down from NASA. This is about gender in space and how women and men both react differently when launching into space. So let's take you there.
Hello and welcome to Open Science. I'm Dr. Marshall Porterfield, and today we will be discussing the impact of sex and gender on adaptation to space. Joining me today in this discussion, a distinguished panel, Dr. Graham Scott to my left from the National Space Biomedical Research Institute, NASA's Senior Medical Advisor, Dr. Sarah Lynn Mark, and from the Human Exploration and Mission Operations Directorate, Dr. Betty Segal. Now that together as a team, you've been working with other investigators to study and better understand the role of impact of sex and gender in spaceflight adaptation. What are some of the key findings from your studies? Just off the top.
Firstly, Marshall, let me say that both women and men do very well in space. Having said that, we do see some differences. Some of these are very subtle and others are more pronounced. For example, the majority of our astronauts are now having some visual impairment issues. In most cases, these are mild, really just involving a change in the prescription that an astronaut might need in her or his eyeglasses, 1 to 2 months, let's say, into the mission. But in a minority of cases, maybe in about 20% of the cases, we're seeing more significant issues with the eyes. And these can involve changes in actually the shape of the eyes that don't even fully resolve when the astronauts return to Earth. And we're seeing these more pathological changes. We're seeing those only in the male astronauts. The other area where there are some quite significant differences is in the ability of our male and our female astronauts to spend time in space. And this is due to the radiation limits that NASA imposes on the astronauts. So our female astronauts can spend significantly fewer days in space because, based on ground studies and based on data that's been collected over several decades, it's been prognosticated that the female astronauts are more susceptible to cancer. And NASA has set a very strict limit of only having a 3% increased risk of cancer due to time in space over the course of an astronaut's lifetime. So that's a couple of examples of where we do see some significant differences in how our male and our female astronauts are adapted to spaceflight.
We also see interesting findings in the cardiovascular realm. Generally, women respond to stress with an increase of heart rate. Men tend to respond by clamping down their vessels, primarily due to hormones such as testosterone that causes that vasoconstriction, that closing down of the blood vessel to maintain blood pressure. We see with many of our women, female astronauts returning that they may experience what we call orthostatic hypotension. And what that means is a drop in blood pressure, which puts them at risk for fainting. And it's primarily due, we believe, to these changes in volume as well as how we respond to stress. Men and women respond differently in their vasculature.
What we did is we looked at things that we see here on Earth and tried to see if we would see them in space. So we know on Earth we usually see women, especially as they get older, developing osteoporosis, their bones lose calcium. But when we looked at the data to see what we would see in space, we actually didn't see a gender effect. We didn't see a difference between the male and female. It was all over the place, basically.
Yeah, and what Betty's alluding to is that there are a lot of personal differences. So we're now living in this era of precision medicine, and what we see is that there are very individualized responses to the spaceflight environment. To add on to what Betty's saying, some people actually come back with increased muscle mass relative to the muscle mass that they had when they left to go up onto the International Space Station for 6 months, and others come back with somewhat less muscle mass or bone mass. So there are real opportunities to tailor countermeasures to each astronaut and really invoke this whole new approach of personalized medicine to really make everyone's stay in space as healthy and as productive as possible.
What we saw, and we had 6 work groups looking at how the human body adapts to space. So those work groups included cardiovascular, neurosensory, reproductive, immunological, behavioral, and certainly reproductive has been traditionally what we viewed, but we went even well beyond that. And then, of course, musculoskeletal. And we found differences throughout the body. Now, the question is it statistically significant? That may not be as much an issue in regard to how does that translate to what we see clinically. I think what's exciting is as we're increasing our numbers of women flying, we'll have a better database, we'll be able to assess. But we have to keep in mind, we're not looking at who's faster, who's better, who's smarter, who's better able to adapt. What we're doing is trying to understand what we're seeing so that we can develop the appropriate countermeasures, develop the appropriate equipment so that we can keep both men and women healthy in space and when they return to Earth.
And that's really a very important point because for our future exploration missions are going to be men and women. And so we need to make sure, we need to study it so that we know that the countermeasures to these changes that we see in space are going to both protect men and women, both while they're in space and when they return to Earth.
Very good. It's a really fascinating area. And I noticed, though, in the title of your primary publication that recently came out, you made the distinction of sex and gender, using that term.
Right.
Can you explain to the audience why that's important to make that
So
distinction?
the Institute of Medicine has defined sex as your biology. Are you male or you female? And gender is the way you respond in society. What we're really looking at is perhaps because you might be a female, maybe you're not getting the same medical care that you might get if you were male. And so, for example, on Earth, when people have a heart attack, we know these symptoms. You might have crushing pain in your chest and shooting down your arms, but that's really what men experience. Women very often experience fatigue, or they may experience feeling upset stomach, nauseous or something. And so when they go to the doctor, someone may not check them out that see if they're having a heart attack. So in our papers, that's how we use the word gender, and actually after a while the definition started to blend together more.
And I just want to follow up on that. When the Institute of Medicine released the report in 2001 entitled Does Sex Matter?, looking at the biological contributions to health, they were very clear in how they defined sex and gender. Again, the psychosocial construct implying gender, the biological chromosomal implying sex. As we've evolved into the world of precision medicine, as we've evolved into a world where we understand the influence of genetics or human genome on our health, we've come into a space that we call epigenetics. And that certainly influences how we live our lives. So in a sense, as Betty has alluded to, the definition, the delineation between sex and gender has become more of a continuum. But we felt for the nature of this paper, we wanted to be a little more clear-cut, acknowledging that the environment influences the genome and the genome influences the environment.
Very good. So the data, the body of data that you used for your study included both ground-based and spaceflight-based research. How does your study benefit us back on Earth in terms of our medical technologies?
I think space is a fantastic platform to study how the body adapts. I'm a geriatrician endocrinologist, so I see it as a model for, in a sense, accelerated aging. The body adapts to space, and it adapts in a way that is appropriate. The question is, can the body readapt back to Earth, and can we reverse some of the findings so that we can keep people healthy in space, and certainly when they return to Earth? I think what we have seen is that, as we just alluded to, that there are changes in every system of the body. So, for example, we mentioned osteoporosis. Osteoporosis is a state of low bone mineral density, as well as what we call microarchitectural deterioration, meaning that the structure of the bone can be impaired, and that puts you at risk for developing fractures. On Earth, 80% of those afflicted tend to be women, and they're at higher risk, certainly, for developing fractures, and men tend to develop osteoporosis and fractures later on in life. So as we study how the body adapts, how bones adapt, how muscles adapt to space, we can learn appropriately how to prevent bone loss and how to mitigate against that, and we can take those lessons and apply what we need to keep people healthy on Earth. We see it really in every system of the body. One of my other particular interesting favorites to study is how the body adapts from an immunological perspective. We know on Earth women are more resistant to infections.